best believe I'll get up and fight. This is my plight, I'll never let you cowards get the best of me. Took the red pill, now it's time to fulfill my destiny. Living like I'm Neo, dipping from my P.O. Tripping on me cause I am the one and he's a zero. Hot like a jalapeno, bringing heat that you just can't avoid. I call out bullshit and lies, they call me paranoid. People are just foolish, full of hate, they get angry. Point out the truth about reality, they label you crazy. Just a glitch in the system, you're a critical thinker. And no, they don't want that. Fuck them, give them the finger. I do it every single day with each and everything I say. I'm not living like a victim, it doesn't have to be this way.
I just wanna live and dream, but nothing is as what it seems. And baby, it's making me crazy. I just wanna fight and scream. There's nothing left for me to say. Here's shot to defeat the day. I know that I can control it, so it doesn't have to be this way.
Yeah.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake
We
up.
used to play pretend,
Wake
We
up.
would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake.
we used to play pretend,
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up.
Yeah.
Wake up.
Land of the thieves, home of the slaves. 19 billion, that's 50 million a day. That's what NASA gets, just to lie to the human race. Pretending to go to space, but they fake it right to our face. And they say they moonwalk, but that just wasn't the case. Trying to tell us there's a rover on Mars, but it's a fake. Ay, CGI satellites, but I don't see a trace. People everywhere waking up, we're shaking up the place. So if you let me, I can shake up the thoughts that you tend to think of. Cause I fell in love with truth and I don't ever wanna break up. Let's take a look what's underneath the Hollywood makeup. So much that gets put in our face is straight made up. This place they call a planet that they lied about the shape of. They can play pretend, but me, I'm calling for
Wake up.
Freemasons and Zionists, the ones that put the eye on it. Try to say they scientists, but I can't say I'm buying it. Do you know what science is and how that they decided it? They just keep rewriting it to keep us from enlightenment. Knowing that they lie in it, stay promoting violence. Knowing that we're gullible products of our environment. No, I can't be silent and nor will I be compliant. Not reliant on the tyrants to fall if we're not defiant. I can't seem to find the curvature. Total social overture. The sun is small and local to the earth as it encircles her. Nothing like the lies of elite sun worshippers, but up against the Bible, I don't even need interpreters. Earth is flat and motionless. Open up a scope and see a boat across the ocean mist. Chemtrails clogging up what used to be an openness, and fluoridated water come in concentrated doses. I'm conscious of the brokenness. People all over the place deceived. I hate to see. Space is not a place you see. It's fake. It's only make-believe. Constellations prove that the earth doesn't move, but the liars on wires wanna take away the truth. I'm screaming.
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to need to wake up.
Used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
Wherefore he saith, Awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead. Christ shall give thee light. See then that ye walk circumspectly, not as fools, but as wise.
Have you ever wondered why, when you looked up in the sky, exactly how the sun and moon ended up the same size? It's 90 million miles and 250,000. Y'all can beat my poker face, cause that defies some odds. Yeah, I'll tell you this is gambling with every dose of Ambien. You're managing to transfer in, so let me be your wake-up call. Let me be your wake-up call. You ever been to space at all? Who's above us? One that loves us or aliens and hate us all? Man, I used to catch some Z's on this flat plane. Then the alarm clock rang and all that changed. Like, motionless. Please tell me you see how flat this ocean is. The devil lied to us, lied to you, lied to me. Tried to hide my creator, made me play some hide and seek. But he speaks, and if I seek him, that he won't hide from me. If I knock it, he will open it and show me what I need. That greed is the enemy. Forked tongue of the serpent as he dangles from the trees, and trying to keep us all far, far away from obedience. Trying to take our will and our next of kins. Had us living for the sun, not the S-O-N. So good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel a savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think, man. Good morning, beautiful. Time to rise and shine. Time to breathe this morning air. Open those sleepy eyes. Yeah, good morning, wonderful. Time to shake them dreams. Feel the savior's love for you. This world ain't what you think. This world ain't what you think. It's time to
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, you need to wake up.
used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
We would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away.
Wake up.
We used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
Wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we would build a rocket ship and then we fly far away. Saying,
wake up, you need to wake up, you need to
we used to play pretend, used to play pretend.
Wake up.
Used to dream of outer space, but now they're laughing at the face saying,
wake up, you need to wake up,
yeah.
wake up.
and speak no evil. We get lied to so much, it seems normal to be deceitful. We'll never be treated equal, and I wanna know why. Rich people start all the wars, but only poor people die. Just take a look, it's so easy to see the system is rigged by degenerate pigs targeting our innocent kids. They start programming you just as soon as you exit the womb. Now money is your god,
You must obey and consume.
always practice conformity, stay within the majority, never think for yourself, and do not question authority. Man, I still can't even believe this is the way that they have us. I'm taking my chances, I have to try and wake up the masses. Can't get away from the madness, but still I'm trying my best. And as long as I'm still alive, I will fight till the death, because we cannot let this be the end. It's now or never, sink or swim. The time has come for the great awakening.
Never sleep again.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Listen, I woke up with a fever today. Sick of the fact people believe everything that this evil media say. Morality has been deleted away. Zionist heathens display that they're the predators who see us as prey. Transparency is what they need to purvey. They even have us thinking that eating a fruit that has no seed is okay. Victims of greed and impeded by hate. The glaring question is, how can we get to God if Satan's leading the way? Ravenous witches, scientists with moral character glitches, preparing malicious conditions and sick narrative switches. The elite is wearing his privilege as he battles for riches, while the lower classes carry out the establishment's wishes. The portrayal of their intentions is unfair and fictitious, acting suspicious. Undercover agents snapping your pictures, suggestive messages embedded in the movies to trick us. Music and advertisement slickness plus remixture of scriptures. Come on.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
It's 2019, but it feels more like 1984. Our rights are fading away, every day they're taking more. It's time to stand and take action, what are we waiting for? They're waging war on humanity, this we can't ignore. My brain is sore from all the lies that they constantly feed us. Elitists that follow the phoenix can swallow a penis. And we're not gonna stop until we know all of your secrets. The Bible says in our final days our knowledge increases. That is exactly what's happening now on this challenging road that we're traveling down. We have to get rowdy, we have to get loud and keep spreading the truth and just pass it around. You work like a slave and you live in a loop. They're turning your sky into chemical soup. I'm always watching these videos, often like Richie from Boston to give me the scoop. Waking the world up to spin the truth like a doctor that's handing out red pills to everyone. What in the world are they spraying up there in the air? It's aluminum, lithium, barium. Nobody notices, nobody cares. Everyone's greedy and nobody shares. I wanna help you, you'll be in my prayers. But now we must separate wheat from the tares.
Every single day we're being led astray and lied to. I don't think there's anyone that hates it more than I do. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel. I feel like I'm alone and no one knows the things I know. There's nobody to talk to and there's nowhere I can go. Trapped inside the system and I'm caught up in the struggle. One day I hope to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Hello. Oh, he's gone. Hello, Zodiac.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we are you busy right now? We got there's one person at VC check-in. You can go if you want. I can't. I'm only silver, so I can't do anything. But you can.
Okay. You can go there too if you want. I'm going there. Okay, see you.
Yeah, just go. All right. Is anyone alive? I got 2, 3 people. On the server. Is anyone here? Cathos? Cathos 7. Did you want a flat Earth? Or I'm sorry. Are you new here?
I mean, yeah, like a week and a half ago or so.
Oh, a week and a half. Okay, so I mean, you've been here. Okay, never mind. I was gonna ask you if you wanted like flat Earth roll, but like have you like fully made up your mind like what the Earth is?
A long time ago, yes.
Okay. Are you still? But do you still believe in the sphere, right? The globe?
No.
Okay.
No, that ship sailed a long time ago.
Yeah, because we could give you the flat Earth roll if you want, but it's like you don't have to have it, but yeah, eventually, like if you ever want it.
Yeah, sure, I'm down.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, you're like the first person on that wasn't that could have been, like, or sorry, you're the first person today that I saw that didn't have I just didn't, I wasn't sure if you were actually flat Earth, so
yeah, I'm mostly lurking.
Good times. How many years have you been looking into this?
What, it had to be like 2019 was when I first set out to call bullshit on it, and then
yeah, good times. Hopefully, we also have a person who's about to join. He's in VC check-in right now, so maybe he can save us.
it was on last night. I started talking, but then I had to skedaddle to go to work, so.
Oh yeah, what were you guys talking about last night?
I don't know, they were getting a little bit heated, but they were
Was it with Rufus or was it with a different someone else?
Oh, it was what? Elijah and Gregory and Lou and AI.
Oh wow. Wait, Elijah, Gregory, Lou. Who's Lou?
Lunatic.
Oh wait, Elijah, Gregory, Lou, and AI. Wait, all of them agree.
Like I said, it was strange. They were fighting over
about like other like a different.
Yes, not flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Now I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. Welcome back. Did Levy? Did he have to go? Oh no, hold on. He's in the chat.
Fat Mood, you were saying they are fake. Of course they are fake. But anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if Levy can join the live stream. Let's see if we can get him on voice. Hey, Levy, you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, welcome to the server, man. Are you new or you've been here before?
I'm actually not new. I've been here a few years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have you? So you already made up your mind? Like, what do you think the Earth is like? Have you made up your mind already?
I have actually made up my mind, and my mind goes something along the lines like this: what can be observable and proven does not fall on the spectrum of the globe Earth. It all falls, when it comes to the globe Earth, it's all just theories and imagination, stuff that can be proven. So if you're just gonna stick with the scientific method, you would have to conclude that the Earth is flat. And also, like scientific laws as well, like thermodynamics, gas pressure, that you can't have without a container and stuff like that. So if we're gonna stick strictly to science, you can't conclude that the Earth is a globe. So that is my position regarding this.
Yeah. By the way, if you guys, Levy or the other guy, Kathos, if either of you guys want to, you don't have to do this, but if you want, you could get the Flat Earther role. It's like a little Discord, but I'm not a mod, so I can't give it to you. But if you ever want it, just
I used to have those roles. I also have the Bible study role, but I lost it due to my old account being banned.
Oh, for real? How long ago was that?
Well, this is like my third or fourth account, so I keep coming back.
Damn, that's rough. Yeah. So, okay. So you already had the role. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, it'll be fine.
So, what's your position regarding?
Yeah, I'm also not new. I don't think so. Basically, there's no globe, there's no rotation, there's no orbits, there's no scientific gravity. Like, there's never what else? Oh yeah, moon landing never happened. There's no proof that the Earth has a core. Let's see what else. We're not floating in a vacuum. In other words, like outer space, like a vacuum. Space is it's not real in terms of like a vacuum, and that's pretty much it. Like, yeah.
Do you happen to believe that? Do you happen to see? I've seen lately on TikTok, because I do follow like really specific stuff on TikTok, and I've come across, I will call it a theory. I come across the theory that some people believe that there's quote-unquote flat planets.
That requires measuring. That requires measuring the surface of the lights in the sky. Like, in other words, if you look.
I think you're misunderstanding. So what I mean is that there are some maps that have come around in TikTok, and these maps are like, we have the Earth, right? And around the Earth we have different landscapes, you know, like new planets, if you want to call it like that. But have you seen it? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Around the, or are you talking about like a map?
Yeah, so basically there's a map. We have the original flat Earth map, and outside of this flat Earth map, there is different lands. Like new areas.
Oh, you mean continents?
Yeah, sure, continents. You can call it continents.
Yeah, continents. Because when you say so not planets.
Yeah,
That's
but
different.
they call it the same thing that the planets are called. They call it the moon place or something like this. I don't know, some sketchy stuff.
Okay.
So
it's sorry, Sunday speculation, so we can talk about it. But according to the seeing maps on the moon, in my opinion, I stay away, because for that the moon has to be a reflector, like a mirror. So it's. But anyway, I respect, but I stay away from that. But other lands, or even inside this container that we are, I accept that. I did listen an helicopter pilot that he did work at Antarctica, and at that time he was a glober, and he did talk a little about that. Admiral Richard E. Byrd did talk about it, and there are the others. Some Brazilians, they did release an high altitude balloon near to New Zealand, next to that area. So but it's a possibility.
Yeah, so the claim goes like something like this. They claim that outside of Antarctica there is more continents or something like this. And they kind of lean towards the claim that there is infinite land, right? But for me, personally, I think this is nonsense. Because if you were to claim that there's infinite land, you would have to also claim that the container we're living in is also infinite. And that doesn't make any sense. Because a container can't be infinite. It has to have ends. Do you follow?
I get what you mean. That means there's probably that also implies there's edge.
Other containers, beyond this. So to that be possible? So yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
See, this is okay. If you were to say there's different containers, all right. See, now we fall into the side of the globe earthers. They like to claim stuff like this. Maybe there is a multi-universe or whatever bullshit they claim. But see, this is the thing. This falls to the side of theories, speculation, and mental gymnastics. Why indulge in something that can't even be confirmed?
Well, yeah, but
no one talking about it. Anyway,
in the hidden continents, we also believe are a speculation as well.
Yeah, I don't understand why this has been going around in the flat Earth community, and it has been annoying me a bit because the flat Earthers tend to stick to observable facts, right?
Yeah, the reason I can explain the reason why is because if like one of the most common questions that we get is like, where's the edge? That's like the first question, one of the first few questions that we get, and we have to explain to people the definition of the word flat. It does, even though it doesn't include the word edge, we don't dismiss it, but anything that is presented without evidence, we can dismiss without evidence. So like, if someone says it's infinite, that can be dismissed without evidence. If someone says it's finite, well, can you prove it? No. Okay, you don't have evidence that the Earth is finite, so we dismiss that without evidence.
Hold on. Do you think you can't prove that the Earth is finite?
I've never seen proof that the Earth is finite.
Well, hold on. How can you have a container if it's infinite?
Oh, I'm not saying I'm not saying I have proof of a container. I'm just saying, I don't argue that that the container, or sorry, that if there was a container, it has to be a certain size. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
But see, this is the thing.
Anything without, yeah, go ahead.
See, the reason why it has to be finite is the following: because we do have gas pressure and atmosphere, the gradient will be infinite, and we would have nothing to breathe if it was infinite. Do you understand? because the gradient does exist, it means it's not infinite. Do you follow?
Like the atmosphere is not infinite.
Yeah, because some people see this is the thing. Some
Okay.
people like to claim that, well, we do live in a ball or globe, and there's atmosphere without a container. But if we were to play with that thought for a second, let's say we have no container, then the container automatically would be the infinite of space. And if the infinite of space is the container, the atmosphere would be the space. You know, it would gradiate, like the gradation or gradient would be infinite as well. But because the gradient is not infinite, the container also is not infinite. There is a container. Do you follow?
It would have to be finite. It would have to be this finite. If you're talking about containing the gas, yeah. If you're trying to contain gas, there would definitely, whatever that container is. Yeah, I agree with you. It would have to encompass that area. Yeah.
So naturally, it would follow that the atmosphere is finite. There is a container that contains it, and the container must also be finite because of the atmosphere.
Yeah, the only problem is I don't know how big the Earth is.
Well, how big it is doesn't really matter. As long as we do know that it is finite, doesn't matter how big it is.
I feel like this is... I get what you're saying, like, logically speaking, but in terms of, like, physical proof, I feel like that, yeah, like, logically speaking, I understand, but there hasn't been physical proof yet.
But hold on, hold on. Can you show me, unless you can show me that you can have a container with an infinite gradient?
Oh, no, I'm not saying there is infinite. I'm just saying I haven't seen I haven't physically directly verified. Like, in other words, I haven't tested to collide. I haven't seen a physical container. That's what I'm
But see,
getting
this is the thing. This is like an atheistic trap hole, where if you don't see it, you can't believe it. See, proof comes in different forms, you know?
Okay.
Just because I don't see God, I don't need to know that he exists, because I see the work of his hands. I can see intelligent design, and that is proof enough. I don't need physical proof for God. There is different ways to achieve proof.
There's this document that talks. There's people that have been there at Antarctica talking about the firmament. So this is a CIA document talking about the Russians. So in 1957, and it was classified. It talks about flat Earth and the firmament. So that's and you cannot have a gas pressure without a container. So there's a container.
Exactly, you can't. That's
the question is, there's more containers. Maybe.
But the problem with this, Miguel, let me tell you what the problem is with this. Some people don't even believe these documents. They be like, you know what? Maybe even this is controlled opposition. Maybe because there were documents. There are documents from militaries. Even Rob Sikiba did talk about it, talking about flat, non-rotational, and they were classified and they are available. The military documents, the links, I have watching it, but nowadays they are not available. Maybe for a reason, right? But so these are documents that it was classified for a reason. Mm-hmm.
So
I'm curious. Well, when you said that it's impossible for Earth to be infinite because you would need a infinite container for the infinite gas. How is that impossible? Go ahead.
I said if you were to claim that the world is infinite, you would also have to have the atmosphere. It wouldn't work with the atmosphere because the atmosphere, as observed, is finite because we have a gradient. And if you were to claim that the world is infinite and we don't have a container, the gradient would also be infinite. And because the gradient would be infinite, you wouldn't be able to breathe.
Vertical? You're talking about the vertical gradient. What if it was okay?
Talking about the air pressure gradient.
Yeah, the air pressure gradient vertically, like height, altitude. You're talking about. What about horizontally?
Let me think about that for a second. You will still have a problem, because then if you claim that the Earth is infinite horizontally,
like a
you
pipe.
Have no, see, this is the thing. If you claim that the Earth is infinite horizontally, then there will be nothing to contain it. You can't also claim in the same end that the container is also infinite, because then the container would have no ends. And if it doesn't have no ends, there will be no pressure to hold it in. So it can't.
So a pipe, like a pipe that extended forever, like some kind of, I don't know, like if you filled a steel pipe with helium.
Imagine a tire. Imagine a car tire. Okay. If I tell you that there is gas pressure in this tire, but the tire is infinite, then you're basically saying that there is pressure, but the thing that is holding it to have pressure is infinite. Like, how does that work? There's no logic behind that.
Oh, because there's no walls at the ends, but there's still walls. There's still walls in the vertical sense, but just not the ends.
You need to have walls all around it. You can't have a tire.
You can't have half a wall.
Yeah, no, doesn't work.
Like picture like a water hose, right? A water hose. And instead of water, you put like helium in the water hose. It can still, even though, so you're saying even though it can still bounce off the top and the bottom. It can't bounce off the forward and back or whatever, like it's only it's not really fully contained. It's only halfway.
I can't see it working like that. I don't know how even to think about it. Like
there's no way to demonstrate. Yeah, there's no way to prove it.
Let's try the tire example again. Make 2 holes on the tire on the sides. What would happen to the gas pressure?
Oh yeah, I see. It would go out. Yeah.
There you go.
Simple. We all agree that to have gas pressure, you have to have a container. So we don't know. We don't claim this container is like a dome, because dome it has to have that shape. So, but it's a container. And we don't have to do claims about that. But there's a container, and if there's outside of this container, there's more. So there's a possibility. But of course, when you talk about seeing the walls horizontal, seeing this container. I did post a document. The scientists were at Antarctica talking. They saw this firmament. Richard Bird did talk about. He has a fleet of aircrafts, and those that were flying on the front, suddenly they crash into a invisible barrier. So yeah.
See, Miguel, I don't want you to misunderstand me. See, this is the thing. Sometimes when you speak to people who came to the truth, right? These people are a bit like, they were so skeptical. Like, imagine a man marrying a woman, and he has full trust in this woman. And let's say this woman cheats on him, okay? And he finds out. And when he does find out, he will hate her, most probably. He will be sad. He will be disappointed. He will have trust issues, okay? And he will have a hard time trusting women, okay? So this guy now is really skeptical for women. In the same manner, when you look at flat earthers, when they've realized that they have been bamboozled, they grow very skeptical about everything in the world. Documents, history, government documents, whatever it might be. So these people, they also sometimes have a trouble relying on the documents that come from the governments. Whether they be classified or not, doesn't matter. And that's why some people, they don't even believe in that too. They have to have a verifiable science for them to confirm it.
Why we are talking about, if the Earth is finite or infinite?
Oh, because I was going to tell.
You did bring this to us, and now you are telling, you don't have to look to documents and etc. If I don't have a wife, but imagine that I have a wife and she was cheating on me, and if other people came to me, you see, I saw your woman with another guy and she was kissing. So what I do is collect various sources, and if they are talking about the same thing, so something is going on. So it's up to you to decide or not. But I'm doing my research.
What I was trying to come and conclude was that you don't need these documents to conclude that we live in a container. That was my point.
That's true. That's true. So to have a gas pressure, you have to have a container.
Exactly.
So
you don't need these documents. But the documents are good. They can help you, but you don't need them.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back. Yeah, that's interesting. So like, if we all agree, we all agree it's finite then, according to what he said, right?
I never, when people say that, talking about flat Earths, I mean, that's a fallacy.
Because we don't have proof of the size. That's the problem. We just don't have proof of the size. But I agree what he's saying about the gas pressure. You need it. So logically, you would think it would have to be finite because you have gas pressure, and the container has to be, creating that pressure.
Who knows? Who knows if we have this container, but who knows if outside there's more land and water and so on, and if there's more containers. So, but claiming that is infinite, of course, it's we don't know, we cannot verify that, but
Yeah, like we can't verify the properties of the container.
Yeah.
It's Speculation Sunday, so it's a guy who's got a yard like me, big yard, and he's got a whole shitload of containers in his yard with a whole bunch of, they look like terrariums, and that's all he does. He just grows little containers all the time.
I'm honestly surprised I haven't heard that before. Like, how come that's such a great, like, how should I say this? It's like it's a really great connection that he just said. It's the first time I heard about it, That's great. Yeah. That's the first time I ever heard someone say that is like, okay, so logically, if you had to contain gas, could you actually do it if it wasn't finite? It's like, logically speaking, no, it would have to be finite. So, yeah. I don't know. It's like the first time I heard someone say that, but yeah, that's cool.
It has to be finite. If it's a container, how are you going to get air pressure if it's always expanding away from the air rushing?
Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's what I was thinking. I just realized. No one else has said that before. I just realized.
Yeah, Miguel posted a picture of a guy who could have like 500 of those on his property, and all he does is just walk around and look at them all day long, making sure that they're growing. Doesn't have to be any. It doesn't have to be one special place. It's Speculation Sunday, by the way.
Wait, so actually, if you think about it, according to that logic, you could say, so if someone asks you for like, okay, where's the edge? The response that we should give them is, well, in order to have gas pressure, you need a container, and in order to have that pressure, like, in order to maintain it, you need a like if it goes on forever, obviously it can't. So that's proof of it. That's proof that there's an end.
When they ask for edge, they most of the times they ask for edge sideways, left and right.
Yeah, exactly. So like it would have to. So that's actually a really good way of answering it.
But they are in their minds they have this idea of flat Earth being a flat disk, something like that in the space in the same heliocentric model. They don't. That's why they ask always, where is the edge? Because they have this idea in their minds, in space around and the same heliocentric model, but instead of a globe Earth, they just put flat, but in the same heliocentric model. So they so that's why they always ask for the edge.
Yeah, like I think what we I think the best way to respond to it is exactly what we talked about. So I think that's actually what you brought. I think that's actually a better way to answer that question than saying what is presented without evidence. Because when you bring up the gas pressure thing, it goes into another topic, which is there is no vacuum of outer space. So not only can you not only can you answer the question of where's the edge, but you can also start getting into why there is no vacuum of outer space. So it's actually a double whammy.
Yeah. Of course, they it's when we say the Earth is flat, when someone we have been past this. We have always believe in this ball Earth. They give what they show to us in these documentaries, on the television, what they say at the school. So we were brainwashed.
I want to ask Huey that question. Actually, I want to ask him in India. I want to see what he says.
Of course, when you talk about flat Earth, they have to do a reset, because reset, have to erase what they saw on the television and at school talking about this heliocentric model. So they have to start by zero, by something, at least by something. Earth doesn't move. Can you prove Earth is moving? Which direction? Forget about those Foucault pendulums, because they use sometimes they stop. They use electromagnets, motors, and so on. So you cannot see Earth moving, except when there's some earthquakes.
Yeah,
So-
yeah. Earth's not. It's not spinning.
Okay.
It's not moving. Yeah. Earth is not.
So, and when they say, when they say reference frame, then it's again a fallacy because we can see the clouds moving multi directions. I have, when there's a storm coming by, or gonna happen, I have seen clouds coming from left and right, and they join in. So
Have you seen? Have you heard of the wind argument?
The wind.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same thing. So like, if they tell you that the reason that you don't notice a difference is because of if it's moving in the same direction, all you have to say in response is why are there eastern, western, northern, southern winds? Like for example, if wind's moving east, but the Earth is the allegedly rotating west, that implies that would be impossible according to what they said.
And not only that,
Yeah.
The same place I have observed clouds moving one day in one direction and the other day opposite direction. So the wind argument, it's a failed attempt. No earth movement, curvature. I never saw that curvature, but I used to believe, that story. Boats go over the horizon, but now we have technology that can show to us, boats don't disappear. When you can see it, it appears on your site, but when you use these instruments, P900 camera, for example, you can see the boat that at your eyes could be disappeared. It's still there, but that's a limitation eye, human eye. So eagles can see more than us, long distance. So angular resolution and perspective and weather conditions. So I saw the moon, at the horizon. It was yellow, but when it was like, let's say, 45 degrees vertical, it's white. So, when you see a yellow moon and white moon, so that's, observation you can say. So when you're looking at the horizon, there's something going there, weather conditions, dust, and so on. Many things happening there. So that changes our perception, about. So we have to account many things. So I have seen, airplanes flying horizontally in front of me, far away, but they are doing a perfect horizontal lines.
Oh yeah, wait. Another fun question to ask them is if you have something that's rotating and you have an airplane, but let's say that airplane is only moving at 500 miles per hour, and the Earth is allegedly rotating at 1,000, and it's taking off at the equator. The best question to ask them is, do you think that the airplane is traveling backwards?
Yeah,
it's the most. It literally shows how ridiculous it is.
That's another dilemma, that they claim boats go over the horizon, but then when you see beyond that supposed geometric horizon, they claim. Of course, the horizon is apparent. So when we see beyond that, like the Black Swan, like 10 miles away. So that's a dilemma, and they say, so Earth is too big. Now they say boats go over the horizon, but then they claim, it's a dilemma. They say Earth is too big. You cannot see curvature because Earth is too big.
Yeah.
So that's the dilemma, and
how they get? Then you should ask them. that requires a specific size, and then you could just say, how did you physically measure the size? And then it's over.
Yeah. And your example that you did just now, about the airplane flying 500 miles per hour.
Yeah.
So it's another dilemma to them because, you can construct an airport, and you don't have to account any direction, because
it would be pretty hard to. It would be pretty hard to land on a spinning object, don't you think?
Yeah.
The only direction they count for making an airport or the runways is for the most of their wind. Wherever they want to be able to land into the wind, they don't really want tailwind, so they switch their runways are usually in an X form, so they got 4 basic directions they can pick from.
Oh, that's pretty. That's actually pretty smart. Pretty cool.
Small ones only have one runway, but those are usually on an angle wherever the wind is at. That's how they make them.
And if they claim Earth is moving one direction, how can I see birds flying to to any direction and so on without account for any Coriolis?
Especially gas. Like gas travels in all directions.
Yeah,
I think gas is like it's such a killer. That gas, just the gas pressure kills so many different things. Oh my god. That argument destroys them. Wow.
Of course, they will try, like roof it. They will try to sustain this idea because they don't like to accept the reality. That they have been lied, about the shape of the Earth and the reality that we are living all, even them, So they don't like to accept this idea that there's no space, vacuum of space. So they will bring anything, They will bring tail lights and so on. But it's we did these three baseline arguments. Earth is not moving. You cannot have gas pressure without a container, and you don't see any curvature. So just like this, these 3 points, they can talk other things, but if they cannot debunk this, so they are done. They are wasting their time, Bring us like pendulums and etc. The Cavendish, even Cavendish, that thing was it was not stabilized, it was moving. So sideways. So
imagine trying to do Cavendish with gas, or even forget gas. Try doing Cavendish, but have one of the weights be the entire mass of the Earth instead of having like 2 little weights. Have one of the weights be the entire mass of the Earth. That's it's literally impossible. It's not even vertical too. It has to be vertical. They didn't drop anything. Here's the problem. They never dropped anything. You get what I'm saying? They never dropped anything in this dumb experiment. They didn't even test what they were supposed to test, man. It's just rough.
Cavendish, it was about the density, not proving gravity. So
sad, bro.
But someone, they like to, even NASA, they like to this old fairy tale stories, Aristotle and so on. They, NASA measure this circumference of Earth? No, but they put in their page, they put these fairy tale stories about Aristotle and so on. Anyway, so they don't bring any proof, So, but anyway.
Yeah. They'll learn eventually, or I guess if they wanted to look into it, they'll learn eventually.
And they will destroy. They will destroy their. They will destroy Sophia telescope, aka Hubble. There was a student that did found the data from Hubble was from Sophia, the same data, and. Yeah, so but now they are gonna destroy this Sophia airplane.
Why are they destroying it?
Yeah, and they will destroy ESS. Some Globbers, they can claim I saw the ESS passing on the front of the moon, but you can see something passing there. A drone, an airplane. How you know it's the ESS? They claim.
When you said destroy, I thought you meant like physically destroy.
Yeah.
Not like destroying their argument, which is like very different.
Yeah, they there's there are some news they will destroy the ESS.
They don't want like physically destroy it.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they don't want to show to people that ESS, maybe to avoid some people to debunk. So yeah.
They're just wait. Why haven't they done that earlier though?
They could do an ESS museum, but they don't want that, to avoid people to discover that there are some things that don't work in space.
Okay.
So anyway,
surprised that. Okay, so maybe they just got away with it for so long, and now someone actually is trying to physically. But it's just so weird because you would think someone would have already done it, but I guess not. I don't know.
I did play a video. I did play a video about Bart Sibel. They were talking about those cameras to work in the moon or so on. They have to be in pressurized environment, so they have to be contained. But they didn't account for that. So you don't have to account for that if you are making that in a studio. So
you don't have to account for a container. Oh, yeah.
These photographs, these cameras, they have to work in that vacuum. They have to be in a container, to work, because they did try inside the vacuum chamber filming or shooting these cameras inside of that, and it doesn't work. The pictures, the image coming from that camera is blurry and so on. So I did play that. So yeah, that's another thing,
What'd they take a picture of with the camera?
They did try these cameras inside the vacuum chamber. In the pictures from that camera.
Do cameras work in a vacuum?
No, it doesn't work. Those cameras.
Why?
Let me see if I found the video.
Does it like explode because of the pressure differential or something?
No, but the pictures itself, it doesn't come clearly.
Yeah, that's interesting. Because I thought there was like there were like videos where like how like there's a vacuum chamber. Are you talking about like a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum?
Let me see if I found the.
Because
I think it's this video.
Okay.
I think it's in this video they are talking about that. I'm gonna post the link. Yeah, I think this is the one they talk about that those cameras cannot work in a vacuum. they have to be contained with a pressurized.
Right.
So that was a cool find, Have to watch it.
Yeah, if cameras can't work in a vacuum, then the moon landing.
They did the experiment, inside the vacuum chamber, and the images, the pictures from those cameras are not clear. So
yeah.
And even rockets, combustion chambers, they not work in a vacuum. But I have seen some information now. They claim they put something air inside these rockets to work in the vacuums. They are always, when people find out it doesn't work, they will always try to fill that void.
I was thinking, like, this is gonna sound crazy, but like, if I was a glober, what I would do is start digging. Basically, instead of arguing, like trying to prove what is not true, I would start trying to take a shovel and start trying to carve the Earth into a sphere. Because at least a glober who's he grabs a shovel, he goes out, starts shoveling land masses, trying to turn the Earth into a sphere, just like rearranging the the Earth, right? They would actually be doing something productive they would actually be trying to prove the globe. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But yeah, a shovel is I don't think no one will be able to change the shape of the Earth with a shovel, so rip.
It always amazes me because flat earthers often say, the shape doesn't matter, but no one defends it more fervently than globers.
Yeah, it's kind of flat is kind of like I feel like flat is more general than a shape, don't you think?
Yeah,
it's just what we see.
Yeah.
Even if you live in a mountain area, to construct you have to use plumb bobs for to know the vertical, to construct, and the levels to horizontal, and you can build a entire city, in one flat area, and they have not to account any curvature. They just build, and so according to reality and not according to this global fantasy. And even though that guy, the Lesseps, the engineer that did construct the Suez Canal, so some of the English engineers, they said it was impossible because according to the curvature of Earth, but the Lesseps, he didn't care about that. He knew that the reality is flat. So there's in this book, I'm gonna get that. In this book, he says at the end of beginning and the end of the Suez Canal, there is no difference of level, except the tides of beyond the Suez Canal. So let me see. Let me see, Suez Canal. So in his book, let me see. This one. So there was no difference of level, and It's just, let me see the tides. Okay, at the end, so he just said there is only the difference of tides in the Red Sea,
Wait, are they? What's the? So they're trying to say that what proves it? What proves the Earth is a sphere?
No, they didn't find any difference of level, except in the end extremity of the canal, in the Red Sea. In the Red Sea you can have some tides, but in the Suez Canal they did find nothing. It was perfect level. And there's this citation from this newspaper. Let me see. So I'm gonna give you let me see, transcribe. So that book is from Lesseps, The Isthmus of Suez Canal Questions. Okay, this book. So, but in the newspaper, you see this thing. In that newspaper, you see this.
What is this? Any allowance for curvature?
So that is from the government of Australia. That link of that newspaper article. Let me see if I found the complete one.
Oh, so he assumed that the Earth. He conducted the canal according to a flat Earth.
Yeah. So
that's funny.
At that time, people were questioning about if the world was a globe or a flat Earth. So yeah. But according to the engineers from the English side, that was impossible to construct that Suez Canal. Here is let me see, Suez Canal. This one. This is from a picture from above. You can see the entire canal, Suez Canal there. Now it has 120 miles.
Oh yeah, it kind of reminds me of the Nile, and that has a lot of 120 miles of flat. The engineer who did it based on a flat Earth.
Here is a time lapse, and in this time lapse you can see how perspective works.
Right.
All lines converge to a vantage point. Of course, the canal is not a triangle, but it appears like that when in this time lapse, because when you are at the beginning of that time lapse, but that's just perspective, because the sideways of this canal are parallel, so and you can see it's always flat. And when you see the sun between quotes rising, it's not rising, it's coming, forward. It's it is working with the perspective, and the sunsetting, not sunset, sun going away. It goes to the vantage point when you are watching the sun, so in the horizon. So that's how perspective works.
Yeah.
Of course, there's more things. I did from I was a little boy. I saw many sunsettings, not sunsettings, sun going away, but in the ocean, from the beach, I can say, that's it is very slow, the sun.
Well, in the same way, you could also say it like this, right? If you see the sun on the water, the best way I like to say it is I like to start with telling them that the sun does not collide with the water.
Exactly. It's a perspective.
It's optical thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and not only that, far away, you will see a reflex. The sun in the water is just a reflex, so the sun is not actually there. Far away. It's doing a reflex like a mirror.
Right, so, and also I think there's videos where you can see like clouds behind the sun. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yeah, I have seen that, but
that's an interesting. You know what would be interesting if you could see clouds behind the moon. I think that would be interesting. I've never seen that before though.
The moon, but you can see, at night, it's always when there's clouds, it's only illuminating that area, not you have the sky with clouds at night, and spreading in the horizon, and you only see this local area illuminated by the moon. So if the moon was far away, it should be illuminating all those clouds. Yeah. And there's this video. Let me see. Curvature. People talk about atmospheric lensing, of course, not atmosphere. Let me see.
Oh, there is a video. Oh, it's unavailable. There was. I just saw a video where there was clouds behind the moon, but I couldn't. The link got deleted. Yeah.
This one. So this is from a street. Let me see if it is available. Okay, so if you see, these guys are going in the car on the street, and they see a optical phenomenon, happening at the end of the street.
Okay, let's see.
The explanation, I don't know if when you see this the trees and they are making like a tunnel, I don't know if they interfere in what we see to make that happen, but the phenomenon is happening, There's
it's not angular. It's like angular. We see in angles,
Yeah. So, but that building at the end, it appears to be there, but when you reach at the end of this street, you can see it's far away. So when the sun is going away in the horizon, there's something going there too. So of course there's always there's always many things in the horizon now.
Right.
Weather conditions there, so it will interfere. But I have seen, some crepuscular rays, coming from the sun, and you can see the lines in the sky, But then at your backwards, it will converge because because that's how perspective works, It's an optical illusion. You see those, So that's how it happens. When you are always looking at the horizon, you have to account the perspective. But they don't like this idea, They never account perspective. They claim there's a curvature there.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the black swan. Actually, hold on. Was there someone who joined? I just thought I saw. Okay, wait. Never mind. Never mind. Continue. Sorry. Thought there was someone else. Okay. Yeah.
So this there's another Discord channel, Earth Awakens.
Oh yeah, that one's a fun one.
So like this was like let me see.
Have you guys in that channel with the other Discord? Do you guys know this guy named Write the Hand? Do you guys know what that is?
I just go there a few times, not all time, but I saw this guy Zanek 3.0. now is Zanek 4.0. He was posting something, and I went to look at that, and it was debunked.
I think Zanek secretly knows it's fly.
Yeah, so let me see. Zanek. So he was posting.
I don't know what's wrong. Well, honestly, I think he knows it's flat. He's just like doing this weird. He's like live action role playing, basically.
As you see, I'm gonna post the original. This is a print screen. You can see he did post there that he was posting this many times, in that chat. So that's the picture. So he was claiming that that mountain behind the Mount Rainier, it has an elevation of 14 how you say 1,000 feet. You see those.
The height of the mountain is.
So he was claiming that you cannot see you see that this mountain lower because of curvature. He's claiming, and this was he has his diagram, I think, and you see from let me see, high elevation, like 1,000 feet, 1,075 feet. Of course, when I went to do my research, when you see this is according to perspective, when you see from that eyesight, but when you are in the air and you see there's no curvature, that mountain is above this first mountain, Mount St. Helens. So yeah, by curvature. So he was putting that thing, and the top is.
Why aren't they tilted though? Why aren't the mountains tilted? I'm just kidding, by the way. It's a joke.
Yeah, but okay. I went to the live stream and I did debunk with this, and this is from. Let me see the link. So even there's this. You can see 3 mountains there. There's this shooting from an airplane. And that picture, let me see here. That picture, it's that photo. It's from this site. So it's not making up. But there's more, You can see those 2 mountains. The first one, St. Helens, and Mount Rainier at the background. And but there's more, So it was debunked, and he was saying nothing at that moment. And there was another guy and says, "Oh, that's because of perspective." And I said, "So there's no curvature; it's perspective." So and then Zanek did open. Oh, that's curvature. I mean. And then I said, so if that's curvature, so curvature is going up to bring that mountain. So yeah, But
I think Zanek knows he secretly knows it's flat.
At the top of his meme, he says, "Flat Earth died when this photo was taken." Oh, but it was not from the more high elevation. So they put this. It was putting this picture many times, claiming that there was a curvature. But I have this video. You can see 3 mountains there, so in the same horizontal plane, so. But they will always bring something to mocking or to fool us.
Have you seen the clips between QE and Zanuck?
No, I think I know. I didn't saw that.
It's hilarious. Here, wait. Let me see if I can find it. 1 sec.
Maybe we can play it.
Yeah. It's actually hilarious. Oh no, T clips. Okay, wait. Empty clips. Where is QE?
So they, when we present reality, they will bring another story.
Oh wait. Okay, here. Hey. Oh, it's kind of long. Never mind. Thought there was like a short one.
Like a half an hour.
Yeah, that's kind of long.
You can play it.
I have a 15-minute one here. Wait. Let me see if there's a playlist. Charades, numpty cliffs. Okay, here we go. Cockamamie, Grand Munchkin Clown Co Show. Oh man. Okay.
You can search Zanuck there.
Yeah. I'm trying to find it. I can't. Nah. I guess it's only. He has Kosho and Rumpus and what is it? Panda, Beach. But he doesn't have. Yeah, it doesn't have Zanuck. Well, he has Zanuck on a different. Yeah, he has Zanuck on a different video, but it's not a numpty clip. It's a different thing. So.
But if you have that link with Zanuck.
Oh yeah, I can post it here. Wait. Yeah, this is a fun one. There.
Zanuck.
Yeah, check that one out. That's a fun one.
It's
too long though.
60. It's just 60 minutes. So 16 minutes. Sorry, 16. So you can play it. I think I never saw that.
I don't have. So, I don't have like the bot or whatever.
I will play it. Okay, let's see it.
Where'd you get the gas pressure from in the first place, Sonic?
The force can cause air to compress, to have pressure, and this is observable in all other areas of the Earth. I don't know where you've been, but you can see it in a car, you can see it on an airplane.
Really? Show it. Show it.
Yes. You can actually
show it. I want to see gravity. Show us a picture of gravity.
Drop something. Drop an object.
That's not a picture of gravity.
Wow, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah, Zanuck, that's a video of
Picture.
Do you have scientific evidence of gravity?
You want a picture of gravity? Why do you want a picture of gravity? That's like
No, let's go with scientific evidence of gravity. Do you have that?
Yes.
You do. Nathan?
Yes. Yeah, okay.
Well,
we haven't done this in a while.
We ready?
Yeah,
1 second.
ready whenever you are. You're not sharing yet.
Yeah, we have a 1 kilogram mass. We drop it. It accelerates. 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, I don't really care about that. We're going with you said you had scientific evidence of gravity. All right? That's what you said.
Evidence of gravity.
Everyone heard it.
We have an observation.
I don't care. Hold on.
We have an observation, and through
I don't care. Hold on.
we prove.
Okay, now natural phenomena observed, please.
1 kilogram mass falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless of elevation or altitude.
That doesn't mean it's gravity.
What is it?
1 second. 1 kilogram of mass falls.
Hold on, let's gain control again. Look, this is a very. Everybody else, be quiet. This is a very segmented stage process. It's just one question at a time. So if our answer to natural phenomena being observed by Zanuck, 1 kilogram of mass falls at 9.8 meters per second. Correct, Zanuck?
Correct.
Thank you. Go ahead, John.
Kilogram of mass falls. Okay, we could just take this whole thing, no problem. That's your dependent variable. You understand that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And you're going back to the kindergarten scientific.
What's the independent variable? Okay. What's the cause of the 1 kilogram of mass falls at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Independent variable?
Yep.
Distance above the ground.
Distance above ground. So, distance above ground.
It's over.
Causes.
No, ground.
1 kilogram. No, it's not now. You just gave me the independent and dependent variable.
Hold on,
Sorry.
what's the muttering? I didn't hear what he said. What did you say, Zanuck? Please repeat yourself.
Words. Ground's not causing it. The distance will cause the different speeds. The distance
we've got
to
that.
the ground will cause the different speeds to be achieved. We're talking about something dropped and achieving an acceleration. And acceleration is the what? Change in velocity.
That's not
right.
Cause.
Second derivative of distance with respect to time. That's acceleration. We're trying to show that objects accelerate when dropped. That's the scientific phenomenon. That's the observation. We're looking at experimentation.
Distance above ground causes 1 kilogram of mass to fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. We got it.
The distance to the ground.
Yeah, he put distance. Distance is down there. We've got it. I promise, Zanuck. I know you can't see it because we're not live streaming at the moment, but I promise he's written it down exactly as you said it.
Height, distance can be an independent variable. Yes.
Oh, it can.
Hold on.
Sure.
Okay, sorry.
You go ahead, John. Sorry, I'm just stealing your thunder. Sorry.
No, that's okay. He said that height or distance can be an independent variable. Really? Remember, viable independent variables must satisfy 3 criterion. It's your presumed cause. Number 2, the researcher must be able to vary and manipulate it. And number 3, the independent variable must demonstrably exist before you use it in an experiment. All 3 criteria.
Zanuck, do you agree or disagree?
I wasn't done yet. I wasn't done yet. Be patient. All 3 criterion must be satisfied, not just one. Height, depth, width, length, distances, and time are not viable independent variables. Here's some examples. Number 1, the submarine was crushed at a depth of 10,000 feet. Did depth cause the sub to implode, or was it pressure? Number 2, the gentleman was so obese he measured 1 meter wide. Did width cause obesity, or was it laziness combined with excessive caloric intake? Over the course of the night, the sun suddenly appeared above the horizon. Did time cause the sun appear above the horizon? Does time cause the differences of scores between the first and third quarters? So you see how silly these are? Height is not an independent variable. This independent variable right here in your hypothesis,
John, we have to know if
non-sequitur.
What's going on?
None of them are
Anything?
height or anything actually.
What triggered that? What triggered that? Everyone be quiet. What's going on? He's nearly done. It's like 10 more seconds, right?
Yep. This is non sequitur on its face. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Zanik, just agree or disagree with what John has just said.
Well, I disagree.
You're the one to talk.
I've lowered your train wreck off the screen, Zanik, for the audience's benefit, which is really who I'm talking to here. With Zanik talking over me. But I've lowered it because distance doesn't cause things, and in your case, height was part of
exponentially with height.
He's just talking through every bloody word.
I can't hear you, Nathan.
Yeah, you probably can't hear you when he's talking.
He's just rumpusing the living crap out of me because I'm summarising the demolition of his assertion that the height is an independent variable. It isn't.
In this test, in this experiment, it is.
In this experiment. No, this is definitely not an experiment. It's a train wreck.
It's an experiment.
So why can't
I'll say it again.
Be an independent variable?
Dumbo.
Is it because it's not a physical? It's not a material. Again.
Yeah, height isn't incorrect. He's just.
But that is the reason, right?
More
because
importantly,
it's like an aspect.
More importantly, one second. More importantly, this was a proof of gravity. Where's gravity in here?
Oh God!
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that. So not I was going to say, but I didn't want to interrupt you. But yeah, so not gravity then.
Right. I don't think they can test the existence of the acceleration. I think they're wanting to know what the cause of it is, and if there's a scientific experiment that can show that gravity, like what we quote unquote call gravity, is the cause behind the acceleration. Not just
they want the cause to be gravity. But when we asked him for the cause, the cause that he gave
have the experiment be dropped,
was the distance above the ground. That's what he gave, and now he's rumpusing that train wreck being highlighted. His cause was not gravity. I
don't think that would work, Zanik, because both the argument of relative density and the argument of gravity would both produce an acceleration. So just saying there's an acceleration doesn't really narrow down the cause.
No, relative density gives an actual causal relation to the change.
No, relative density disequilibrium.
Yeah.
That's right.
Relative density wouldn't cause acceleration.
Relative density disequilibrium definitely causes acceleration.
What causes the force then? What causes the force? Why is there's something?
No, not what causes the force.
Relative density disequilibrium. That's what
causes the disequilibrium. See, when you say pick up a weight in your train wreck on screen right now, yeah, you're causing the disequilibrium. So when you say what causes the force, obviously you're dancing past what pushed it into disequilibrium in the first place. In this case, you picking the damn thing up.
You there? Can you hear me?
You lifted the object.
Yeah, there's your cause.
Oh, he doesn't have a mic.
There's your cause, sunshine. No science needed. You picked it up.
Nathan, that's only if you're gonna build like a
if that makes
chain
sense.
of
You're the one who
forces and
causes it to
everything.
increase in energy, but
Right?
then what causes it to decrease in energy again?
You letting it go?
No.
Look, that's hypothetical structuring. It's not.
Oh yeah, my bad. Distance. Yeah, Zanik. Yeah, distance caused that shit to happen.
As it's been let go, what continues to act on it to act on that accelerate to cause the acceleration? You let it go.
It's density. It's density relative to the medium. It's density relative to its. Oh, he's going to rumpus the crap out of it because it's the answer to his question. It's density relative to its medium.
That's a force. That's not a force.
Yeah.
No, it's not a force. That's right. Yeah, Fundy, welcome to Flat Earth. The lack of gravity is only in your future, my friend.
Gravity's not a force, even in your fairy tale.
Yeah.
It's about the differential between the densities. And the higher the differential, the higher the force that will manifest from that.
Let's take a look at that. You say gravity is a force? Well, it's not. Number one, it's not scientific, right?
Yes, it is. I said gravity causes a force. There is a
so
force.
It's not. Oh, now it causes. Remember, Zanuck, this was about a month ago, where you were challenged to bring a citation or evidence of that claim that gravity causes a force, and you couldn't do it. Now you're just bringing it right back up again. You're going to piss it back in our faces.
I gave you one and then talked to more physicists about it.
No, you didn't.
No, you didn't. Come on, Sally. Don't be a liar. Don't be that guy.
Hold on, I'll post it again.
You conceded it. We'll have to dig it out and edit it together. Come on, don't be that guy. Don't lie.
Letting go is not a force. Letting go of something is not a force.
Don't start weaseling around telling us what's not forces, right?
Right. Are we going to take a look at this, Nathan?
The train wreck.
Don't forget, temperature is a force.
Hold on, David. We're going to take a look at gravity is not a force.
Yeah,
that's a ridiculous argument.
I've got you back up, QE. You're back up on screen. I'll just tidy you up.
Hey, I appreciate that.
Find me one definition of temperature that includes the word force.
We're not on temperature, Emerald. We're on gravity is not a force.
Order. Right, go ahead, John.
So, as everyone has seen this before, we're going to go through this. I'm loving this. So, as everyone's seen this before for about, I don't know, I've had this citation for a long time. Let's go through them. We'll start off with George Musser. Einstein created his general theory of relativity, which provides our modern understanding of gravity, with the express purpose of expunging non-locality from physics. Isaac Newton's gravity acted at a distance as if by magic, and general relativity snapped the wand in two by showing that the curvature of space-time, and not an invisible force, gives rise to gravitational attraction. That's number one. From Caltech, Einstein came up with the theory of general relativity in 1915, the prototype of all modern gravitational theories. Its crucial ingredient now, involving a colossal intellectual jump, is the concept of gravitation not as a force, but as a manifestation of the curvature of spacetime. Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. Georgie friggin' Musser again, gravity is not a force, but you can think of it as a force. From Wiki, their alma mater. Gravity is most accurately described by the general theory of relativity proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity not as a force. Universe today and general relativity, gravity is not a force between masses. Strictly speaking, gravity not as a force. From phys.org, according to this theory, gravity is not a force. From New Scientist, so although the Earth appears to be pulled towards the sun by gravity, there is no such force. From Phys Libra Text, the answer is that gravitation is not a force between two objects. From the Hypertext Physics, gravity isn't a force. From Joylyn Bloomfield. From Cornell.
How they know how it's all not a force, but there seems to be very little description left as to what it actually is.
I wasn't
done yet. Causes a force. You've missed.
Yeah, we know it's not a force. Just like we know the Earth is not a ball, but
just a couple more.
Just a couple
more. Be patient.
Zanuck didn't claim that gravity was a force, so I don't.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
He said it.
So, some Joylyn Bloomfield, PhD physics from Cornell. So, to summarize, general relativity says that matter bends space-time, and the effect of that bending of space-time is to create a generalized kind of force that acts on objects. However, it isn't a force. Did you get this part? As such that acts on the object, but rather just the object following its geodesic path through space-time. And that little statement right here actually pummels Newtonian laws of motion. This one right here. If we want to get to that, we can get down to that.
Please, all we've established so far is that gravity is a pseudo thing. It is a sort of thing, and
I think
that
what
it's
he's
a
trying to
purely
say.
a thing that can only be found in the conceptual medium. I love this.
Yeah,
just
gravity
means
is not
nothing.
a force.
None
I
of
thought
the
that was
things
clear.
dispel any of the other things. It's all a bunch of stories.
It wasn't done yet. One more. From Wiki, their alma mater, the standard model of particle physics is the theory that describing 3 of the 4 known fundamental forces, the electromagnetic, weak, strong, and what's it say? Not including the gravitational force. Why doesn't it include it here in the universe? Why doesn't it include that here?
Not a force.
I'm done.
All right, that was cool. Let's see if there's anyone. Hello?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Bambi did say there's someone in who wants the Black Swan explained. Is there here? No.
What's his name?
I don't know, but Bambi did said.
Oh, I think Bambi was trying to get this guy. There was a guy named Envy. She was trying to get him in
here.
Yeah, and he actually joined, but the problem was he said he did not have a mic, so there's no point.
Okay.
It's really sus. Like, how do you not have a
mic on Discord?
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Feel like could be lying, man.
Even a headset has a mic.
Yeah. It's very sus. But there was two people that have VC. I mean, that I thought were new, but they're actually not new. So, yeah, there's no point. Let's just see if there's let me see if there's any Globers in the lobby. Oh, you make globe face. Oh, there is. There's in the lobby. There's a guy named Globy McGlobeface. Let's get him in.
Whoa.
Here, I'm gonna ask him to join. Can you join? VC. Join voice.
Yeah, MV is receiving all the information about the Black Swan in the lobby.
Yeah, it looks like he's just staying in the lobby for now, so I don't know.
Oh, maybe it's. Let me see.
Yeah, text doesn't feel real after a while. Like I think text is good if you're like new to, you're like starting out and you're like discovering all the arguments and everything. But like after a while, text just feels like you're talking to a bot. It's way better. It's VC is where it's at, man.
Some Globers they do some videos at YouTube, and then they will come here.
Yeah.
Just to try with us, what we have to say.
Oh, I just realized someone pinged me. He making Zodiac's convert. Batman.
Yeah, Globe McGlobeface.
Yeah, that's him.
He's talking about the zigzagging oil rig.
That's funny.
They forget, watching long distance. Even with the binoculars, I can see in hot days. You see the wing passing by, and not just wing, hot air, passing by, and it does that. But I can see my city there, so it's not over the curve.
Oh, you're talking about the Black Swan?
Yeah, he's talking about that oil rig that is doing that zigzagging.
Yeah, well,
let me see.
I think it's just funny because like whenever they mention light, all you have to do is mention the fact that the medium that the light is traveling through has to be not expanded into the vacuum. Like basically they need the atmosphere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because right, but here's the problem. If there's a vacuum next to the atmosphere, the gas will leave. The Earth will have no atmosphere. Right? So it all goes back to gas pressure. So yeah. So they can't even use refraction without addressing the gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. They can't even do that.
Yeah, so it's talking about that one you see.
Yeah.
At the left. But so even the horizon, it can how you say?
Yeah.
Warps, but it's still there, The oil rig is still there, and there can be some hot air there, but it's still there, not. So anyway.
Yeah, it's over. The Black Swan kills it so many ways because not only do you have that image, but you also have different distances on different days. So it's over, bro.
Yeah, this one. Let me see. So the Black Swan, the first one, it was 1 feet. 1 feet. This is 8 feet, so it was the second. Let me see. I'm gonna post the videos. This is the first Black Swan,
Bro, Globy McGlowface, he got put in detention.
The second one, let me see.
That's rough.
Repeated, yeah. This is this one. The second observation. That's the
Yeah, exactly. There's two different.
Repeated, yeah. So I don't. Let me see.
Oh, okay, now he's out of detention now, so maybe he'll join.
Yeah, in this the second one, that video, you can see hot air passing by from right to left. So it doesn't vanish the locations of those oil rigs and the horizon behind.
Yeah, it's pretty much doomed.
I think that one it's 8 feet. It's the different video.
Yeah.
Someone did. So, but it's still there, and the distance, it doesn't match with their claim.
It kind of sucks. You know what? You know why it sucks so much is because when I was growing up, I always watched Star Wars, and oh man, it just sucks because it would have been so cool if they didn't lie to us, but they just had to lie, so whatever. I feel like it would have been a really cool. Actually, to be honest with you, you could actually make a movie, a really interesting movie about discovering why they lied. Like you could probably tell a story that actually, honestly, that movie about discovering that they're lying to us about where we live, that actually might be even more interesting than Star Wars, now that I think about it. Because it's like every single institution, 99% of people, and yeah. You can
I can
about flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead.
I can watch, still watching Star Wars movies, but of course you have to, when that part traveling from ball planets to ball planets, you just forget that. I just stick, looking just the story, like for example the Star Wars Episode 1, it was after the first episode he was doing, but anyway, the Episode 1, you see these people living underwater, and they have gas pressure inside some containers, yeah.
Yep,
But yeah. So, but anyway, it's still a good movies, looking stories and things happening.
I'm still hoping that Globy McGlowface is gonna join the chat. Hopefully. Maybe he's the one. You never know. Maybe Globy McGlowface is gonna be the one to save us. I'm on the edge of my seat.
If he has a globe in his face, that's curious.
Yeah. At least Globy McGlowface. Well,
Is that McToon? This
I don't know. Probably someone's altered someone. Let's see what he said. He's typing right now. Let's see what he says in the lobby. Your flat Earth friend started it. Typical of. Oh my God, this guy is so stupid. Globy McGlobeface, can you? He's just distracting now. He's just diverting, dodging everything.
Yeah.
I think that's a funny name, though. At least.
Globe Muck. Globe Face.
Yeah. At least he's got some sense of humor.
He's just mocking. But as you said, no, there are various. It depends of the person, but some of them, they just log in just to mock with us. Some of them are interested in to know both sides, and there are there are others. There are others. They just came here to troll. Actually, there was a few guys, that they came here to troll. They were banned, and then they create another account. They go to the VC check-in, and they admitted, I was here trolling at that time, but then I was starting to thinking, and what you guys were saying, it has logic, and it match what we observe. So and then they came Globers, but they did start trolling, So
yeah, it takes time. It takes time to come to terms with it. But the funny thing is, if we were never taught, then I feel like it would be obvious. It would be so much more obvious if we were never taught that Earth was a sphere. It's like basically it's the most self-evident observation you could ever make. It's like the most obvious shit in the world when you go outside. When you go outside, it's like, yeah, I forget, it's like the most, oh my god, it's so obvious. Jesus. But it takes because we've been so lied to. But if we weren't lied to, like when we were in school, it would be the most obvious thing in the world. But yeah. It's just like Tupac said, changes.
Yeah, even they can show to us the whole Earth, but then you do not your normal life, not thinking, not questioning about it. You just do your normal life and so on. Go watch movies and TV series, and of course, when you hear about flat Earth and ice around, and it makes sense. Water is level. At school, you do calculations according to sea level, but you never think about it. But then, when the reality hits you, and you think, oh, they lie, and so this is the reality. So we don't live in that ball Earth in space. So yeah, why they lie? Of course, they don't want people to go to Antarctica and the North Pole. So they made this prison ball Earth. There's nothing to discover, yeah. But there is.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can get a person who disagrees with us in here, but unfortunately, there's not many left. Where'd all the liars go? I thought we had plenty of liars before. We just need to find one. We need some.
Where's Ruhif when you need him?
Yeah.
When when he comes here, he has had something in his pocket to try to debunk flat Earth, but then he's. I mean, let me see.
So I feel like even if I was a glober, I feel like I wouldn't. I don't know why he talked about those weights. Like I feel like if I was a glober, I would have said like well, I guess you can't. Never mind. I was trying to think maybe there's a better way of saying it, but then I'm like, oh wait, no, that wouldn't work either. Never mind. Oh, globe face or Globey McGlobeface, you there?
Well,
on server mute him. You have to unserver mute him.
He's on server muted.
Oh, I think did he go into VC check? Oh, because it's because he doesn't have VC verified. That's why.
Oh, Globey McGlobeface, go to check-in room.
Yeah, go to VC check-in 1. Or see if you can well, I guess you can because they don't want you to do that. I was gonna say you could probably try or server mute and unserver mute. Yeah, there you go.
Globey McGlobeface, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Good guy, Mike Globey.
He sure does.
Yeah, I got a mic.
Welcome to the server, man. So do you believe? Do you believe the Earth is a sphere?
No, not at all. Yes, I don't have to believe it.
Are you 100%? What would you? Are you 100% confident though?
Absolutely.
Okay. And you also believe it's rotating, right? Like it's moving?
Sure. Absolutely.
Okay. Do you remember a point do you have a specific memory in your life where you saw the Earth either rotating or did you ever see it as a sphere?
I'm sorry, what's it? You just asked me if I've seen it rotate?
Like do you remember a point in your life where you saw something or experienced something and that experience confirmed to you that it was a sphere?
Now that you're looking for things, sure, yeah. If you just walk outside on your back porch and like look at this, look, no, you wouldn't necessarily know. But if you're trying to think about it and actually discover the shape of the planet you live on, yes, you can do that easily.
Okay. Yeah. Are there any? Do you know if there's any measurements, like specifically like direct measurements or anything?
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Where was the measurement taken?
There's one here that was done at McDonald Observatory.
Okay. And that one, is it over land or water?
It's over land.
Okay. What was the distance? Or I'm sorry, not the distance. What was the expected rate of curvature, the drop rate?
It wasn't measuring what you would expect to see. It was a measurement to find out if there's any curvature or not.
Can you explain it?
Sure. Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
No.
Okay.
Do you know what reciprocal zenith angles are?
No, I don't. What was that?
Go for it. Enlighten us.
Okay. Do you know what a zenith is?
Yeah.
Me, I don't actually. Go ahead. What is it?
The zenith is essentially a measurement directly over your head, 90 degrees. So it would be like plumb to the earth.
Okay.
Right. So it's hard to explain without showing you guys, but if you picture two people a certain distance away from each other, both set up with theodolites. Do you know what theodolites are?
Yep. How far? What's the distance you're using with these theodolites?
This one was 1,200 meters, I believe. I got to look it up.
1,200 meters? Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So what they do is you have two locations set up with theodolites that are plumb to the earth. They take their zenith is directly 90 over their head. Then they observe each other through the theodolites, which are a measuring device to measure angles from eye level.
Over 1,200 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
what's your curvature over 1,200 meters?
well, it wasn't measuring curvature per se. It was measuring angles away from each other. So if those two observers were angled away from each other, that was taking measurements of how much that angle was.
Okay, and how much was the angle, and what can you relate it into a measurement instead of an angle?
17 arc minutes.
17 arc minutes. Yep. And height, that relates to height of?
That relates to the two observers being angled away from each other by 17 arc minutes.
17 arc seconds, you mean, don't you?
Arc seconds, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, not arc minutes.
Okay,
so they're standing on the earth, they're angled away from each other. Is that what you're saying? By 17 arc seconds?
17 arc seconds, yes.
All right, what's the error?
Theodolites are
Don't say there's no.
It's 0.3 arc second margin of error, I believe, for theodolites.
Over what distance?
2 miles, I believe it is. 3 miles.
3 miles for a theodolite. 3.5 kilometres, my surveyor says. That's the max he can do.
Okay. That's fantastic. So you agree it's a very small margin of error?
Well, he said you can't measure drop. He said you measure angles, yeah? This is in actual...
That's what they actually measured here is the angle, yes.
These theodolites are actually supposed to do is measuring angles, yeah.
Yeah, right. That's why I said they measured an angle.
Yep. So they measure the distance. They measure the angle that they're away from each other.
Correct.
Okay.
So even though both theodolites are 90 degrees plumb to the Earth, they are actually angled away from each other by a certain degree.
Okay, and that's auto leveled or manual leveled, or how's that?
Auto leveled.
Auto leveled.
Yeah, theodolites auto leveled. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I guess there are manual ones, I guess, but
it's auto leveled, and then you got to correct it with a manualing level. So, and the only way to do that is to have a look at your actual target, and then set up a target in the middle, and then you got to get your level for that. So,
right, yeah. This whole
did they go through the all the steps of setting up the theodolite?
No, they probably skipped a whole bunch of steps.
Okay, so
wait. Can you wait? Before we go further, can you post that measurement in the chat? I actually do want to see it. Do you have the link to that measurement? I just want to.
We don't even need to hear anymore. He's already said that it's null and void. There was an error in the setup.
Dude, I was being sarcastic. If you couldn't hear the sarcasm, it was slightly sarcastic. Sorry.
What were
It's a 43-page observation.
Oh my God.
So you can read all about how they set up everything and how they tested everything. to summarize it, they tested 6 locations. 6 locations back to a centralized observation point. Here's the mileage. So
Is it in the chat? Did you post it in the
57
chat?
miles. It ranged from 20 miles to 57 miles, all the observations.
With a theodolite.
They did that with a theodolite. What power
Then I go that
telescope
far.
does it have on it? What power scope does it have on it?
I'll link you to all the details. You can.
All right.
I
want to see that far. 50 miles. That's ridiculous. I don't buy it.
Yeah, I agree with Godrock, and I've used them. My surveyor said 3.5 kilometers, and he'll end up with a 7 mil error.
I've used them for years in my career, so never for any length. Quarter miles as far as I've ever used them for. Because that's what they're made for. They're not.
I use them over 5. I use them 500 meters, and then I'll set up again.
Yeah. If you're going to go any more than that, you do have to reset. You have to go point to point. Yep, that's what you have to do.
Can you use them to measure the ground?
Measure what?
No,
what
they
do you
just
mean?
measure angles.
Oh, they don't.
You can measure grade. You can measure grade elevations, or you can, if you're lining the theodolite up over the top of a square head, that's what they put in the ground for a property line or for a grade elevation for a foundation or a footing. You set it up over the square head, and then there's a plumb bob that comes right off the center of the theodolite, and it goes down. It has to be centered right on that nail, a finish nail, directly above that finish nail on that square head. And then the theodolite has to be leveled. You got to spin it 360 degrees and make sure that bubble stays in the center at all times, perfectly leveled. Then you can shoot it out in 90 degrees or straight off of that nail head. You can turn it left, right, make a 90-degree turn, and then you can aim the theodolite down. You can actually aim it at another square head in the dirt, and then you can have them make a mark on it with your pencil. You can lay lots out and footings and foundation walls very, very accurately if you know how to do it. But you got to be real accurate.
And let me ask you this: so, what was the so when he said they're angled away? Do you think so? If the Earth were, what would the counter theory be like? Okay, if let's say he found them not angled away.
Say they're not leveling them properly. They're getting an error of those arc minutes that he's talking about. That
sounds like a presupposition. I'm sorry, that sounds like a presupposition. You're assuming it has an error before you've looked at the data.
Well, he just asked what could be.
Check it out. If you're not there and seeing it with your own two eyes, there's no way you can say that theodolite was leveled properly and that it was shooting an accurate angle down. There's no way unless you're there and actually witness the leveling of the device. Because that guy, you have no idea how good he is at it, how many times he's done it, whether he even knows how. So if you're not there to see it, it's not valid.
Did you witness the Black Swan picture of the oil rigs? Did you witness FE Core's laser tests over the lakes? Did you witness all those? But I bet you guys have referenced those before.
It's all documented in videos, but yeah, it's all documented in the videos.
They were repeated. They were repeated. So how many times do you want them to repeat them?
Theodolite measurements haven't been repeated. So I'm just trying to get at, and I think you understand that you've blatantly accepted some evidence while denying other evidence. Okay.
I think I get what he's saying. I think what he's saying is. Sorry, go ahead.
Just say you accept there being a globe because he saw it on TV and at school and TV documentaries.
No,
yeah, that's just like a non-point. But thank you for chiming in.
Yeah.
Okay, wait.
I can't post it in the chat, by the way. I don't have access.
You don't have the... Okay. Let me see if I can give him... Can someone give him the link?
Yeah, hey, the guy who's complaining about the black swans, if you want, you can go out to the beach and check it out for yourself. It's a little bit different than you guys who are dragging mountains, theodolites into the mountains and then bullshitting about it.
Yeah,
See
exactly.
the difference?
Why would you want
The difference, pal? So if you want to bellyache any further, listen. All I could do is drag the theodolite up into the mountain like you do, bullshit about it, and come here and be an asshole. Well, I can also go to the beach. Which one's different? Do you see the difference?
Yeah, the beach isn't a measurement, so thank you.
No shit. But the distance markers from the beach are, Einstein. Okay. Can you explain the black swan? Hey, listen, if you're so pissed about it, can you explain it? Why are you being such
an asshole? Is there a reason you're being such an asshole right now?
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, I'd rather be an asshole than whole ass. So, you guys who are complaining about the black swan, would you like to explain it to the class?
Yeah, sure. You want to cherry pick one day when there's a
it's not a cherry pick, Einstein. I said go to the beach yourself. If you've ever been to the beach, you'll find it's not cherry picked.
It is, because I can show you pictures of the black swan. I can show you video of the black swan observation where it's not distorted. Do you want to see that?
No DR. I've made my own observations. Did I cherry pick those?
Yeah, you probably did, because you.
Oh, really? Well, now we see how desperate you are. Listen,
I'm not desperate. You're the one coming in here throwing insults around. Or you've already lost.
Excuse-moi. You're the one. Listen, pal. You're the one acting like all play and honest. You're setting. You guys are running a road game.
So you are the one.
Hey guys, the Earth's flat. You know why the Earth's flat? Because I saw some wavy, distorted oil rigs in the distance once.
Oh, really? Well, guess what, pal? The point of those observations is the horizon behind it, Einstein. So you don't understand it. So stop bellyaching about it.
Listen, Copernicus, light bends through the air, doesn't it? So did you measure the refraction that day?
Oh, the terrestrial refraction, which uses the R in the first place. You have to assume the globe exists in the first place to start begging.
Are you denying that refraction exists?
Oh, you mean refraction? And you stay in the fog, you can't see a hand in front of your face.
Are you denying refraction exists?
Hey,
are you denying it exists?
You're talking about terrestrial refraction. You're not talking about disturbance in the air.
Are you denying it exists?
He's exactly right.
You're talking about terrestrial refraction. Do you think that's the same thing?
Why can't you answer the question? It's a very simple question. Do you deny it exists?
I told you, yes. I've been outside. Have you? Do you realize there's a difference between terrestrial refraction and refraction? Yes or no?
You deny refraction. You just denied refraction exists.
No, I don't. Do you acknowledge
refraction? The globe face. Define it. Define refraction.
And terrestrial refraction. Define them both.
I'm not going to define anything for someone who denied refraction.
Listen to the smart asses. Now they make excuses. You little punks. If you guys don't like the black swan, go out and make your own observations.
Yeah, and it's funny because he also said, on different days we see the black swan in a different position. So where's your geometric horizon?
I'm not claiming that as evidence of the globe or flat Earth. You are. You're cherry picking something with distorted.
No, dude, you don't know what listen. You don't even know what cherry picking means. You don't know what
you're denying again that all refraction exists.
Listen, you're talking. Hey, Einstein, listen. You're talking about a specific type of refraction.
It's so weird that you can't answer a yes or no question.
You
know why you can't answer it? Because the answer is you do believe refraction exists. And then my next question is going to be, well, what was the refraction?
If you listen to me, I know that disturbance exists in the air. It doesn't allow you to see forever. It doesn't allow you to see around a curve.
And you didn't see forever. You saw a little bit further in the black swan picture, did you?
So was it forever? A little bit further. It's
was it forever?
Hey, Zodiac, do you?
Was it forever?
Who's talking?
Was it forever?
One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Okay, let me ask, and I'll shut up because your arrogance has got me just. I pity you guys.
You came in arrogant.
Listen, punk. Are you telling me everything you see in the distance is optical illusion? Is that the delusion that you're going to dig in on?
I'll tell you what I did do, and you can see it on my.
Is everything you see in the distance an optical illusion?
An optical illusion? No.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth. You see it because it's there. You guys think chanting refraction means something. It doesn't.
Why didn't you calculate the refraction of the black swan
What refraction? Picture? Are you talking about terrestrial refraction?
Oh, so refraction doesn't exist. Okay.
You got listen,
what
pal.
do you want?
Yes, terrestrial refraction. Yes.
Okay, well, that
706R.
You need R for that. So where's the
that
measurement of
assumes
R?
there's a globe in the first place.
All I'm
Yeah, but
asking
even
is
if they
why
do,
you ignored the refraction. That's all I'm asking is why you
We're not
ignored
talking
the
about
do add
refraction.
it in. It
Hey,
takes it to,
Globy. I posted a picture of your terrestrial refraction. Okay, is that what you're talking about? So it's all wavy in front of you. Does that make the ball appear and disappear?
I don't know what you posted, but
I'm going to post it again right now. That's exactly what you're talking about. That doesn't make a ball appear and disappear.
It means there's distortion going on, and you haven't accounted for that in your observation.
Distortion of what?
How am I going to account for it from here to there? Every 5 feet?
I'm not saying you can. It's very hard to do.
Well, you need
It's very hard to do over long distances.
Hold on.
Hey, asshole.
Hold on. Distortion of what?
You've lost so hard already, dude. It's so funny.
Distortion of what?
Noted.
You're so angry. I love it.
Distortion of what?
If you look at the black swan pictures, they look like you're. It looks like you're looking through a funhouse mirror. If you look at the black swan
what
pictures.
specifically is distorted in those pictures?
Everything, the horizon, the black
everything
swan,
is as specific as you can get. So try again. What specifically is distorted in those pictures?
the oil rigs for one.
The oil rigs aren't part of the argument. The oil rigs aren't part of the argument other than to be demarcated.
Part of the argument. Well, you want to ignore the evidence of the
just said it wasn't an optical illusion.
That's their.
You're literally taking pictures of the oil rigs. Don't tell me they're not part of the observation.
Quiet. The oil rigs aren't the argument. What specifically are you saying is distorted?
I'm saying that the distorted oil rigs prove there's heavy distortion going on in the picture, and you can't even argue.
Okay, so what specifically is distorted?
Things aren't an optical illusion. Now they are.
Hold on. If an oil rig is distorted, that doesn't matter because that's not part of our argument, right? You're saying there's something else in the picture that's been distorted. What?
You guys, I love how.
What is being distorted in that picture?
I've already told you 4 times.
Yeah, but every answer you gave us had nothing to do with the actual argument. So, want to try again?
Rigs being seen too far away?
No, it's got nothing to do with the rigs being seen too far away.
100% does, and now you're lying.
No, it doesn't. You don't understand.
It's about the oil rig. It's about too much of the oil.
You don't understand what you're arguing with. You need to go learn the argument and try this again because you don't even know what you're supposed to be addressing.
9.6 miles away, and the claim is that's too far to see from the shore?
No.
It's the horizon, goofy.
Yeah, you don't even know what you're arguing
just
with.
the horizon now. You guys are ignoring the oil rigs now.
What a moron.
Yes, we are ignoring them, retard. They're marker points for distance.
Yeah, they're marker points. The oil rig is 9.6 miles, and it should be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, right? This is what you guys always say.
No, that's not the argument. That's not the argument. You don't know what you're arguing with. It's the distance of the horizon itself.
How do you know the distance of the horizon without the marker of the oil rig?
That's how you know it. It's not about the oil rigs being blocked per se. It's about where the horizon itself appears. We can see, given the demarcator of the 9.4 mile oil rig, right? It's further than 9.4 miles, which makes it much further than 1.2, which means that it's not the geometric horizon that you're arguing for. So my question is, what specifically is being distorted? Is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon?
So you need the oil rigs as part of
as demarcators. So what specifically is being distorted? Is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon?
Oil rigs. Have you ever seen those pictures when
what specifically is being distorted? If it's not a 1.2 mile geometric horizon, then nothing you have to say matters.
Yes, it does, because light bends.
Then is it a 1.2 mile geometric horizon that's being
You're ignoring a variable in the observation.
You're ignoring the point of the entire argument. Which is the 1.2 mile geometric horizon that must be there in that image if the Earth is a globe.
Why?
Are you saying it is, but it's distorted?
Why?
I've seen boats hover over the ocean. Is that exactly what you
mean? Concave?
No, are they?
Have you seen Fata Morgana? Have you seen boats float?
That has absolutely nothing to do with what I'm asking you.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
yes, it does.
Float on the road too. So shut up.
Even on a flat Earth, according to you, if it was a flat Earth, that boat should not be floating.
Shut up, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about. Fata Morgana occurs in relation to the horizon. It's not something that happens to the horizon itself. And what you just responded with had nothing to do with what I asked you, which was, is there a distorted geometric 1.2 mile horizon in that picture?
That does.
Okay, this guy's a total idiot. You guys have fun. I got something else to do.
Global, you've debunked the globe twice already. Is the horizon geometric or is it not geometric? Just answer the question. Simple question.
All we've discovered is that you ignore refraction in the observation. That's what we've discovered.
Is the horizon geometric or is it not geometric?
Of course, there's a geometric horizon.
Okay, so it should always be at 1.2 miles, correct?
It's also affected by refraction like everything else we see.
Okay, cool. All right.
So everything is at 1.2 miles. What day is that?
Again, you guys ignoring refraction is very disingenuous.
Bobby, shut the
What
fuck up.
day is it?
I won't shut the fuck up because you tell me to shut the fuck up.
Okay, I'll just kick you out then. But you know what you need to do is you need to listen and then respond, and then we'll listen and then respond. But why? If you can, what's the measurement of refraction? What should it be then? Tell us that. What should it be? What should you?
Why would you do an observation then ignore a variable? That's what I want to know.
Just answer my question.
I'm answering your question. I don't know what
refraction. Claiming refraction. What should it be?
I don't know over that distance. I answered your question.
Oh my God. You don't know what it is.
You're arguing for something you don't even know.
Yeah, so is that why you told us it is an optical illusion and it isn't an optical illusion?
No, you would use Snell's law for refraction.
So Snell's law now. You're needing a terrestrial refraction, not Snell's law.
Is over 10 miles, it's very hard to figure out what the exact refraction is going to be.
You're an imbecile. Nice try.
We don't even have temperature readings that day, do we? Do you have temperature readings?
Snell's law. You just claimed Snell's law. What's the two mediums it's going through? What's the two mediums? What's the two mediums?
I already told you over 10 miles is going to be very difficult. It's going to change mediums several times.
You're a fucking idiot.
Snell's law. What's the two mediums?
From one medium to another medium.
Yep. What are the two mediums?
Denser and less dense air.
So air.
Colder and warmer air. Denser and less dense air.
Air and how much? And how much?
You're laughing. What about what I said is wrong? Without laughing, what I said was
we
wrong.
don't have temperature readings from that day. Now you're telling us what the temperature was?
No, I said there aren't temperature readings that day. So how would we know what the refraction was that day?
I was at the beach about an hour ago. It's pretty warm out, and I saw black swans everywhere around me. There wasn't a 1.2.
That's your scientific analysis.
I'm about 6 foot tall. There wasn't a 3.2 mile geometric horizon in sight. Get out more, pal.
Was it about 80 degrees then?
Congratulations. You took temperature readings over that distance?
Get out more. Hey, Globy, have you ever been out of the basement?
This is so ridiculous that you guys won't admit that you should include variables in your observations.
It doesn't make
variables, and you're debunking the globe. Hold on, fellas. Hold on a second. He's giving us the game. If you're saying there's variables and you can't measure the horizon ever, then you've also just gone ahead and debunked the globe. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's our argument.
I love how you jumped to that conclusion. That's great.
No, that's true. Argument. You're making our argument for us.
No, because I don't.
Our argument is there's a source in the horizon is not a measurable place. Of course.
I don't make claims. I don't make claims that watching things over the horizon are proof of anything. So
we aren't either. We are not making that claim. That's the globe's claim. That is the globe claim. The globe says that the geometric horizon is blocking boats and buildings. That's your claim.
Yeah. Check this out, dude. That is your claim. That is your claim. So we don't actually need measurements of temperature or any of the stuff that you're asking for. What you need is a measurement of the geometric horizon, which you say is in that picture but refracted. That's what you need. So where's that?
That's weird. I haven't talked to you guys before, so I don't know why you're putting words in my mouth.
The claims are made for you. Listen.
Look, you don't know your claim, but you're welcome for helping you with that.
I don't know my claim. Okay, I'll tell you what my claim is. Let's talk about my claim.
You don't know it because I just gave it to you and you didn't recognize it.
No, I'll make a claim right now, and then you guys can talk about it.
Globy McGlobeface, listen. As a blind believing globe zealot, you don't get to make the claims. The claims were made before you were born.
Shucks. Okay.
So put it in context, genius. You can't come in here and say, I haven't made a claim. Well, what are you doing? Creating your own Earth?
I've made claims. You're putting words in my mouth, though. That's
We're talking about the 3959. You don't get to, as a globe believer, that's your claim.
That's weird. I measured 3959.
Oh, well, you dug to the center of the Earth?
We can talk about that as well, but you don't want to hear
that. Are you Jules Verne?
No, actually, a flat earther did it on TikTok.
Now you're going to quote. Now you're going to quote Netflix damage control.
He's not a flat earther anymore because of it. He gathered 10. He gathered 10 people. He gathered 10 people, flat earthers, mostly flat earthers, because he was a flat earther.
Globy. Your little fucking spiel is a bunch of bullshit.
Okay, thank you for your.
You're
your
welcome.
Thank you for your ad hominem.
Now keep it real.
I am keeping it real. I'm trying to explain to you an experiment that was done.
I'm insulting you.
And there's actual proof of this experiment being done.
Oh, really? You dug to the center of the Earth, huh?
Why do you have to dig to the center of the Earth to figure that out? Oh,
was it an
simple minds.
You measured the radius.
I forgot. Little simple pea brains can't figure out that you don't need to dig.
Oh, the cope is real, isn't it?
What's the experiment?
It was.
You said there was an experiment.
Yep. 8 people took simultaneous measurements of the sun angles. It was a recreation of Aristophanes' experiment, except with multiple people at the same time.
Moron.
Excuse me? Excuse me? What'd you say?
They had parallel sun rays, is what you're saying?
No, it wasn't parallel sun. I was measuring the sun, measuring the shadow length.
Hey,
he doesn't even understand it.
Excuse me?
He doesn't even understand it.
Hey, Globy McGloby.
Observed phenomenon.
Genius. Eratosthenes assumes sphere.
Doesn't matter if the sun rays are parallel.
Hey, Eratosthenes also assumes sphere Earth. Did you know that, genius?
I did know that, genius. And guess what?
You know what happens when you assume, genius?
Guess what? You don't need to assume because the measurements we took.
They did assume.
The measurements we took, we applied it to a flat Earth as well.
Dude, you're a goofball.
What flat Earth?
Yeah, it was part of it. What?
So what flat Earth?
You can take the measurements that you get and assume a flat Earth, and then triangulate back to where the sun should be using those measurements.
The sun?
In the sky? What do you mean? Where's the sun?
How far away is it?
Say triangles.
Well, that's what you're calculating. You take the length of the shadow, you take the distance between the observers, and you can triangulate using right triangles where the sun should be.
No, you say right triangles. 90 degrees.
Hold on,
guys. That is 90 degrees. One of the observers is under the subsolar point at the time of the observation.
No, I don't doubt it. That's a flat Earth.
Yeah, so one of the observers is underneath the sun directly, under the subsolar point. That is a requirement of the observation. So you have a 90-degree right triangle.
Yeah, but
and then guess what happened when we measured all the angles? That we got different heights for the sun at different locations on the Earth at the same time.
Yeah, that's because you can't. That's because you can't triangulate celestial bodies. That's why everybody knows that in celestial.
Why are they magic? Why are they magic?
Like I said, nobody triangulates the position of celestial bodies. That's ridiculous.
Why not? Why wouldn't it work on a flat Earth? If the sun is right there, it should work.
It just doesn't work, period.
Okay, just no. Okay.
There's no method. No. When we're
there would be a method. The sun is right there. The moon is right
navigation, when we're using celestial navigation, using a horizontal baseline, there is no triangulating for any celestial body. No, that doesn't happen.
There's no triangulation in celestial navigation, but I'm not talking about celestial navigation.
Yeah, but I'm talking about trying to use a singular point from a celestial body. You can't do that. Nobody does that. You're just making an argument that you can't do that. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. Duh.
No, I'm making an argument that we did that, and the sun is not where it's supposed to be on a flat Earth.
Because you can't triangulate the position of a fucking celestial body.
Why?
Moron.
Why? Don't call me a moron and explain why, because you can't explain why.
There's no explanation for why. You just can't.
There has to be an explanation. So you just don't know what you're talking about and just saying no. Thank you.
Why? Give me an explanation for no, I
You
don't.
just came in here claiming that you can't do it. So you must know why you can't. Otherwise, you're just repeating something you think you've heard.
Who claims that they can? We have one Earth. On this Earth, nobody can triangulate the position of any celestial body. That's the end
Anybody
of.
else have a point? Okay, so if we have a sun and we have angles to that sun, we should be able to triangulate directly back to it.
Except we can't.
Why? It's just trigonometry. Why? What's wrong about the trigonometry?
Because you can't use trigonometry using the celestial bodies. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Okay, that's what we call a nuh-uh.
No, that's not a nuh-uh. That's just not what anybody does using the celestial bodies.
If you can't tell me why, then that's a nuh-uh. You have no reason to know.
Not a nuh-uh. You're saying that we try to triangulate and we don't.
I'm not nuh-uh. I'm telling you, if we have an angle.
If
we have a
that was
measured
possibility, we would be doing it or utilizing.
You would need to know the height to the celestial body in order to triangulate.
That's not true. That's what we're calculating for. We have an angle to it, and we have a distance to it along the surface.
It's not a nuh-uh. That's a ridiculous claim.
So what about the tangent? What about the tangent?
On me using the words that I use? What fallacy?
What about the tangent of the angle to the sun?
Fallacy? Is that a nuh-uh fallacy or something? Like what ridiculous shit is that?
Sure. If you have an angle and a distance, why can't you calculate the other way?
Not just a reiteration of what you've already said. You said that I'm just saying nuh-uh. Like what am I committing a fallacy? What fallacy am I committing and what form is it?
You're repeating something without verification. You have no idea what you're talking about.
No, I'm not. You're saying that why can't we triangulate? I'm like, we just don't.
Okay, celestial navigation is talking about triangulating your location.
Yeah,
that's not what we're doing. That's not what we're talking about. So you're not even talking about the same thing as I'm talking about.
Yeah, I am. I'm telling you that you cannot triangulate the position of any celestial body. That is just a point blank, straight up fact. You're asking me why. Why the fuck do I have to tell you that? Why don't X Y? I don't fucking know. Are you serious?
Because you're making that up. The thing we did was exactly
not making that up. Yo, please come in here tomorrow when I'm actually not, traveling. It was good to see you in here, bro. I would love to have a conversation with you for reals, but you guys can continue.
Well, I would too, but you got to come back with reasons for your things you're saying.
Go ahead and bring a citation about how you can triangulate celestial bodies.
Sure, it's called trigonometry. That's the citation.
Well, isn't there a problem with the medium being unknown? Like the medium that the sun is within, that's unknown, right?
I mean, it's not. It's you guys claim it's in the air, in the atmosphere of Earth, or outside in the water. Beyond
I mean, we don't claim a distance. We don't claim a distance. You guys do.
I didn't give a distance. The point of this observation was to measure
genius. The sun's the sun. You're the one that's convinced it's a 93 million mile distant star.
I don't have to be convinced. I measured it.
How did you measure 93? Okay, post the measurement in the chat. Post the measurement in the chat. Oh, he doesn't have links.
To the sun, kid.
I love the way you said it's ridiculous. You know why you say it's ridiculous? Because you all think I have to touch it to measure it.
Well, they just changed the distance again. So which distance did you get? The one they just changed it to, or the old one?
When did they change it again?
Aren't you the expert? Aren't you the one measuring it?
Yeah. That's why I want you to embarrass yourself and tell me when they changed it.
So which one did you get? The one they changed it to, or the old one?
Like yesterday? No, actually, I was.
What are you, a valley girl?
I was actually off a little bit. I calculated.
So you don't know.
I calculated 100. I measured it myself. Would you like to concede
that you don't know?
I love how you won't let me talk because you know you're going to be embarrassed.
You said you measured it and you were wrong. Yeah. So would you like to concede that you were wrong? Oh, so you're just going to lie. Go on.
He didn't.
It's not that I was wrong. I was a margin of error. How does that make me wrong? I measured up.
He didn't say he measured it. He said he calculated it based on an assumption that he lives in a spinning space ball in the back.
No assumptions made. No assumptions made. Level.
So good to see you, Globy.
Yeah, welcome to the Nuh-uh Club level.
Hey. I tell you what, if you can tell me what a rocket pushes off of in the vacuum of outer space, I would love to hear that, please.
Can I finish my sun observations discussion first?
And then if you could come back to what a rocket pushes off.
Absolutely. Don't let me forget.
I'll love it, man. I'll love
Remind
it.
me. Don't let me forget. Remind me.
And maybe you could explain moon golf later on. I didn't know you were that delusional.
Sure. No, so the measurements to the sun, were actually
you were wrong.
Partially
you were wrong.
actual measurements.
So you don't. Okay. Here, DM me the link to the measurement of the sun. I'll post it in the chat for you. I've
never heard anything so ridiculous. DM me the measurement of the
He's
sun.
got link embed roles, so he can do it himself.
He has it now. He has the role.
Hey, all of you good stationary flat Earth people, welcome to TikTok Glober. Welcome.
It says I don't have permission to view the message history of live stream, but wait here.
Give him VC verify. Give him VC verify.
No, that's his problem. His attention span is about 4.2 seconds.
Okay, you can post it now. Try now.
You're so sad. You're such a sad individual.
Try now.
It's adorable listening to you lose your shit, though.
You are projecting yourself. Shut up, moron.
You guys are fucking so tricky.
Hey, listen, one of us called the other.
This is the guy that I banned twice today. He calls us triggered all the time.
Mr. Globy McGlobeface, 42-year-old calls himself Globy, is the number one fourth grade debater on TikTok. I've had the privilege of going one-on-one with him twice, December and then a few weeks ago, and he literally debates at the fourth grade level, and I can't go that low. I can't go fourth grade, because after I got done with Globy on a Saturday, 9 days later, I got to go 2 hours and 15 minutes with Professor Rob Parks, PhD astronomy, Georgia Tech, Georgia State University. And you know what? It is so much more enjoyable to debate a PhD astronomer, Rob Parks, and talk to him than it is to talk to any TikTok Glober. When you talk to a TikTok Glober, you are literally talking to a fourth grader, and you just will get a fourth grader in here, or Google, or Wikipedia to talk to, because talking to TikTok Globers is talking to a fourth grader or to Wikipedia or Google. I promise.
Well, I had no idea he had scraped himself off the bottom of the barrel. I guess that makes a little more sense. Would you like to try and explain the whole black swan observation again? Because
I still want to know how he measured the sun.
Yeah, we're waiting for the sun and the link.
Yeah, you can post the link. Post the link in the chat if you can still hear us.
What is going on here?
I can't.
Gave him permission.
Really?
Yes,
Okay. Just DM it to you. DM it to me.
Yes, he can.
Yeah, you should be able to now. We gave you the roles. We gave you roles.
I got it.
And I also want him to make the measurements to Jupiter, the measurements to Saturn, the measurements to Mars. I want all those measurements.
One at a time.
I don't care about that right now. I want this distance to the sun.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened,
Maybe he used a theodolite.
Did TikTok not update you on the changed distance of the sun?
Wait, just post it. Where is it? Come on.
I'm waiting.
Are you able to see live stream voice text now?
Yeah, he can.
Bobby, you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, yeah. Just paste it in there. Just paste it in there.
All right, what do you think? I have it copied in my brain? I gotta go get it.
Okay, yeah. Take your time.
He just did that. Didn't he? He should have all the measurements, all the stats, everything like he claims that we need to have for a photograph.
All the stats?
You wanted the... Oh, wait, here we go.
Refraction for the day, he did it and everything.
I will give Globy this. He's the first TikTok Glober since I joined back here with 24/7 Flat Earth that has actually come over from TikTok. So he's the first one, so you got to give him kudos for that.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you guys over here were any different from the TikTok flat earthers, because those level, literally he said no to everything I showed him.
Oh my God.
Including that geodetic surveying.
It's so hilarious, man.
Oh, wow.
You guys You
reciprocal
guys,
zenith angles.
you guys assume everything. You Globy, you guys start from assumptions and work backward. That's what you guys do. You pre-assume
here we go, level.
everything.
He says he's okay with that.
Globy, it's okay.
I got to deal with level on TikTok.
Globy, it's okay, Globy. It's okay.
Yo, here's the deal.
At least some of the guys in here are interested in talking, unlike you, level.
You didn't even make a positive claim for me to go nuh-uh to. I asked you, was I a fallacy of some kind or something like that?
You're back on that?
Well, you just said people are saying nuh-uh, right?
I literally said there's no because you can use trigonometry to measure the distance.
You just interrupt my complete thought. I don't know how you do it on TikTok or whatever, but this is a different space. I know that you came in when most of the guys aren't actually in. I'm not actually in. I'm actually traveling to AC right now. But the thing is, if you want to have a conversation with us and ask us what our evidence is, that would be a conversation. If you want us to debunk the globe, that's a conversation. I guarantee you it's different from whatever the fuck they got over there on TikTok, because I'm not impressed.
Well, so far it hasn't been much different, not going to lie.
Well, I'm all you're doing is not making any claims. I'll tell you that.
Excuse me. I gave you a direct measurement of Earth's curvature. Maybe you weren't here when I did that.
No, I would. But can you please come back tomorrow, or just frequent? Just come back. That's all I'm saying.
I'll be back. That's fine. I'll be back. I'm looking for different people to talk to. But I gave a direct measurement of Earth's curvature. I also was trying to explain to you how to measure to the sun yourself. Anybody could do it.
You told us you measured to the you got the radius measurement. You went to the core of Earth.
Yep, I told you that I went to the core of Earth to get the Earth's radius. Yep, that's what I said. So I actually gave you 3 direct measurements.
Oh, you went to Africa?
Did he actually say that? I just came in late.
No, he said he measured the radius. I asked him if you went to the core of Earth, and he goes, yes.
Because like a typical flat earther, he takes me saying I measured something and saying I had to go.
You measured the radius?
Yeah, and also that doesn't make the assumption that I have to go to the core of the Earth.
How did you measure the radius of Earth?
Well, if you think I have to go to the core of the Earth to do that,
if I'm the ignorant one, enlighten me.
No. Clearly, the only way to measure something is to go to the core of the Earth.
One, enlighten me how you measured the radius of Earth, please.
I told you already. 8 people recreated the Aristophanes.
Okay, so you did it by 8 people. Got it. Okay. 8 people, that's the same thing. Got it.
8 simultaneous measurements of the sun length at various locations around the globe or Earth. Doesn't even matter.
So you didn't actually measure the radius of Earth.
When you look up how to measure the radius of the Earth on Google, you get 40 different answers.
He looked up to the sun to measure the radius of the Earth. Thanks for playing, Globy.
No, actually, we looked at the ground. Actually, we looked at the ground. The shadow on the ground makes certain lengths. That's what we did, not up at the sun. But thank you for misinterpreting everything.
Cool.
So what you did was we took the measurements, and then you assume a flat Earth. You assume a flat Earth, and then you measure from one location to the other that you took the observations, and then you have the angle of the shadow, and you can easily get the height of the sun because it's.
Is this the reciprocal zenith angles?
No, this is Eratosthenes. This is just trigonometry.
Oh my goodness!
Are you assuming? No, Eratosthenes assumes sphere. Genius.
It's amazing how ignorant you are. The ignorance of your comments is like you belong on TikTok.
Is my mic low or something?
Well, he does do very well on TikTok. He's got like 42,000 followers.
Yeah.
So he does do well on TikTok. It's
okay.
Cool,
so what I was explaining, if you guys let me finish, is that yes, Eratosthenes. So I guess you can't. All right.
Yeah, just chill for a second.
Eratosthenes.
Why is anyone not pointing? Didn't I just say just chill? Like, what's wrong with y'all tonight? You know what? Okay. As long as you come back tomorrow when I can actually do I do whatever you want to these
whatever
guys.
you want. Dude. I was trying to explain something and I kept getting interrupted. So sorry.
Yeah, we already know about size markings now. We already know about size markings.
We already know them way better than you do.
We already know about this.
Eratosthenes did assume a globe. He did assume a globe.
Took over Antarctica in the 1940s.
Awesome. How'd you get the distances between the sticks?
The distances between the sticks, the observer's locations.
Yeah, the observer's location. You need a distance between your sticks and shadows, don't you?
Yeah. The observer's location were marked with coordinates.
What are those based on?
Well, if we live on a flat Earth, then they're based on flat Earth.
No.
If we live on a globe, then they're based on a globe.
No,
the point is,
they're not. You don't know what you're talking about. I've been listening to you rattle nonsense for about 30 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, rattle nonsense.
What are they based on?
So the distances between points in the coordinate system are based upon the radius. That thing that you're trying to prove in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's called circular logic. When your conclusion is within your premise.
It's circular logic to take a distance. So you're saying we don't know the distances between 2 points?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a conspiracy to justify your conspiracy.
Yeah. Co-partner, bro.
Yeah, co-partner.
So how did you measure it then?
Coordinates, GPS coordinates.
Okay.
Already told you.
How are those measured?
So you don't use your GPS to navigate?
No, I don't.
Oh, really? You're the only one on Earth that doesn't use Google Earth to navigate? That's ironic.
Why would I need to do that? I know where I'm going. I know how to read a map, as a matter of fact.
Bro, that's so disingenuous of you.
I live in a city. I don't need Google Earth to tell me where I am.
Okay, that's good. Well, 99.9% of the population does.
So we're going to make up numbers now. Awesome.
It's not making up numbers. Guess what? I put it in my GPS and I get to where I'm going.
99.9%
the distance is very accurate, isn't it?
Made up number, and you know it.
I know it is.
The world don't own a cell phone. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh my God. You're arguing so disingenuously.
So what I actually wanted to come on, I want to talk about this spherical excess. That's what I really want to talk about. So you think
first you admit that people navigate with GPS? First you admit that people navigate with GPS every day, lots and lots of people?
Yeah, so what?
Okay. Does it work?
Yeah, so what?
Okay, so the distances are right.
Based upon satellites. Yeah. No, the distances are approximately right. Depends on how you do them.
Okay, so thank you. So the distances were right. So that's why we use that.
They're not right.
Approximately.
They're in fact the coordinate system.
Approximately, but just enough wrong to throw off our...
Listen, GPS does not use latitude and longitude. It uses something called Earth center, Earth fixed, which are in Cartesian coordinates. But you know that, of course, right? Because this is better than TikTok.
Yeah, that's really great.
Yeah, so you know that, right?
Google Earth uses spherical geometry.
How does differential GPS work?
Google Earth uses spherical geometry. It does.
It actually uses a what the hell do they call it? They call it Web WGS or something like that. It's a special datum just for Google Earth. And Google also says that Google Earth is a toy that is only used for it's only good for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, see how many times you have to spin Google Earth around to get all the way around once, Glooby McGlobeface.
What is that going to prove to me?
Well, have you done that? Well, you're the one saying that Google Earth is somehow roundabout proof of the Earth being a sphere.
I didn't say that. When did I say that?
You said it works and it's accurate. So why were you?
He asked me how I got my distances between the observers, and guess what? GPS works. You use it every day. The distances are accurate.
I don't either.
Whether Earth's flat or round, the distances we are using
lost all the time, dude. Because I can't stand someone saying.
I just want to know, how accurate are they? Within 10%, 1%, 50%? How accurate?
I don't know. Does it matter?
Yeah, it does matter.
Why?
You're the one
I think it was the
between a bunch of freaking points with sticks and shadows.
Yeah. So what's your point?
My point is that you don't have that. You don't have the fundamental distance between the points.
Of course not. So what would you accept? Walking it off, pacing it off? What would you accept?
Would I accept? Let me think.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they claim to do back in Eratosthenes' days. Send a messenger to go fucking take some fucking steps, 500
Yeah, because they didn't have. Oh, shit, they didn't have.
WGS 84.
They didn't even have that.
Okay.
So the word that is we don't have a primary source for Eratosthenes. We don't even have a secondary source. We have a tertiary source. So
We also don't need to have his source. You can do it yourself.
Yeah,
So,
cool. So you ever seen that video? I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks.
Yeah, except those were 2 sticks, and he didn't wrong. I 100% agree, because he only used 2 observations. 2 observations, you can come to a conclusion of a flat Earth as well.
So here's a funny part. When he's in the parking lot, before he goes on his little bike ride, both his little sticks, they're sitting right next to each other 3 feet apart, and they're measuring different shadow lengths. Why is that?
You're measuring different shadow lengths. How far apart?
They're about 3 feet apart, and the difference in shadow lengths like 1/4 of an inch.
Because their sticks were probably different lengths or off at different angles.
Well, how's that possible? Because they're both L's, right? And if the shadow is not cast on, no, they were. Well, he did. He made 2. He made an L out of 2 meter sticks, a vertical meter stick and a horizontal meter stick, and he had two of these apparatus.
I don't know. Is this a video I can go watch?
Yeah, hold on.
So I agree. Aristophanes assumed a globe. If he had assumed a flat Earth, he would have came up with a number for a flat Earth as well. But
the Chinese assumed a flat Earth.
But you can do that with more than 2.
They did the experiment at the same time that Eratosthenes did. The Chinese did.
Yeah. Well, my point is, if you do it with more than 2, you don't have any ambiguity.
No, well, there's another thing that was mentioned when you said if you use a flat Earth, you can't get the height of the sun. Well, in Eratosthenes' method, they were never bothered with that because they just gave the sun an infinite distance.
That's correct.
Assumedly.
Right. So in our observation that was recreated on TikTok, the Aristophanes experiment, that's why I said we took the data, the raw data, and assumed both models. If you assume a close local sun...
You assumed one model. That's where you got your distances from.
If you assume a close... We got the distances from the land we live on, whether it's flat Earth or a globe.
No, you didn't.
We're going to go in a circle now, and you're going to tell me that distances are not correct.
You don't know what you're talking about.
All
you
right.
don't know how the distances on any of that shit is generated.
Okay, good for you.
They're not measured. They're based upon a claimed radius.
Okay. You already said that the distances are mostly accurate.
That's a fact, right? So I can punch in, right? Distance between 2 points on Earth, I can punch in coordinate systems, right?
Okay.
And it'll give me a distance based upon a claimed radius, right?
Right. So you're telling me if I punch in the distance on Google Earth from New York to LA, you're telling me that number is going to be completely wrong?
I don't know how wrong it'll be. That's the point. Neither do you. It could be off by 50%, and you wouldn't know. It's not like you're going to drive from New York to LA and be like, "Oh my God, it took fucking an hour longer than I thought." Call the fucking National Geographic Society because we need to get to the bottom of this.
I don't know what you're rambling about, but we would know. We fly those distances every day. We travel those distances every day. We drive.
Yeah.
We know those distances.
There's a margin of error.
That they're somehow 50% off. Of course, there's a margin of error. But you're claiming they're 50% off? Stop it. That's childish.
So listen, I flew from Boston to Dallas. It took like 2 times longer than what it normally takes.
Okay.
Okay, so why is that?
I don't know. I don't know what your flight was doing.
So if I said, "Oh my God," if I take my airspeed and I go, "Oh, it took me this long to get to Dallas," suddenly Dallas is 2 times farther away than what it's supposed to be. Call the National Geographic Society.
Oh, what was your airspeed versus your ground speed?
I don't fucking know. That's not the point.
That is the fucking point, because you could have been hitting a strong headwind that day that's making it harder to get there.
The point is that if your flight takes 2 hours longer, 2 hours less, 3 hours longer, whether your drive takes an extra day, extra half a day, nobody fucking notices. Because it's within the margin of error and it's good enough for practical purposes.
Nice conspiracy you've developed there.
It's not a conspiracy. It's reality.
It is. It's not reality. We fly those distances every day. We know our ground speed. We know the distance from here to there. Everyone knows these things. To claim they're somehow 50% wrong.
What's the average flight time from JFK to LAX? What's the average flight time? Everybody knows these things.
What is the point right now?
There is no point.
Yeah, well,
the point is he's claiming we don't know the difference between anything on Earth. That's what he's claiming.
No, I'm claiming that you assume the globe to prove the globe and disprove the flat Earth. That's what I'm claiming, and that's an actual fact. No,
that's not a fact.
No, it is a fact because your distances come from the radius, the thing you're trying to prove.
Yeah, and it's important to note that the ground distance and the way that's tabulated is obviously not the same way they do it for air or sea travel. So you're being disingenuous to your audience or whoever the fuck you speak to.
What are you talking about?
Oh, is what I said a conspiracy when it's actually true? Oh my God. Look at I'm on the ropes.
I just asked you what you were talking about. I didn't say it was a conspiracy.
I just told you the way that ground distance is tabulated versus air and sea travel is different. This is the point that Indio is trying to make, because
that's not the point he's trying to make.
The distances that we're given is good enough for practical purposes. Maybe you're off by 30 minutes. Maybe you're there sooner. It doesn't really matter. But when you try to put it into an argument, you give us a definitive figure based on the radius of the Earth. Well,
but it doesn't matter how long it takes to get somewhere. That's a variable of your velocity.
Oh, that's just a hand wave dismissal right there. That's
it's a
fact. Just the evidence for your claim about the accuracy of distances. Now
no, it's not.
Creating it and throwing your own claim under the bus.
No, when you drive from one place to another, your car literally tells you how many miles you've traveled, right?
Yeah, and there's something called slippage, right? So if you look up the odometer, its accuracy, it's 15% margin of error.
Okay, so it's a conspiracy.
And if your tires are overinflated or they're underinflated, all that matters.
It's like gazillions of factors, dude.
Yep. You're right. We don't know the difference between any locations on Earth.
We know it good enough for practical purposes. Listen, if you took a flight from LAX to frickin' New York City, at what point would the flight time have to be off of what your predicted flight time till you would be like, oh my God, I gotta report this to FAA?
It would depend on. You need variables in there. You need what the wind speed was, what direction you were flying. You need airspeed of the aircraft.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm just saying. You get on the plane at noon and you land at some time. At what time would you it's supposed to be a 12-hour flight and it only took, how many hours would you say?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a very subjective question. I'm not sure what that proves.
That's our point. Good enough for practical purposes. Nobody knows. Nobody cares. Doesn't matter.
Nobody knows.
You're out of your depth here.
Nobody knows distances of things. Got it. All right, so
that's right. You got it.
I'm not going to be up all night, so let's address Level's question.
I want to get to the spherical excess bullshit you tried to peddle. So, what is
personally,
the spheroid and why is it used in geodetic surveying?
What is an oblate spheroid?
Yes, the oblate spheroid, like the Clark ellipsoid or the WGS-84 or the Bezel ellipsoid. Like, why do they use that? Why does it exist?
I don't know. I didn't bring that up before, so I don't know why you're saying I peddle it.
Because you said that there's spherical excess, so I presumed you know something about geodetic surveying.
I referenced you to a direct measurement of all of that from geodetic surveys.
It's a reduced measurement. That means they took measurements and did something called reduction of the horizontal direction. And they projected the measurements onto a reference ellipsoid, and that's where the spherical excess comes from. And this is really
funny because it's really funny that you just brought something up that I didn't even mention. But thank you for.
Hey, Globey, do you ever listen, or you just wait to cope?
Think about this. You're going to make a triangle on top of 3 mountain peaks, and all these mountain peaks are the same elevation. Now you have mountain peak A, B, and C. You take a site, you're at point A, you're going to look at B and C, and from B, you're going to look at A and C, and from C, you're going to look at A and B. Now you make these lines of sight, and you make this triangle. Can that triangle have a greater than 180 degrees with those 3 lines of sight?
Can they have a greater than 180 degrees?
Yeah, we have a line of sight between 3 mountain peaks all at the same elevation. You're at the top of the globe. You're at a mountain peaks all at the same elevation. Can that triangle that you formed with your lines of sight be greater than 180 degrees?
If you're measuring from peak to peak?
Yeah.
No. It shouldn't be.
Rest of the case. That's it. There is no spherical
Okay, how does that rest the case?
There's no spherical excess. It's not even possible with lines of sight. It's idiotic to even say.
I wasn't talking, but I never mentioned line of sight observation. So again, you're mischaracterizing and misunderstanding what I'm talking about.
You just use buzzwords than typical TikToker.
How do you survey them without lines of sight?
Doesn't know anything.
No. So I brought up reciprocal zenith angles.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay, reciprocal.
You know?
Yes,
yeah.
I know.
Okay, so that's what I was talking about. I was not talking about measuring line of sight angles between 3 peaks.
Okay, so how did you compensate for deflection of the vertical and curved plumb line?
I'd like to know what the correlation.
So you are aware that hold on, Elijah. I just want to finish this one thing. You are aware that plumb lines are curved in the globe model, and that there's already a deflection of the vertical, and that there is no. Plumb lines are curved in the globe model.
Are they?
There's a deflection of the vertical that already exists.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, there is. In the model. So when they measure, they do these measurements, right? The so-called deflection of the vertical, and there is no quote-unquote measured deflection of the vertical. That's what they call a weighted mean value that they take after assuming that the Earth's a globe bending at 8 inches per mile squared. But I'm not even going to get into the fucking mathematical details of it. Point is, there's no measured deflection of the vertical, or there's no measured reciprocal zenith angle tilt, because it's not compensated for with deflection of the vertical, which can be as great as 0.70 degrees. So these claims by idiots like Jesse Kozlowski, who banned me from his YouTube channel 5 years ago, right, that there's reciprocal zenith angles is nonsense. It's utter nonsense.
It's nonsense. And you do this for a living?
I don't have to do it for a living.
Oh, okay.
I know how to read.
Okay. So this measurement that they did here, they took into account that deflection, and they also took into account.
No, they didn't even know what it is. They don't even know what it is. I've talked to both Jesse Koskowski and Main Surveyor, and neither one of them knew that deflection of the vertical even existed in geodetic surveying. And yes, they do it for a living. They didn't know it existed.
Oh, did they say something like you're making that up? Did they say something like, what's your source for that?
My source is geodetic surveying. There's actually AI posted an image of it in image straight from a thing. There's publications on it. There's going to be publications that say deflection of the vertical and curvature of the plumb line done by the University of fucking New Brunswick Institute of Geodetics and Geometric Surveying. It's not something I made up. It's they're supposed to be so-called experts in their field, and they don't even know about anything about their field. See, they're end users. I have a friend in high school. When he was in high school, he did surveying. That's the level of skill that it takes. So saying, yes, I know all about the internal combustion because I drive a taxi, that's a bunch of horse shit.
Okay. That's
These
nice.
guys are end users. They take a device. They were taught how to use it. They know how to write down their frickin' readings, and that's all they know.
Well, if you say it exists, I'll go look it up and see what it is, and then next time I'm around, we can talk about it.
So go on Google Scholar and look at use and abuse of deflection of the vertical, right? And it was written by a guy, he's an Australian guy, because in Australia, they have to have their own custom datum because the globe is all fucked up down there. Nothing matches up. So, this guy named Featherstone, it's a freaking peer-reviewed, published paper in their field. It's called Use and Abuse of a Deflection of the Vertical. And it has actual examples and measurements and all that shit. That's just one. I have way more than that. But that's just like, whatever. I'm also curious, so why do you think the black swan is a one-off? Like, that was like the only observation of that.
I didn't say it's a one-off. I said it's an abnormality. It's an abnormality that you're cherry picking.
That it's an abnormality. What makes you think that?
Have you ever looked at the black swan picture?
There's a bunch of them, but there's a bunch of them. That's the thing. Which one?
Well, we're talking about the oil rigs.
Yeah, there's a bunch of those.
Can I mention something? Like this is oh my god. Let me educate you real quick. The black swan is based off of a logical argument. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So I went to my beach and I applied the formula 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of feet, which was mine, 6 feet. And guess what? There was no horizon distance where I expected it to be. That's the argument.
And my argument is, why are you not taking into account refraction when you know it exists?
Well, then doesn't that just fuck the geometry that you claim? Oh, well done.
No, it doesn't. No, leaving out a variable and then claiming you've discovered something when you've left out a variable is disingenuous.
No, so then how'd you ever measure how did Al-Biruni at the top of a mountain get the radius from looking at the horizon? If there's refraction, was it no Atmo day?
No Atmo day.
Exactly.
Did I reference any of his measurements?
No, I'm just saying you don't know enough. That's all.
So
you can just claim I don't know enough. I am saying that none of us can use just visual things looking at the horizon without taking into account all the variables. I'm literally sitting here saying that. I'm not claiming I have evidence of something and then leaving variables out. Okay, I'm telling you should stop doing that.
I'm saying it from a position of ignorance.
Okay, then which part is ignorant?
Well, why don't you use your ears?
Oh, use my ears. That's how it's ignorant. Thank you for the details.
Use your ears. It's 24/7. Relax. The lecture will continue.
Let me ask you a question. Since there's this refraction going on all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, is the horizon physical or optical? The horizon that we see.
Depends.
Depends? What's it depend on?
It depends on the variables that you're leaving out.
So you don't realize what question you just asked. You just asked you a basic
question. Yes, I did. If there's a very low refractive day, it's going to be pretty much geometric. There could be a possibility of an ideal. That's my whole. That's literally that's my entire point here.
No, you don't.
How do you tell the difference? How do you tell the difference of what if you're seeing heavy refraction?
Don't go over the horizon and suns don't set around the curve of the Earth.
Sure, they don't. We've all seen sunsets behind it.
That's an optical effect, right? That's because if the horizon is a demarcation line of the sun and these boats and the mountains, and that horizon is not physically there, then the horizon is just some optical effect obscuring everything, right?
No. Refraction doesn't make objects disappear bottom up as they travel further away from us. That's ridiculous.
But the horizon itself is refracted. What are you talking about?
Horizon itself is refractive.
You're saying that the horizon is refracted, and the black swan, the horizon has to be refracted to 10 times the distance it's supposed to be.
That just makes the horizon appear in a different location than it actually is. A little bit further out, a little bit closer.
So if there was a boat, hold on, Elijah. So if there was a boat 10 miles away in the black swan, and that was disappearing over the horizon, that would be the what horizon?
In the black swan picture?
Because in the black swan, the horizon is a mile away, right?
Yeah.
And the horizon is greater than 10 miles. So if we could see a boat 10 miles away disappearing over that 10-mile optical illusion hologram horizon, would that be the geometric horizon?
Yep. No, that's an optical horizon. That's a heavy refraction. That's a heavy refractive day.
So if we saw a boat disappearing over that horizon, that would not be the curve of the Earth.
Which is evident by the huge distortion we see in the oil rigs in that picture.
Okay, so, but just answer the question. So if we saw a boat disappearing over that horizon in the Black Swan, that would not be the curve of the Earth.
What? Eventually it would be, yes.
Eventually.
Yeah, things don't disappear bottom up from refraction. So, yes.
That's incorrect.
That is 100% correct.
That is incorrect. It's been demonstrated, proven, peer-reviewed.
No, it hasn't.
Yes, it has.
Peer-reviewed? Come on, dude.
It's in a peer-reviewed paper. Sorry.
Okay, what's their source for that? Can I look it up?
I'll post it right now.
Okay, thank you. Love to read this. All right, we're down to 4 minutes. I got to go to bed. So 11 o'clock was my cutoff.
You've been asleep.
Yeah.
Did you answer the question directly once?
Yes. I've been answering questions all night. What have you done since you've been here?
Is the horizon optical or physical?
I've already answered that. I'm not going to keep answering the same questions over and over again. I've already answered that.
Your answer is not direct and clear.
Okay. You're not listening. Maybe you were asleep.
No, your answer is not direct and clear. Everyone in here is irritated listening to you because you don't give direct and clear ansers. Just say physical or optical.
You're
Which one is
irritated
it?
because you can't deflect from the point that you've left a variable out of your observation. And that's
fine.
No one asked anything about variables. Which one is it?
Refraction's a variable.
Because everybody who talks about refraction, with the refractive index, first of all, there's a real refractive index. And then there's the one when you beg the question of the radius, the thing that you're trying to prove when you're saying that there's a geometric horizon that nobody can measure to. So let's cut the bullshit. Tomorrow, let's get into the details. Let's pop open a PDF with Andrew Thomas Young, the person that all you guys clown around, stealing cliff notes from, and let's get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, well, you want to get to the bottom of refraction?
In the meantime, Indio posted you the reference that he was speaking about,
and
so you can look at it.
And you can go on that YouTube channel and see about 20 more of these.
But I don't know why anybody would deny that an alternative path of light could cause the bottom of something to be unresolved. It just makes perfect common sense. I don't know why anybody would refuse to believe such a thing.
That's the irritating part when listening to people the likes of him. Like, what is the point in denying that?
Demonstrate it.
Did. It's in the live stream.
What is this, a video?
Yeah, it's a video. So this lake is 1,000 feet long. The camera height's 2 inches. They take this little RC boat, sail it away. The horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away. So how does the boat disappear behind the horizon it can't be at yet? And then there's the National Geographic one where they take a flag and they sail it on it. They row a boat or do whatever. I don't know if they rowed or what they did. But they sailed it away and they had this flag and the bottom stripes disappear. And then that's the curvature of the Earth. That's why they're disappearing. But you can clearly see the horizons behind the flag. So it can't be the horizon blocking the bottom of the flag. So there's that.
So your claim is that refraction is causing the sunset? You're claiming the refraction's causing a sunset to disappear bottom up. That's what you're claiming?
No, that's not my claim at all. My claim is that the horizon is an optical effect. It's not a physical place you can go to. It certainly isn't the edge of a fucking ball.
So, I mean, that seems like what you're claiming, because what's causing the sunset to disappear bottom up then?
The limit of your vision, where the horizon appears to be. That's the limit.
Part of optical phenomenon, don't you understand?
Yeah, there's so optical phenomenon, so a vanishing point.
So an optical phenomenon. No, it's just an optical phenomenon.
Oh, optical. So it's just magic.
No, not magic. I mean, do you want me to get technical?
What kind of stupid-ass cavil is that?
It's called total internal reflection, but you don't know what any of this shit is. So we can go into the weeds if you really want.
No. I'm asking you questions so that you can say I don't know, and then we can move on.
No, I do know the answer. total internal reflection.
Okay.
Explain that to
Just
me.
demand that the opponent just says, I don't know, so that you can try and pummel him again.
And see how it
I'm
works.
asking for answers. He said, I don't know. And then when I questioned him again, he said, well, if you really want to know, it's internal.
No, I did not say I don't know.
Reflection.
I did not say the words.
He never said that.
Well, you said it's not reflection, and then you said it's not.
I said it's not refraction.
Refraction. And then you said it's not vanishing point.
How about you just stop trying to stop insisting that someone is wrong and just actually listen to what the hell they're actually saying to you?
He doesn't know how to listen.
I'm trying to get.
He doesn't know how
to
to
get an answer
process.
out of
You
it.
listen, then process what you hear.
Okay, so I'm going to process what I just heard. 2 seconds ago, you guys said that boats disappearing over the curve are from bending light, from refraction.
No. We said that the horizon
You're
is not a
clueless.
physical location that boats disappear behind, and that's your position.
Okay.
No, but you're trying to maintain 2 positions. That when I don't see the boat disappear, when I see a boat disappear bottom up, that's Earth curve. But when I don't, there's refraction.
Yeah, so let's try this.
It's so hard. Someone on here says it's so hard to believe that bending light makes things disappear from the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk about it.
So I'm sorry
Let's
that I'm
rephrase
talking
it.
to 4 people here at the same time.
Yeah, no problem. And you're only talking to 2 productive people. But anyway, are you of the claim that the only thing that can obstruct the bottoms of things or cause the bottoms of things to not be seen is Earth curve obstruction in the way? Is that your position?
Certain things, as they're traveling further away and disappearing at a given rate, yeah. Refraction would never do that. The sun wouldn't set 15 degrees per hour every day from refraction. So we can,
Yeah, but I'm not talking about the sun. I'm talking about in principle, is it possible for you to not see the bottom of something and it not be Earth curve that's responsible for it?
Not if the object is the same distance away from me. No. Not if the bottom of the object and the top of the object
same distance away from you.
Okay, so
like a mountain would be wider at the base than the top, right? Yet as we drive towards the mountains, we see the top of the mountains first, then the bottom.
Well, hold on, friend. You do realize that... Oh, yeah. Well, let's be clear. According to the law of triangles, the top of the mountain, if you're on the horizontal and the base of the mountain is on the horizontal, the top of the mountain is further away.
Exactly my point. Yet you're seeing it first.
But they don't occupy the same angle in your field of view, do they?
Yeah, one's a lot closer to you.
No, it's not a lot closer, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the angle within your field of view.
They're both within your field of view. One's just directly in front of you, theoretically, at a 0 degree angle, and one's at a little bit of a higher angle.
Yeah, perfect. So you just said 0 degree angle. So I want to ask you a very specific and explicit question. Is it possible to see at 0 degrees?
Yes, I see straight ahead of me at all times.
Okay, you're wrong, sir. It is impossible to see at 0 degrees. This is known as the angular resolution limits of optics. No optic can resolve 0 degrees, period.
No, you're talking about angular resolution. I'm not talking about that.
Okay, so then let's move that. Let's move that burden.
What burden? We're talking about mountains. The peak of the mountain is not any smaller than the base of the mountain in angular resolution. Yet you're seeing the top of the mountain first.
You're wrong, sir.
Away.
You're wrong.
I'm wrong. So you see the bottom of the mountain first when you're traveling toward mountains?
The top of the mountain is the same size as the bottom of the mountain?
In angular resolution, yes.
No, it isn't.
That just depends on the distance away.
But I won't be able to parse this out with you because I'm being fought by my own team, so I'm going to withdraw.
Okay.
No, don't.
Rather than ban anybody.
I mean, goddamn, the top of the mountain is the same size as the bottom of the mountain?
No, nobody said that. We're talking about what angular resolution is, because we're talking about.
You misread what was going on. That's not. It was a different thing.
It wasn't saying that.
That's what you just said. So when you look at a damn mountain in the distance,
I had him on a different point about the resolution. It had nothing to do with that.
I'm talking about the same point he was talking about. That just
it's like the thing that he said was the angle from the base of the mountain and the floor to the top of the mountain and the floor, not the same thing that you're talking about.
Eli, we were talking about the same thing.
No, we weren't. As you drive toward, I was talking about. I wasn't even talking about angular resolution. I was talking about
That's the
top
problem.
of the mountain.
That's what
The
AI
top
was
of the,
talking about.
the top of the mountain
You just
appears.
keep telling us that you're not talking about what AI was talking about. That's the problem.
I changed the conversation because I realized what he was talking about. Then I started talking about what he was talking
red herring
about.
fallacy. That's what that is.
Oh my god, dude, you're way off fucking rails here.
No, you're way off rails. You just keep telling us over and over again you're not talking about what AI was talking about.
I was following the conversation.
Get back to what he was talking about.
You did commit the red herring fallacy, and I know you did because AI said, "Okay, so let's move the goalpost then," or whatever he said. He was willing to let you do it.
Okay, let's restart because maybe we got confused. The tip of the mountain appears at the horizon first, before the base of the mountain. So you can't talk about angular resolution because the tip of the mountain has the same angular resolution at the horizon than the base does. But the base is so much closer to you.
That's nonsense. If you walk towards the mountain, the peak of the mountain is going to peak up, and then you'll see the bottom. You'll see the mountain top down. Then you walk backwards, still looking at the mountain. It's going to be obstructed bottom up.
Okay, so I agree. You do see the mountain top down as you're walking towards it.
So let me lay it out to you like this. Say the mountain's 1,000 feet high, and you're at the bottom of the mountain, and you're 6 feet tall. Now you have your field of view.
Mm-hmm.
Below the center of your vision, your eye level, is 6 feet. That's sub-10 to 1 visual angle. And above your eye level is the rest of the mountain, the other 9,994 feet, which sub-10s a larger visual angle. What can't you understand that the bottom will disappear first? Because the bottom, the part that's below your eye level, is going to hit the limiting angle before the rest of the mountain.
There's a problem. My eyes have one angular field of view.
Oh,
they don't have an eye down and an eye up field of view. When I'm looking straight at the
dude, that's how
that's a red herring right there.
Dude.
That's how dumb as hell.
Works, bro.
You even know what a red herring is?
Yes, I do, because the point that Indio and AI tried to make is that because of the difference in the distance, the resolution is your ability to resolve it is obviously going to be different. Like
right.
I'm not going to be able to resolve.
Easier to see. The bottom should be easier to see. It's much closer to you.
It's nonsense, bro.
No, let me answer to this, friends.
Oh my God.
It could be tens of miles closer to you.
Just neglect angles, right? Just neglect angles altogether, right? Just forget that.
What angles? What's the field of view of a human eye? What's the field of view of a human eye?
Time out. Look at what Donato posted. Okay? Do you understand this graphic? The part on the right.
Eye level, horizon.
Yeah, the part on the right. You see how this little Empire State Building here?
Uh-huh.
Below the eye level, that's one angle, but the rest of the building, that is subtends a much larger angle. Now, why can't he see below the fucking ground? I don't know. The ground's in the way.
No one's talking about the ground being in the way, sir. What are you talking about?
Okay, so his point stands and you haven't refuted it.
Oh my God. He's worse than I thought.
In the picture you're showing, that's his eye level. That's not the ground.
Dude,
we get that. You're refuting and saying that.
So his total field of view is 62 degrees.
If you were to
but within his total,
at some point, the angle is going to be too small to solve. While you can still see the much larger angle up above. It's
oh my God!
A fifth grader would understand this.
Yes, a fifth grader would understand that my eyes aren't divided into two fucking planes. Okay, guys. You see the total field of view.
What the fuck do you think you're countering?
Your eyes see one field of view. What's the field of view of a human eye?
Hold on. Here's another example a fifth grader can understand. So if I have a brick in front of me, I can see it. If I move it out 2 miles, I might not be able to resolve that brick. If I build a tower on top of a layer of bricks, then I'll be able to see the tower, but that doesn't mean that all of a sudden I'm going to be able to see the bricks that were unresolvable. Hello. McGloby face.
Oh my god. Okay, so the human eye.
You have the intellectual high ground here. You are seriously denying that we have various angles of sight.
Gregory.
Listen. This is very easy. Okay, the eye has 95 degrees of field of view.
That was borderline and ad hom. I'd like you to address what I just said.
What was borderline and ad hom?
Here we go. You're not addressing the point that I made. How about you address it?
What was your point? A tower, and you're not going to see the bottom.
Wow.
I'm trying to address your point.
It was only related to the graphic that we were just talking about. It was only that.
Say it again.
No.
Okay, then shush.
Now, please go, Gregory.
This guy is seriously sitting here denying that we have angles of sight. Like, what is so difficult to understand that the further away you are, the more difficult it is to see the object? The closer the damn thing is to the ground, the more difficult it is to see because the angle is tighter.
The angle's not
What's so
tighter.
hard?
The angle's not tighter. You have a 95-degree field of view in your eye. The angle is not tight.
I'm talking about the direct angle, not the field of view. Stop conflating things.
Yeah. So if you're looking at like a 100-foot tower, right? The angular resolution of the tower is the total angular field of view from the top of the tower to the bottom.
Right, the tower is occupying a lot more of your field of view than a little Lego toy down on the ground.
So if the tower is 75 degrees of your field of view, then you can see it because your eye can resolve 75 degrees. That's how angular resolution works.
Friend, you're confusing angular size with angular resolution.
Your eyes have a limit to its angular resolution, right?
Okay, what's the limit of the human eye?
Okay, I don't know, but that's
okay. I'll give you the answer. 0.02.
We can both 0.02. Great. Okay, so now.
So let me ask you this question: if an object, or the light, or the propagation angles of the light from the object falls below the reception angle of 0.02, is any of that light resolvable? Yes or no?
No.
Correct. Now, is an object an all or nothing? For example, if it has a certain angular size, is it one thing or is it actually many angles making up the thing?
The light coming off of it is coming to your eye at the same angle. It's literally one thing.
Oh, it's
no, it isn't. That's impossible. That's impossible.
It's not impossible. If the object is too small to see, you won't see it. That's the bottom line.
No. What if a portion of the object is below that angle? Then what?
How can a portion of it be below
You're making the mistake. You're making the mistake that an object is an entire thing at all times, and not a million or a trillion points of individual pieces of light. All of those lights must pass through the propagation angles to reach the target optic, right? So any portion of that light where the propagation angles and the reception angles are lower than 0.02 degrees, that portion will be unresolvable.
Sure. And that would happen if you have something that's, say, getting further away from you as it's getting taller. Because as you go up, the part that's getting further from you is getting smaller and harder to resolve, to a point where maybe you wouldn't see it anymore. Okay, they have to be changing.
It's not just about distance. It's not just about distance. It's about the angles of propagation.
Unless you're talking about refraction.
What? No, listen, friend. Regardless of the distance an object is from you, any light that enters the optic below the angular resolution limit, where the reception angle and the propagation angle are below that limit, all that light is impossible to be resolved.
It's below what you can see.
Yes, I agree with you. You're also just applying it incorrectly.
What is the incorrect application?
Because if you're looking at a mountain, the bottom of the mountain isn't harder to resolve because it's closer to the ground. You're making that up.
No, listen, friend. Pay attention. You already conceded that if the angle is below your angle, then you won't be able to resolve anything. And it just so happens that a portion of a mountain far away from you, the bottom will subtend that angle.
The bottom is harder to resolve than the top that's further away?
Yeah.
And smaller in relation to the bottom.
Yes,
because it's not below the limit.
It's literally further away and harder.
But it's not below the limit.
Listen. I'm not going to fight my own team.
Then the bottom
isn't. Friends. I'm not going to fight my own team for the mic. I don't need a cheerleader. Thank you.
Weird in here.
I know, huh? I could make it a lot less weird real quick. But anyway, friend.
So the top is harder to resolve than the bottom.
What? No, it's the opposite.
So the closer part is harder to resolve than the further part.
Correct.
Just because it's
the
closer
reason
to the ground.
is no, it has nothing to do with that. It's because it's closer to the point at which the reception angles and the propagation angles fall below your angular resolution limit. So when you have a mountain, right, it's a multitude of things. It's not just one thing. It's the bottom plus the middle, it's the bottom to the top. All of these different packets of light have different angles of propagation to the optic, right? Mm-hmm. And it only matters what angles of reception you have that you can actually resolve something on the sensor. So you have more available angles from the bottom all the way to the top than you do just at the bottom to the bottom. So yes, it is true, according to the law of triangles, right, that it's going to subtend a different angle in your field of view. And if those angles fall below your angular resolution limit, since we already all understand that the reason why it's called the limit is because that's where your resolution fails below that number. So if any portion of the mountain falls below that, you won't be able to see it.
I would agree with you. And I'm also going to disagree with your pseudoscience explanation.
What? How's that pseudoscience? So the law of triangles is pseudoscience?
No, you're applying it completely half-assedly to the bottom part of the mountain. It's harder to resolve because there's less angles available in your eye. That's absurdly...
I just want you to stop and think about what you just said. There's less angles available of light entering.
Where there are angles
you simultaneously are going to say it's not harder to see? That makes no sense, brother.
It makes complete sense.
Really? So your claim is that when you have less available propagation angles, you shouldn't see a reduction in what you can resolve?
No, I'm claiming you're applying that completely incorrectly to the observable facts we're talking about.
Well, that's great, but you failed to demonstrate that in any meaningful way.
You failed. It's your claim. You demonstrate it.
No, you're not a claim.
What?
The fuck?
No. Your claim is the reason we don't see the bottom of the mountain is because...
Your claim is that his application is wrong. You prove that.
I prove what?
You just said that his application is wrong. You prove that. The hell are you doing?
I don't know. What are you doing?
So either prove that your critique that he's applying it incorrectly is wrong. Either prove that critique or shut up.
Sure, yeah, I'll prove it. The eye's angular resolution, the eye's angular field of view is 95 degrees. That means anywhere within that field of view, you can resolve an object up to the minimum of your, or the maximum of the eye's limits.
And when it's not in that fucking limit, can you see it?
No.
Thank you.
Perfect. All right, so we rest our case. We rest our case, brother. Thanks for conceding and agreeing.
No, nobody conceded and agreed.
You just did, brother. You said that if it falls below that angle, you won't be able to see it.
No, the whole point is the entire mountain is within your 95-degree field of view, which means your eye is completely available for all the light angles of that mountain to enter your eye.
Hold on, friend. Hold on. Nobody interrupt me. You just, by your own admission, denied the existence of the angular resolution limit. Now, you're going to say you didn't, but rest assured, friend, you did.
No, what you did is completely make something up to make it seem like it's going to work for you.
No, okay, friend. So, Mr. AI invented the Rayleigh criterion, named after Mr. Rayleigh, who's the actual inventor.
Mm-hmm.
So Mr. AI invented the law of triangles, which was actually done by what's that guy's name? All I know is he came before I was born. So Mr. AI invented all of these things just so that he could make a point that you don't like at some time in the future.
No, you made it up.
That's your claim?
You made it up.
I made it up that if an object falls below your angular resolution limit, you will not be able to resolve it, whether or not it's in your 95, 75, 25, or 10 degree field of view.
Nope. I agree with you. You didn't make that part up. The part you made up was that part of an object, especially one that's closer to you, is going to be below that resolution limit, when the part above that's further away is not part of that resolution. Yeah, exactly.
So you're making the error of thinking of an object in total rather than in its parts of light.
Okay, you're making the error of making things up. This is
really well. I clearly demonstrated by appealing to known standards that exist, like the Rayleigh criterion, the law of triangles, the sheer fact that the propagation angles and the reception angles have to be greater than the angular resolution limit. I mean, these are facts of physics, dude. You could go watch MIT lectures from Mr. Walton Lewin, and he will explain this to you if you doubt it.
Well, I don't know why you keep strawmanning me, because I agree with your statements. I disagree with your application. I disagree with your application because it's nonsense. The object that's closer to you, the part of the object that's closer to you, is not going to be harder to resolve than the part of the object that's further from you.
Yes, it will, dude, because you're missing the key factor here. You're missing the key factor here. Right. It's not about the distance. It's about the angles of propagation that it takes up in your field of view, and whether or not the angles of reception fall below your angular resolution limit. The distance is irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant, because that's what defines angular resolution. The further it gets, the smaller
it isn't, dude.
Yes, it is.
Dude, that's angular size, brother. You're clearly confused.
I'm not confused. Thank you.
Yes. What I would suggest you do is take your leave like you've been promising everybody for so long, and then think about this point and come back actually with some knowledge about it.
Yes, I got it. I'm going to go research about how things closer to me are harder to resolve than things further from me. Yep.
Let me ask you one last question, Globy. One last question. Do you only ever see the entirety of any given object?
What?
Do you only ever see? Do you only ever see only the entirety of any given object?
I mean, that's a hard question to ask. It depends on what's in front of it.
Depending on what's in front of it. So if something is in front of the given object, call it object A.
Like
if it's in front of it, then you cut off your ability to see the entirety thereof, correct?
Yep.
Right, so you don't only ever see the entirety of any given object. So if you're too far away, right, and if the mountain is below the angle that you can't see, right, if the mountain, the bottom of the mountain, any fraction of the bottom of the mountain below the peak is below the limits of angular resolution, can you fucking see it?
No, but you also wouldn't be able to see the top.
Thank you.
You wouldn't be able to see the top.
That's his problem. This man, okay, let's wrap this up.
Yep.
This man is claiming that if any portion of a mountain is unresolvable, then the whole mountain is unresolvable.
Nope, don't straw man me. I said the closer part. You guys are somehow magically claiming that the closer part
is irrelevant, dude. You don't understand, and you keep repeating the same thing over and over.
Yeah, I do understand.
We're talking about the angles, not the distances.
Which part of the mountain has a smaller angle? How is it a smaller angle? Can you draw me a picture? How is it a smaller angle?
Okay, is the mountain, is the bottom, you have a 100-foot mountain, okay?
Sure.
Does the bottom 10 feet represent a smaller angle than the entire 100 feet, yes or no?
At what point is that cut off?
What?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, I'm mistaken, sir. I'm mistaken. I didn't know that at what point is that cut off was an equivalent semantic range of the phrase yes or no.
Well, you asked a silly question, so that's why I'm asking.
No, I didn't ask a silly question. I asked a pointed and very specific question. Let's ask it again.
Okay, go ahead. Ask it again.
You have a 100-foot mountain.
Sure.
Okay, let's break it up for in 10-foot sections. So you have 10-foot sections, okay? Sure. Obviously, the bottom 10-foot section is touching the ground because it's on the ground. You're on the ground. Yep. So if you drew out triangles to each 10-foot section, right?
Yep. With you.
Each one of those triangles from the ground to each 10-foot section would sum at a different angle, yes or no?
Sure.
Absolutely. Now, if you then draw those as angles of propagations of light, right?
Yep.
Right? And you draw out your little 0.02 degree triangle as well, which portion of the mountain will the propagation angles, which means the light traveling from the mountain, and the reception angles, which means the light that can enter the eye, which portion of the mountain will the majority of the rays from the 10-foot section fall below the angles of propagation and the angles of reception 0.02 degrees? Which portion of the mountain? The bottom, the middle, or the top?
If we're talking even sections, the bottom.
Correct. You have now conceded that the bottom will disappear due to the laws of angular resolution alone. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past. I win. You lose.
That's not what I said. The flat earther who likes to blow V8.
I don't need you to say it. You logically arrived at that with your own claims.
That's not what I said. The bottom is closer to you. No. This is the problem with your analogy, and let me explain it.
It's not a problem at all.
Tell me exactly. I'm going to use your own example. 100-foot mountain, 10-foot sections. Okay.
Yep.
So the amount of light entering your eye from the bottom 10 feet of mountain, you're saying is harder to see than the other 90 feet, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So what about the top 10 feet?
What about it?
Well, you're seeing that first. This is my whole point. You're seeing the top 10 feet of that mountain first, and it's further away.
Why wouldn't you?
Because it has more angles away than the bottom 10 feet, and you just said you wouldn't see the bottom 10 feet.
But why? Why did I say you wouldn't see it?
Because you're lying.
What?
This is top 10 retarded.
Yeah, it is retarded. The top 10 feet is further away.
Not him, you.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on. All right, we'll make it simple. Is the top 10 feet the same height as the bottom 10 feet?
Can you see something within your field of view?
You can't answer the question now. I love it.
No.
I can't answer the question because I'm being cut off. That's why. Okay.
AI is making a very simple hypothetical scenario for you.
Yes, you said
there
the bottom
is 90 out of 100 feet of visible of the mountain. The 90 feet out of 100 is in your field of view in the hypothetical situation. If it's in your field of view and you're in the distance where you can see it, will you see it?
But you just said that every part of the mountain is its own light. So why are you segregating 90% versus the bottom 10?
There's no contradiction to anything I just asked you.
Yes, it is. It's 100%
There's no contradiction to anything I just asked you. There's several billion, trillion different packets of light that's entering your eye within your field of view. There's 90 out of 100 feet visible within your field of view. You are close enough to the mountain to see it. Can you see it?
Okay, so the bottom 10%, the bottom 10 feet is closer to you. So why is that not visible?
But it's below your field of view, is it not? Like he just said.
No, it's not below your field of view.
No, it's not. You only ever see the entirety of the fucking object.
Yeah, it's
unless something is in front of the object, like you just said to me earlier.
If the entire mountain is in front of me, I can see the entire mountain.
That's not true.
If I'm walking backwards, looking at the mountain, the bottom is going to disappear
first. Obstructed first. Thank you.
Yet it's the closest.
And it's obstructed first because it's not in your field of view.
Yeah, so that's my point. That's my point. So the top 10.
So thank you for conceding to our position. AI, please take it away.
The top 10 feet of your mountain.
Globy, for the last time. Okay, this is the last time I'm going to say this to you. So I hope you take it to heart. It's not about the distance. It's about the angle of propagation to the angle of reception.
I got you.
Okay, so you constantly harping on the distance doesn't change the fact of the angle that it's occupying in your field of view.
Okay, I got you. So if you're standing still, don't worry about distance. We're standing still. The bottom 10 feet of the mountain and the top 10 feet of the mountain.
You're using the wrong unit, buddy.
That's the wrong unit. We were just talking about feet the whole time. What are you talking about?
Well, we don't see in feet. We see in angles. We don't see 10 feet. We don't see 20 feet. We see angles. So
this was your example. This was your guy's example. 10 feet of the bottom of the mountain is not visible because the angles aren't available for the light to enter my eye. But the top 10 feet are. But the top 10 feet are.
So yes.
Even though they're further away.
They don't subtend the same angle, bro.
They're in your field of view and they're further away than the bottom 10. What is so hard?
Oh, thank you guys for the entertainment tonight. That was great.
You're welcome. I'm here to serve.
In your own example, the bottom 10 feet and the top 10 feet should take up the same amount of angles into my eye because
that's not
true. Brother. You need to go learn the law of triangles and then come back and try to give that argument, friend.
Brother,
go learn the laws of logic and then come back.
I know the laws of triangles. Thank you.
Oh, really? So why don't you draw out the propagation angles from the two different points and then come back and tell us that they're the same angles? Good luck.
They are.
I actually have a reference for you. It's called Trigonometric Delights. Okay, Google it. Go read it. There's a specific section on this.
If anything, the bottom part of the mountain would be easier to see because the light enters directly into your eye as opposed to the top that's coming at a downward angle.
Angles are not equal distances, and equal distances are not equal angles, dude. This is easy to prove geometrically. It's not even debatable.
You're right. It's not debatable. The top of the mountain is much further away than the bottom. And if you talk about the same amount of angle, so whatever angle 10 feet of the mountain takes up in your field of view, it's equal, the bottom and the top.
They're
you
not
can see
equal,
the top
dude.
10 feet because it's in your field of view. You can't see the bottom 10 feet because it's not in your field of view.
Irrelevant.
My eyes just stop working.
Irrelevant, friend. Go draw it out for us and come back and prove that they're the same angles. Good luck.
Okay.
Draw it in perspective.
Yep. Okay. I got it, guys.
Oh, but also, you keep saying you have to leave, but you don't.
Closer, harder to see. Further, easier to see. Got it.
No, straw man.
Irrelevant.
Straw man.
It's not a straw man. That's what you guys have been saying this whole time.
No, that's not what we're saying.
No, what we're saying the whole time is in field of view, visible. Out of field of view, not visible.
No, that's not what you're saying.
No, that's not what we said either.
That's not what you're saying. You're just changing the argument. The whole mountain's in your field of view in our examples.
No, it's not.
Okay, it's not.
Dude.
My field of view is 95 degrees. I can see the ground. I can see the sky.
First
You're
of all,
wrong, sir.
You don't see in a 90-degree field of view. We have a 5-degree central vision. Okay.
Yeah, sure. It's like 60 degrees above your nose and 60 degrees below your nose.
You can only focus on 5 degrees in your central vision. The rest is blur.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the way it is. Sorry.
I can confirm this since I have no central vision. So confirmed.
Are you saying that the eyesight field of view is not 95 degrees in total?
Your eyes actually dart around when you look at an object. They don't just focus on the whole thing.
God.
You can only focus on 5 degrees.
Are you saying when I'm
graphic that was posted?
When I'm looking at a mountain and I can see the ground and I can see the sky, that's my field of view. Are you telling me the bottom of the mountain is not in my field of view?
It's in your field of view, but it's not focused.
It's not focused. Okay.
Not focused.
He's absolutely right. Your central vision is your acute vision, right?
That's okay, so what if I tilt my head down? What if I tilt my head down and just look up, and I'll use the top of my eyes?
Reconstruct your retina.
Oh, okay. So now my eyes just can't see the bottom of the mountain because it's blurry.
Hold on. Let me answer this.
For your Dunning-Kruger ass in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, let me answer this.
This isn't my opinion. This isn't my opinion, bro.
This is all your opinion. That's what's funny about it. You're trying to use actual scientific.
So I made this graphic.
You're using actual scientific principles and you're misapplying them to lie to you to get to your conclusion.
So I made this graphic and I wrote this normal line of sight and I wrote normal sight line vision. I made all this up.
Yeah.
No, I said you used actual things, but then you twisted it.
Tell us how to apply it correctly then. Tell us how to apply this graphic correctly.
Sure.
What does the red triangle mean?
Sure, your eyes have an angular resolution limit, and if the mountain is big enough that it's big enough to see.
The graphic here.
What graphic? Which one?
Graphic in the live stream voice text. Do you even have live stream voice text? Have you even been able to see it?
Well, I can see it. I'm in the wrong one. Hold on.
So I got a bunch of these, as a matter of fact. So it's well known that you can only focus in your central vision. So when you're looking at something like at the bottom that's close to the ground, right, you're trying to differentiate where's that bottom from the ground, and you're wondering, hey, why can't I see the bottom? That angle below your eye level is too small. And it's not the same as the angle of something that's elevated.
Dude, if I'm driving towards a mountain, you literally see the mountain peak first at the horizon. You're contradicting yourself left and right.
First of all, you're assuming that there's nothing in the foreground obstructing your view, which is fucking highly doubtful because
It's not highly doubtful.
Spring up out of a flat fucking plane. Okay.
Yes, some of them do. Yeah.
Yeah. Name one?
Okay.
Yeah,
we can look up some. We can look up some if
So
you
they
want.
have a term for it. It's called prominence. So that's the term for a mountain. It's differentiation from the surrounding area.
Okay, so I just want to know: are you changing your entire story from the last 45 minutes?
No,
to
no one's
now there's
changing
stuff in the
anything.
way
We're
of the
just
mountain.
being even more specific for your Dunning-Kruger ass.
Yep. Yeah, I'm the Dunning-Kruger who's misapplying Raleigh criterion.
You're just claiming that with providing no evidence for it.
Well, dude, let's pause for a second. Let's keep in mind that you conceded that if the angles of propagation and the angles of reception fall below 0.02 degrees, whatever's in that packet is unresolvable. Now, we know, according to the law of triangles, that if the acute angle remains the same and the leg becomes longer, then the opposite leg becomes greater. So the opposite leg could be 10 feet, 20 feet, 100 feet, but the angle remained the same. But you already conceded that anything within that leg, since it's occupying the angle that we already agreed is unresolvable, would be unresolvable. So if it's the bottom portion of a mountain, it would be unresolvable while the top portion remains resolvable. So whether you realize it or not, friend, by your own admission, you already conceded the point.
Absolutely, I 100% conceded. You guys got me.
Well, of course I did.
You misapplied fundamental laws of physics and nature, and you got me.
So, friend,
you just said that he refuted you, and
just
now
hold
you're saying that
on.
he did it wrong.
Yeah, just hold on. Go ahead and point out the specifics in what I just said over the past 30 seconds.
I've
where
already
anything
done
I
it,
said.
it's time for bed.
No. Go ahead and name the error in anything I just said in the past 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Angular resolution limitation is what? 0.2 arc seconds? I don't know.
No.
I gotta look at
0.02 degrees, approximately 1 arc minute.
0.02, so I'll take your word on that. So 0.02 degrees. So if the mountain is bigger than that, we will be able to resolve it.
The old all or nothing fallacy.
The end. You can't segregate the mountain into sections that you want to segregate.
Yes, we can, dude. That's how light functions, brother.
No, it's not, because you've already disproved yourself by saying the bottom would disappear first before the top, which is further away, which is by definition a smaller angle, which by definition
it's
would
not
be
a smaller angle, dude.
Sure it is. It's
Are you telling me that every object only occupies one angle ever?
I'm telling you that
that's pretty much what he's saying, dude.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so then objects occupy multiple angles in your field of view, correct?
Correct.
Objects occupy multiple angles in your field of view. The light is entering your eye from different angles. That's what you're talking about. Yep.
Now check this out, friend.
Sure. And the combined angle of all that is...
Yeah, that's fine. But the light from 0 to 10 feet, that light occupies a certain amount of angles. The light from 0 to 20 occupies a certain amount of angles. The light from 0 to 30 occupies a certain amount of angles, and so on and so forth. And it just so happens that the propagation angles and the reception angles fall below 0.02 degrees, the more an object is relatively horizontal to you as it approaches 0 degrees on your z-axis relative to your y-axis. It just so happens that that angle where both of them start to fall below 0.02, almost always is going to occur out horizontally, because that's where the light is traveling most horizontal towards you. The other light, which you already conceded is traveling at an angle, has angle differential. There's more availability. I mean, you can literally just draw triangles out on a piece of paper and you'll find this out to be true very quickly.
Yeah, sure I can. Yeah, I can. I drew it out. Too bad I can't turn on my camera. Yep.
Well, just screenshot it and post it, brother.
Yep. No, I'm going to bed. I've had enough listening to you guys twist science.
Yeah, well, that's great. How about you screenshot it and post it and put your money where your mouth is?
Fine. I take
You made another one tired. Why are you guys always making these guys tired?
I know. It's
because they
I
think
put
they're
them
going
to
to come in here
sleep.
and wear us out. That's what they're doing. They think they're going to stomp up in here. They think they're going to stomp up in here and wear us out.
Lies make us tired. That's why.
Yeah, tell us
You're
one
the one
lie.
going to sleep.
You can't even state anything. You say, we twist it, lie, ask for specifics. You don't have any. I think the only person...
All you do is repeatedly say that we're wrong, we're wrong, we're wrong. You don't ever give any specific objective critique that justifies the critique.
Yeah, so there's a saying, it's not a refutation.
No,
It's just an unjustified negation retort. That's what I call it. Just one unjustified negation retort after another.
Bro, you're literally sitting here telling me that science is completely wrong. That's what you're saying. You're saying
no, not science is completely wrong. Your doctrine is completely wrong. The various doctrines of the cosmos that you believe are wrong.
We've been talking about geometry. When did... What do you mean by science? Because I know that there's the scientific method when you have a phenomena observed, and then you have a hypothesis, and you have an IV-DV relationship that you then test. We didn't talk about any of that. We were talking about geometry. We're talking about angular resolution. What are you talking about?
He's talking about his religion. He's talking about his God, scientists of scientism. The God is science.
Excellent.
Okay,
but the man who was asked the question was not the man who spoke. So the man who was asked, please speak.
Oh, I'm busy taking a picture or something. Hold on.
Okay, fair.
People always running your mouth about science. Don't even ever define the term.
Yeah, science is like taking things like angular resolution and then misapplying them completely.
What? What? That's science?
That's what you're doing.
Is that what you advocate?
Can you state coherently how we misapplied it?
Sure.
Yeah, go for it.
Here's my nice crude drawing here for you.
Awesome. Can't wait.
It's disgusting, passive-aggressive sophistry. It's ridiculous.
10 feet of the top of the mountain and 10 feet of the bottom of the mountain. Okay, I should have put his whole field of view angled in there. However, the point is the same amount of light from the bottom part, whatever angle that is going to match the top part, the top 10 feet. Now, yes, it's coming into your eye at a different angle.
Which matters.
However, we're talking about resolution. So
what type of resolution?
Angular resolution. So what
is angular resolution?
You're telling me the bottom part of that mountain is smaller, angularly smaller than the top half, even though it's bigger and closer. The top part would be harder to see because it's further away and a smaller angle.
What's the angle then?
I don't know. It's just a crude drawing, but clearly you can see my point here.
What I mean is, at the bottom, at the base.
Oh man, you gotta get on your mic, brother.
I can't hear you.
You sound like you're 10,000 feet away from your microphone.
The difference is at the base of the mountain.
Yeah,
like you have the angle, straight ahead, and then the floor. Whereas at the top of the mountain, it's just open sky, fam.
Yeah, that doesn't really matter. We're talking about the resolution of the object.
What do you mean it doesn't really matter? That's just a dismissal. I'm trying to address your point. That doesn't really matter because you can't justify saying that doesn't really matter.
I can, because our eye can resolve the angle, a certain amount of angle of an object we're looking at. We're not talking about the sky or the ground. We're talking about the mountain. If we can see the mountain in our field of view, then the top part of the mountain is going to be harder to see than the bottom part.
Nope.
Okay. Nope. Got it.
Anyway, do you know what diffraction is?
Law of perspective, right? You understand the further away an object gets, the smaller it becomes. Okay.
Correct.
So that means you understand the top part is further than the bottom, so it should appear smaller.
Okay, that's great. Now, do we see with pen and paper, or do we see with light? Which one?
Got it. All right, going to bed.
Okay, we see with light.
I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question real quick. So below your line of sight, because you said that it didn't matter. Below your line of sight, where on your retina is that light projected? On the top or the bottom?
Below the horizontal?
Yeah, below your eye line. Yeah, below your eye line. Everything below your eye level. If you're 6 feet tall, everything below your eye level, where is that projected actually physically onto your retina?
It doesn't matter if it's bigger. It does matter. No, it doesn't. If the angle of the object I'm looking at is bigger than the minimum my eye can resolve, I can see it.
It does matter.
How does it have no effect on your eyesight?
Listen.
I didn't just say it doesn't matter. I gave you a direct answer to your question.
Clip that now.
So things below your eye level are projected to the top of your eye, and things above your eye level are projected to the bottom of your eye.
Mm-hmm. And what's the angular resolution of either one of those locations?
You said that it doesn't matter if something's below your eye level, if it's subtends one angle. It doesn't matter if there's, because of the things above your eye level. It's all just the same. No, it's not just the same, because the light is inverted. Your brain flips it upside down.
God. What does that have to do with the resolution?
Because there's a dividing line at your eye level. Your vision is split in half. That's why there is a horizon in the first place.
Okay, so what does that have to do with the resolution? You're avoiding the entire point.
I already explained it earlier. Now I'm going to re-explain it. So things below your eye level, whatever it is, say your eye level is 10 feet, that angle of a mountain is eventually going to be too small, where you're not going to see the bottom of the mountain, and that's going to disappear well before the angle of the mountain above it, above your eye level.
Just because it's below your eye, the center of your eye?
That's right.
Okay, cool. So that's pseudoscience. That's what we call pseudoscience.
It's not pseudoscience. It's
justify the critique.
Listen. It's not pseudoscience. It's how vision works.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's exactly how vision works.
Oh, you can see what's your field of view below your
channel? We have an optics channel with made by PhDs in visions, computer vision, you name it. It's all in there for you to go through. There's probably 50 videos in there.
Okay. Well, that's good.
So just go through them. They're on perspective. Like I said, computer vision, fucking driving cars, how visual perception works, citations from peer-reviewed, not peer-reviewed, YouTube videos, university videos, you name it. It's all in there. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Thank you for your critique. Appreciate it.
It's a fact. It's not a critique. It's just a fact.
Yeah.
No, it's not a fact. Nothing you said was a fact. Well, a lot of what you said was a fact, but you applied it completely wrong.
Okay.
So
you get to demonstrate that that's the case.
Yep. Sure. Your central vision has 60-degree field of view. Your lower has 40 to 45.
No, it doesn't, dude. I already posted a freaking graphic on this, dude. I'll post it again because obviously you're fucking blind.
Graphic.
Whoa. Let's not make fun of the blind.
That graphic was pointing towards the bottom of the building.
Better than this guy. What are you talking about?
Well, and it's important to remember too that it's not just the retina, right? The center of the retina is called the macula, and that's what I don't have, or at least mine is scarred, and that's what controls the acute vision, right?
Yeah,
so the center of the retina
is just the fovea, right?
might as well be blind too.
On the retina is just the fovea where the central vision's actually focused.
Yeah, and everything outside of that, which is what I have remaining, is utterly. Let me tell you, it is very fuzzy. It is unacute, right? So your field of vision, your acute field of vision is very small. I think that's what India is trying to get across to you, anyways.
Yeah. Well, let me ask a question for the room.
Then the part directly in front of me should be easier to see.
No, that shouldn't be. And let me explain it real quick by asking a simple question. Why do optics require an aperture?
Why do optics require an aperture?
Yes.
To let light in.
To control the amount of light entering
Yes, that's closer to the correct answer. The logistically correct answer is to restrict the available propagation angles of light, right? So that it's only getting certain angles rather than others. Otherwise, you'd always just have a washed out image. So if you had no aperture and you just exposed film to the ambient conditions, it would always just be washed out. There'd be no detail. Everything would be the same. So the amount of restriction of the angles, where they hit the sensor, and how they are relative to each other based on diffraction limits, because light wavelengths interfere with each other, right? So there's all of this physics going on, and that physics and the optics, right, are known and established. Okay, it is 100% fact that if the propagation angles and the reception angles fall below the angular resolution limit of the optic, it doesn't matter how big the object is. If it falls below that, you will not see it, or any portion thereof that occupies that angle.
So why are you singling out the bottom of a mountain for diffraction angles?
Well, I answered it like 17 times. Let me say it one more time. The angles of propagation and the available angles of reception fall below 0.02 degrees for your eye, and they are different for different optics. Now, check this out, friend. Because an aperture is not a point, an aperture is a hole. It has a diameter, and that diameter allows differential propagation angles from a source. So if something is oblique in your field of view, you have more available propagation angles. Okay, so if something's not directly straight on, where the angles fall below that and it's off a little bit, you have more available angles that are going to hit the sensor and that are not going to interfere with each other. This interference is well known, well documented, and like we already said, you could go watch PhD professors who don't believe the Earth is flat, and they'll explain all of this interference, all of these angles, what is it called, the Aries disk, all of these types of things that have to do with how the image is finally resolved, right? But rest assured, in all of that, you will find the truth that if the propagation angle and the reception angles fall below the angular resolution limit of the optic, whatever is in that cone or triangle cannot be resolved, period.
Okay, so how come if I look up towards the top of the mountain, the whole thing doesn't change what I can see and what I can't see?
Perfect, excellent. I'm glad you asked that, because I wanted to get to that because you mentioned it before. By changing the orientation of your eyeball doesn't change the propagation angles at all.
Well, that's weird, but it changes how they enter your eye. So what you claimed before is the angles below your horizontal from your eye are less than above. Right?
What?
Yeah.
That's what you said before.
That's what
you said. It's like, no, you said that? Sorry, I don't know who's talking.
Yeah, they are. The mountain, right? The bottom of the mountain below your eye level is a smaller angle than what's above your eye level. So that is going to disappear first. It's a fact. It's not my opinion.
No, that's an opinion, but okay.
What? How is it an opinion? Think about it. Think about it. Let's just go through this. According to the law of triangles, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If the acute angle is the same, right? And the opposite leg gets bigger, right? Then the hypotenuse gets longer, right?
Sure.
Right. So if the bottom portion below your eye line, let's just say 10 feet because it's an easy number, represents 10 feet, then it's going to subtend a certain angle. If the top portion is 90 feet, then it's going to subtend a much larger angle. So the available color information that's going to enter your eye is going to be much bigger. Right? Yes or no?
Sir.
Yes, absolutely. So as you recede in distance and the angle then changes, the bottom portion, which only has 10 feet of available color packets, and the top, which has 90 feet of available color packets, the 90 feet, because of the law of triangles, is going to maintain a larger acute angle. I mean, that's obvious.
Sure.
So it's of a necessity that the bottom portion, the angles of propagation will fall below 0.02 degrees before the top angles will, because it's 9 times greater, and therefore the bottom portion will, of a necessity, disappear or become unresolvable. This isn't debatable.
Oh, no, it's debatable. If you look at the picture I just posted, somebody else posted that here. That's what you're talking about.
You hate math.
By changing the angle of your eye, you should be changing all those angles.
Why?
Why? Because now your eye level is pointing, say, through the mass.
Wow, dude.
No, dude, that's not what eye level means. Doesn't mean the direction that your eyeballs face.
It certainly does.
Direction that the
That is painful, bro.
No, it certainly does. You're saying the available angle between the horizontal of the person and the ground is much more limited than above.
Is there really a school of thought where is there really like a controversial like denominational section between the subject area of optics? Like, are there different denominations of optics doctrine?
Not really. Nowadays, there used to be. For example, there used to be this thing called emission theory, which is very interesting. If you guys are curious, look into that.
The only difference is on the perceptual end, not the external end. Like after it hits, like the retina and all that stuff, like how it's processed optically in the brain. There's controversy there. Other than that, there's no controversy. Like what the eye does, what light does. There's no controversy there.
Like how do you resolve this freaking conflict? This is annoying. I'm sure the vast majority of persons who are listening to this are just annoyed by this.
The only conflict
area of optics, and now there's these alternative doctrines, this controversy and conflict between the two doctrines. I mean, what the fuck?
You guys are the only group of people on the planet.
No,
you're the only group of people on the planet. You're the only group of people on the planet who think this way with the optics.
You are totally wrong, bro. You are totally wrong. You're outside your depth.
Yeah, Glooby, have you ever done drawing 101 or a photography course?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, maybe re-enroll for drawing 101.
So you're saying mechanical drawing or drawing 101 debunks,
you'll realize all the people. Go ahead. You'll realize all the people that have passed that course are also in that group of people.
No, they're not.
What?
So you're saying all those people that passed those courses now believe the Earth is flat because curvature has been debunked?
What I'm saying is, if they have the opportunity to apply what they learned there to this discussion, yes.
Okay, so I'm saying again, you're the only group of people who've applied these principles this way to come to these conclusions.
You're wrong.
Yeah. Who else does it? Who else does it?
James Gibson.
James Gibson understands that things disappear bottom up because of those angles. The angle you're talking about.
Dude.
Well, not specifically that, but
okay. Well, then that's my point. Like, you guys are applying these principles in a different way than most other people.
What are you talking about?
Look, like, why can't we get fucking clarity right now? Like, what the fuck?
May I intervene?
Okay, standard optics.
Hold on, friend. Hold on.
Look,
you may intervene only if you promise not to have an outburst of swearing and jiding of the guest.
Not a problem.
Very well. What is the problem? Like, why is there so much conflict? Like, bro, why do you contradict everything we say? Unless we bow down and kiss your feet and say you are correct,
the floor to the guy who
contradict it.
Are you done?
So why are you contradicting Indio now? My frustration is justified. Bro, why are you contradicting him now? What do you disagree about?
So let's do this another way. Now, instead of a mountain, we have
sagittal plane.
Oh, God. What the hell's that got to do with what we're talking about?
Yeah, all right. That guy's done. You had your chance. You blew it, sucker.
Sagittal plane?
Guys, 2 hours was enough. I'll be back another day. 2 hours was enough.
Think of your mountain as a tower of lights, right? on a flat plane.
Sure.
Right. So it's a tower. All the lights are separated by. They're separated 6 feet apart. They're 1,000 feet high. You have all these lights, and you start moving this tower away from you. When can you not differentiate the bottom two lights from the other? At what distance?
Are they're attached to this mountain?
It's a tower. It's a fucking telephone pole with the lights every 6 feet apart. So we can just quickly do the we can do the calculation based upon the angular resolution of the eye. It's three miles away. You'll no longer be able to resolve the two bottom lights.
Sure, and the top ones.
So the two bottom lights are going to look like one light. So one light's no longer going to be visible. But to
and the top lights further away. You're telling me you're still going to be able to differentiate the two lights?
No, you won't be able to differentiate the lights, but you're still going to see them.
So what? The point is differentiation. Now you're saying there's a point at which
differentiation, right? That's
you're saying there's a point at which
you're looking at the trees, right? You're looking at the fucking squirrels in the trees.
It's painful. You're saying there's a point at which you move that tower back where the bottom lights are going to disappear before the top lights, even though the top lights are closer to you or further away. I mean.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need to know. I understand your point of view.
We have a very easy demonstration of this.
Fact, dude.
No, it's definitely not a fact.
It's a mathematical fact.
No, okay.
Well,
you can explain.
Know what GeoGebra is? Listen, go in GeoGebra. It's a little graphics program. Test it out. You can measure all the angles. You can make a little tree. You can do all the distances. Just test it out. You'll see you're fucking wrong.
Yeah, let me add to that. If you ever are so inclined to watch a 5-hour video or the short version, there's a man named Life is Short, right? So he did a video explaining all of these things with the culmination of a demonstration with a light being lowered. So, in a hallway or something, and he's lowering a light down from about, a man's height down towards the ground. And he has two different optics far away from the light that have different angular resolutions and different pixel density, okay? And he demonstrates that as he lowers the light down, the one that has the inferior resolution capability, the light disappears entirely as he lowers it down, while the other optic maintains it, proving that you are wrong, sir.
And where does this I can go watch?
Well, we have it in here. I'll have to look for it.
Someone already posted the link to the channel.
Yeah, sweet. Now, hopefully they'll also post you the short version where he does the demonstration. There's look, he does a very long, thought out, very explicit, detailed one that's painfully long, like 5 hours. But then he has a condensed version as well. Hopefully someone can get you that.
I appreciate it if someone can link me to it. I'd like to see it. 5 hours is a bit much, though. All right. I'm out. Thanks, guys. Been fun.
Right. TikTok, it's poison.
Oh, I agree with that. I agree with you there. Hey, we agree with something. All right. Bye, guys.
It's TikTok.
What?
TikTok, isn't that hoe over there? It's what?
Dude, we're supposed to be doing a joint venture out into TikTok, and you're downplaying it. No, TikTok's great, brother.
Okay. I'll be like the White House press secretary and just talk it up.
TikTok's just another avenue if you consider the fact that it's the the biggest social media platform, but it's also the dumbest.
It's dominated by females. So I think demographically, if you think about YouTube versus TikTok, well, first of all, the majority of people on TikTok are females. On YouTube, but it's a small majority. On YouTube, it's vastly male. So it's like.
This guy came from TikTok, if I'm not mistaken, and he has some videos critiquing the flat Earth.
Yes, he does.
Right.
Yes, he
So
does.
there's nothing stopping us from retorting in kind with some clips that we made here tonight, right?
Please do. Globy is somebody who loves to make fun of flat Earth and individuals in particular.
Well, that's great.
And he
just got made fun of himself for the past 30 minutes.
So whatever you guys want to do here, I will say this: you guys have great patience, and I love listening. I think 4 of you pretty much talked to him. I love listening to you guys talk because you know I did a video. I went out to a practice football field today, about 60, 70 yards long, and I posted it about an hour ago. And obviously, you know, you're on a flat surface, and I walked about 60, 70 yards, and there's a football field next to it that I showed a little bit further down. It's 120 yards, 100 yards plus 10 for the end zone. And so I walked it, and it was really cool. It was flat, and I had the camera up about 4 or 5 inches off the ground. And obviously, you don't know, you can't really explain it other than angles that you do when you go further away. You lose your bottom first. Now, you can't explain it other than using angles. And then that perfectly explains what I saw last night and tonight with the sunset, which I posted a little bit lower below that. And then I saw the sunset again tonight. And it explains it perfectly. You don't understand.
So what?
Jim, you there?
Oh, no, oh crap.
But they can't. Anyway.
Right. Sorry, we lost you at the end there, Jim.
Oh, I just admire you 4 who basically did the conversation. You guys were great. Thanks.
No, and I want to second that. And Indio, I think you did a good job of talking about the acuteness and the field of view, right? I think some people think that, well, you just see, right? Period. Like you just see whatever number of degrees, but it's not true. It's not accurate, right? There's only, anyways, yeah. You get what I'm driving at. It's about the acute vision, right? So.
Well, they always do this thing where they think that they're looking at a whole object, right? Like I see a bolt, I'm looking at the whole bolt. No, you're seeing a whole bunch of points of light that are being projected onto your eye, and you're interpreting that as a bolt. But
excuse me, I have questions.
Oh, no, we're not gay. Anyway. No, go ahead.
Can I ask you a question, Jim? Give me one reason for Earth is flat.
Go outside.
What?
What a great question.
Go outside, man.
Give me one reason.
One reason?
Touch rise with your feet and it feels flat.
I'll give you the fastest flat Earth rundown, okay? The known territory of the Earth is allegedly covered by 70% water. Water is flat and level in principle and by physical necessity. Since water represents the majority of the territory and it's flat and level, then the Earth can't possibly be a ball because it lacks the demonstrable surface curvature. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll give you the even shorter version. The shorter version is this. No curve, therefore flat.
So, give me another reason.
That's a sufficient necessary and contingent reason. No other reason is necessary.
Like you cannot give any other reason other than that. That's all
true.
The possible reason you can give.
Yes, the quality of flat is described as lacking curvature. Therefore, the only reason that something is flat is because it has no curvature. If the Earth has no curvature, it's flat. I rest my case. As Gregory pointed out, there is no other reason. Now, maybe you want other answers, but that's the reason. So maybe rephrase your question to, get the conversation going.
I mean, you literally asked, give me a reason why it's flat, and he said it's not curving. And you're like, that's not good enough. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Like, what would be sufficient?
That's good. Okay. Give me another
I'm sorry.
reason.
Perhaps I lack a bit of self-control, but this is where my indignation comes in. And I will be the first to admit, I'll beat everyone to the punch and be the first to admit that I was the most simple-minded in that previous dialogue. But I know I was speaking for someone in the audience. I was expressing someone's thoughts in the audience.
Yeah, you were. Somebody was saying, man, I hope somebody interrupts when one of the guys making a point is making a point, and then they get pissed and ban that sucker.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Nah, dude, you were fine. Come on, man, you were just playing bad cop. That's fine.
I suppose, wasn't I? But I mean, like...
someone needs to keep him in check or he'll get out of control, man. They do that, right? If you just, like, you give them an inch and they take a mile, that kind of deal. Someone has to keep him in check.
Hey, I hope someone did my suggestion and clipped when he was talking to you, Indio, and he just said, it doesn't matter. Talking about angular, I think angular resolution or angular size. And then within the minute, in the very next breath, then conceded that it did matter after you said, no, it does matter. Repeatedly contradicting himself like that, and just unjustified negation retort after unjustified negation retort ad infinitum.
Hey, Gregory.
He was all over the place.
Because of lying, so like that was it. Like, you're lying. Like that was his. That was his refutation of what we were saying, which is absurd.
Who's the guy that just asked us for a reason, though? What was his name?
Globy McGlowface?
No, the other guy that said, "Give me one reason." It's
dude.
Yeah, are you still there, man? F Don, are you still around?
Holy shit!
No, F dot. DOT.
They're all Globy McGlobeface.
Someone else was calling my name?
Yes.
Well, they've given you a reason, a short one, and then even a more succinct one. What do you think now? Do you need another reason, or have you thought about it?
Yes, please. I need.
You need a third reason.
Yes.
Well, what do you think about reasons 1 and 2? What do you think about there not being a curve? How about we confront that one first, and then we can explore other reasons. But let's at least talk about that one.
Yeah, what reason would speak to you if not that?
Yeah. When Indio says go outside, he's 110% right, because if you go outside, you never see any curve. The only place you see a curve is on TV and education. That's it.
Yeah. When the manifest truth is right in front of you, I mean the responsibility of proof falls on the one claiming something like unobservable, right? Like that is really out there, and it's really obvious that the Earth is flat. So you need proof that it's not, and their proof doesn't add up.
So he's been given 3 reasons. He now needs 4. Can he give any to believe that it's a globe, though?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, F dot. Do you believe you live on a spinning space ball?
One thing I appreciate about Gregory is there's a definition out there for passion. It's something so intense others feel it. So Gregory, we appreciate your passion, or at least I do for sure.
Yeah, I second that.
So what are we standing at here? 3 reasons for the flat Earth, 0 for the globe. Is that what we got?
Go ahead, F dot. What were you going to say? Your mic's open. Go ahead.
I never heard them. Again?
So, do you believe you are living on a spinning space ball?
Yes.
Okay, so some intelligent people here have given you some reasons why you might not be living on said space ball. Could you give us a reason why you think you are?
You know what he's not going to say? He's not going to say go outside.
Go ahead. Why do you think you're living on a spinning space ball, F dot?
Okay, why do you think the Earth flat?
Well, we already told you. So why do you think it's a spinning space ball? Your turn.
Hold on. I don't want to play this game. What did we already tell you? What was our answer? F. When you asked us already, when we told you, what was our answer?
F's in the chat.
You asked us already. AI answered. What did he answer you? Why? And then you asked her another reason. What was the first?
Okay, there is no curve.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure you're paying attention. I don't want to waste our time. Because there's no curve. Like, what other reason could there possibly be? Can you have a ball that's not curving?
Because it's not visible?
It's not measurable either, apparently.
So if it's not visible, then you have never seen the sphere, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then you cannot justify the conclusion that we live on a sphere, correct?
Yeah.
I rest my case.
Awesome. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yep.
Now, this is not how an in-person conversation sounds like, unless you are very awkward. So, like, what are you doing in here? Like, this is what annoys me when people get on the internet. They act all weird like this.
I sense a language barrier. That's just
I don't think so.
my conjecture.
Accent.
Look, he's not here for such a simple answer, right? He needs some gusto, some cowbell.
But if
Right?
he doesn't
Right,
tell
Mr.
us
F?
if he doesn't tell us what his hang-up is, we can't solve it for him.
Oh, yes, you can. It's very easy. You just decide a track of thinking to speak to him because he's willing ears at the moment. So you just tell him what you want to say. You don't give him the option of deciding what you're going to say. You just do it.
Or say, give him power over what you're going to say. It's just I found that people generally are only persuaded by a choice few arguments that they internally know.
Yeah,
we need Helio. We need Helio to sing "Have You Ever Seen the Curve?" That's what we need right now.
Right. So let's go further. So, Mr. F, if you're not going to speak, please put your mic on mute. Or speak to us, one or the other, because you're got major fan feedback. All right. Mr. F.
F, you there? Yeah.
Yep.
So what do you think? Tell us what you think.
About the flat.
I know there's a foreign accent right there.
Yeah, no, I definitely think there's a language barrier. Where are you from, F?
I'm from Middle East.
Middle East, okay. And so do you think after listening to the reasons given here, do you still think you're on a spinning space ball, or does that give you some food for thought? Does it give you something to go think about?
To be honest, I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Why? Tell us why. What is your best reason why it's...
I believe the flat...
Well, we already gave you that reason. Yeah, we already gave you that reason. There's no curvature.
Give me one.
No, we already did. That's what I'm saying. Are you listening? There's no curve.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I don't think this is going to go well, guys. I'm just going to put that out there.
Well,
this server kind of makes me cynical sometimes when people like him come into the server. So I feel like he's some sort of pretender. Because even people with foreign accents, they give more substance in the mic than this.
I don't, dude. There's all kinds of people.
I'm hot mic.
Like for example, rather than squeezing blood out of a stone, anybody could have took charge of the mic and explained to him how water can be demonstrated to be flat, or other such segues that would tickle his mind about what was already stated.
I mean, that's what you started with, right, AI?
Sure, but I just made the claim and the assertion that water's obviously flat and level.
Mm-hmm.
But you could double down on that by saying, okay, there's a laser test, here's the metrics, here's the globe model, here's what happened. This is defeating the globe model by 2 orders of magnitude. You could say mirror test. You could say, this husband and his wife went out on a frozen lake with their skidoo, and he gave the wife a flashlight and sent her across the lake, and then he spotted it. And then these refractive conditions demonstrate that the amount of differential isn't there for the globe, hump of Earth curve in the lake. You could take it all kinds of ways that allow us to have exposition of our point of view rather than just hearing, stuttering from somebody. Now, I'm not saying that to chide anyone. I'm just saying that, there's always an opportunity for you to speak without eliciting from the guest or from the audience, because there's so many of these examples, right? Like, look, we have a wiki with 100 of them. I mean, I would submit to you that you guys know of them already, some of you at least, know of multiple examples and multiple stories and multiple things that you could tell someone who's coming here because they want to know what we have to say. So it shouldn't always be like just immediately say, well, why do you live on a globe? If somebody says, why is the earth flat? And you say, well, water's level. And then they're dumbfounded and awestruck and can't think straight or even speak. I mean, that's a good time to just start, for lack of a better term, preaching. Or, let's use a more nuanced term, exposition, right, of our position.
No, for sure. I don't think ultimately that our friend Mr. F was listening all that intently. Hence the reason he had nothing to say after the first 2 times you spoke, AI. And so I was trying to get him to actually come out of his quote unquote shell, if you will, just to get him to actually start a conversation. But 100% agree.
Awkward silence cue.
What was the car with the 3 headlights? Was that an Edsel?
Oh, interesting.
3 headlights.
There was a car with 3 headlights. I think it was an Edsel. I can't remember.
Hey, Indio, I keep telling people that frozen lake from 8 miles with the 4 lights, with the red light being the farthest one, was Wisconsin. Was that the state it's in, or am I mistaken?
Aha. So, good point, Jim, because I was about to ask, why did Indio mention the car with the 3 lights? Does anyone have a guess?
It was made in Wisconsin? I don't know.
No, it wasn't. Could have been. I don't know.
All right, I'm going to guess. If nobody else guesses, I'm going to guess.
Go ahead.
Because different colored light refracts at different rates.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. He was going to talk about the angular separation and the loss of information versus 2 headlights versus 3 or something along those lines.
Exactly. Because they understand that analogy, like when you use the headlights and how, like, if the car's way in the distance and you'll just see one light until it gets closer, then you see the headlights separate. Now, if the headlights are vertical, like on an Edsel, the center headlight was a little bit higher than the regular headlights.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So you'd see them separate vertically, right? So you'd see one light rise up from the other light.
See, this is what the globe side doesn't understand. If you're at Chicago and the lake freezes over and you have the Sears Tower behind you, Wills Tower, 1,450 feet tall, and you start walking across the frozen lake, by the time you get a certain amount of miles away and turn around and you're 5.5, 6 feet observation standing on top of the ice, you will not see the very, very, very bottom of the Sears Tower, and it's all about angular resolution. It's all about angles, and the globe side doesn't understand that. They'll say, "Oops, there's ice on the very bottom of the Chicago Tower. Let's go rescue everybody." And they don't understand angles, and it's fascinating. I'm looking at Chicago, and of course we have this Nowicki shot from 56 miles away. That was 160 feet up on a dune, and of course Tom Coombs called it a mirage. And that's what happens, guys. Sooner or later something will disappear from the bottom up. It's not a curve. It's angular resolution, and then when it gets far enough away, you don't see it at all. And that's a sunset on a flat Earth or stationary plane.
And every time that is mentioned and explained, I just cannot help but have contempt for these people. They act as though they're so educated and so nuanced and so wise, right? And we are just so basic and simple-minded and don't even understand the basics. But me, the simple-minded, doesn't even understand the basic flat earther, can grasp that optics, angular resolution, angular size breakdown that Jim just gave. But they either don't or refuse or are unable to get that. Why are they able to grasp why are they able to grasp that, what they believe, but they can't grasp this, which is directly and immediately relevant to their everyday experience? That's where my contempt comes in.
Yeah, I think it's because...
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's because, Greg, I understand your frustration, of course, and it's mainly because usually the anti-flats like Globie and all that, it's because they've been educated a certain way, so they're considered well-educated in the world, they can speak well, they've got high school degrees, their college degrees, whatever, they've done well. So when we present this new information, for example, scientific method, angular resolution, Rayleigh criterion, the cognitive dissonance just kicks in because they're like, these people are saying the Earth is flat, they have to be stupid. So if they are stupid, how can they be presenting this educated type information? And then that's when all the wires get crossed and then they just fall apart from there.
Precisely right there. Like that is the phenomenon in the anti-attitude. I try to abstain from that, but I am what I am and I am who I am. So I'm strongly and extremely and emphatically against certain things. But nevertheless, at all times and in all subjects, you try to maximize being critically considerate, right? But people, especially when they don't want to be critically considerate, I mean, there's a difference between refusing to do so in spite of being able to versus not being able to in spite of your best effort, right?
Yeah.
It's usually the former rather than the latter. And when you have the latter, that's when my contempt comes in.
Right. So let me answer that question in light of the past near decade of debates and whatever's that we've been through here. So the reason why they're so scared, now I'm not going to call it scared, but so standoffish to this idea of any consequence of the bottoms of things disappearing due to optical physics alone is because they have been taught or used as rhetoric or used as argumentation or have been exposed to that things disappearing from the bottom up is an exclusive necessary consequence of globe geometry.
That's exactly what Ruhif said yesterday, remember?
Correct. Now, here's the problem. So the argument goes like this. If the Earth was a globe, things would disappear from the bottom up as they go away from you because the big hump of Earth curve is getting in the way. I can't see the bottom of that thing as it goes away from me. Therefore, what I just said is happening. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Now, classically, that is an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy in its perfect form. So it's a logical fallacy. So therefore, the Earth is a globe can't fit there. Now, our astute glober friends like Ruhif recognize this problem and simply refuse to say, therefore, the Earth is a globe. They then parse it out with something along the lines of, therefore, the Earth is consistent with being a globe. or therefore the phenomena that I'm witnessing is consistent with the Earth being a globe, which, probably could be true. The problem is that they have to twist all this language is because they've been met with rebuttals about this, with the thing about the angular resolution, perspective, and other things being able to occlude, preclude, unresolve, disappear the bottoms of things. Now, we all know in our lives that we've been in an experience the bottoms of things missing at ranges where there's absolutely no way that the alleged globe geometry was the cause. Meaning that in those instances, at least, the only plausible cause was optical effects. The category was optical effects. For example, I have a lake that I go to, 333 meters across. There's a certain target that I look at. It disappears from the bottom up. It disappears from the left and the right inwards. It disappears from the top down. It disappears from the bottom and the top down on different days, depending. You do the math on that, there's no way that the apex arc of the curve that is alleged to be there would be doing these effects, right? So we know that this is optical. The globers know that it's optical. Why they refuse to concede something that doesn't involve globe geometry is because they think it defeats globe geometry because they have that argument stuck in their head. But here's the problem. If you concede that the bottoms of things can disappear or become unresolvable by the necessary consequence of optical physics alone, that doesn't speak to the truth claim about the globe. It doesn't automatically negate the globe. It just negates that statement that it can only happen if the Earth's a globe. So why are they so afraid of it? We had a friend named, hold on, give me a second, I'll think of his name. He's a lawyer. Issa. Okay, Issa. He's, I can't remember his other name. It's like Flat Earth Lawyer or something like that. But whatever, his name's Issa. And he told some globers during their debate, he goes, bros, if you guys had just never said that the only way the bottoms of the boats can disappear is if the Earth is a globe, you would have won. And he put out an elaborate concept of why they shot themselves in the foot so hard on this one. And he said, if you guys just never made that argument, the majority of flat Earth takeoff wouldn't have happened. And why is that? Well, the answer is that you could easily go out and demonstrate to yourself that it's not true that the bottoms of things can only disappear if they're obstructed by a physical object. You could go out and demonstrate that for yourself easily. And you could definitely go out and demonstrate that what you think is the bottom of a boat disappearing at range, and you could zoom back in and see the boat. So people could go out and disprove this claim because you, the glober, foolishly made the claim that if the Earth was a globe, the things would disappear from the bottom up. Therefore, every instance of things disappearing from the bottom must be globe-Earth curvature in the way. That's where they fucked it up.
You're exactly right. And that's what I did today. I went out and did it today, and I put it on YouTube, and I posted about an hour ago. And you are exactly right. When you go out and do it yourself, it's not like that person did it or that person did it. You did it, and you put it on YouTube for everybody to watch so you have something to reference. And I'm telling you guys, and sometimes I get upset. And I haven't here yet, but other places I have. These globe people, there's something going on there. I don't know what it is, where it's paid, being stupid, being dumb, whatever. I have no idea. Or some combination. But Globey is a special circumstance. He will not budge one bit. If you throw him evidence that we live on a flat Earth stationary plane, he will not budge 1 inch. And you just got to get used to it.
Well, and Jim, you didn't go do boats today. You just went to a football field, right? 60 to 70 yards, like you said. And I know a lot of you probably know Flatzoid or whatever, and he's got a video on his channel where you can just take something and place it on your kitchen table or some sort of quote-unquote flat plane and use a camera, and you can make that object, whatever it is, appear to disappear from bottom up on your kitchen table. You don't have to go to the ocean, right? It's optics. It's period, right? End of story.
You know what's really fascinating is that if you take, let's say today I was at 4 inches on my camera and I walked 70 yards and you see that I was, it was a long way away, so I was disappearing at the same time I was walking. but I disappeared from the bottom up, and probably up to my knee, up to my knee. But if I would have put that camera at 8 inches or 10 inches, which I'm going to do when I get to the football field, that's 120 yards, 10 yards for each end zone, and do 120 yards in the middle of the field where there's no, and I made a picture. I took a picture of the football field I'm going to use whenever they start practice in a month. And I'm going to do that, and I'm going to put it at 4 inches. I'm going to put it at 8 inches. I'm going to put it at 12 inches. And the thing is, sooner or later, at 8 inches, 12 inches, you will disappear bottom up until you can't see yourself anymore. And that's a sunset. They will not give us sunsets, but that is what a sunset is on a flat Earth. And it's the greatest thing ever, because now when you go see a sunset, you visually in your eyes and in your brain say, we're not spinning. That sun is moving away, and it's a really great thing, and that's what was, made for us.
Look, I just want to say this about their cognitive dissonance. I just remember when I first got in this topic, I think I spent 3 years arguing about whether there'd be a horizon on a flat Earth and about whether you could see the entire surface of an infinite plane. They would argue that no matter what, no matter how large the plane was, you'd always be able to see the surface, infinity, whatever, which is obviously idiotic, right? Because at some point, your angle, your line of sight to that plane is going to be so shallow, there's no way you're going to be able to see it. I spent 3 years doing that. And until until I found like a image of like a computer graphic, like an infinite checkerboard, right? So as the checkers get further and further away, the little squares, right? The angle of view gets more and more shallow, and eventually those little squares, right? They just appear as a line, as a horizon. And I would show them citations, because it's not like I invented this stuff. It's in the so-called scientific literature going back to the 40s. But they just would not let it go.
They don't.
and now they finally let it go, right? That there'd be, there wouldn't even be a horizon on a flat Earth. Like, this is like the dumbest thing ever, man. It's I just roll my eyes when I hear that now. It's so bad.
Yeah, but who has ever drawn a picture of what it would look like in their view if there's no horizon and the Earth was flat? What would it look like as you're looking out into the distance? Like just one solid color?
The dogs are nuts. Indeterminate.
It would look exactly the same way as it does now.
Just for the sake of making our argumentation as solid as possible, I don't want people to fall into what I'm going to call hyper anecdotalism. And most people aren't really paying that much attention to this, but there's someone out there who is going to be pensive enough and astute enough to bother themselves with mentioning it, where there's this notion that's been repeated, well, if you didn't do it yourself, then you don't know. Well, if that's your criterion for a method of inquiry and trying to justify a conclusion, that proves too much, because your very own existence is excluded by that. Well, what do you mean? Well, you didn't cause yourself to exist. You didn't observe, or you're not able to repeat the phenomenon of the beginning of your existence. So therefore, you can't justify the conclusion that you exist. Now, I can already hear someone saying, Gregory, you're just overdoing it again. Well, perhaps I am, but nevertheless, it is worthy of mention.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong, because a person can't testify to their own birthday because they weren't old enough to read a calendar, right? You couldn't read a calendar when you were born. How the hell do you know when you were born?
Oh, hold on, guys. It is going overboard, because, I mean, even if you can't testify to your birth, you still have past moments that you can testify. You can still testify to your own existence through your own experience.
Well,
sure, but you have to have the beginning of your existence in order to testify about any other memory.
Okay, listen to this. If you see a pile of camel poop, do you believe that a camel came through?
No, if you're able to identify it to be camel poop just by at a quick glance.
Yeah. Say that you're familiar with the species and its poop. I mean, sure, someone could have like picked up the poop and moved it to the middle of the desert, but could they have?
I mean,
like the evidence is there. The evidence is there, you know. Like you don't need
well, that's
to
the
see.
problem. You're playing into Gregory's point because you have to exclude all the plausibilities, right? And you have to have a reason why you exclude them. For example, you said yes, someone could have brought the poop. That's true, it could have. So
But
how do you
do know
exclude that?
But the camel who pooped it certainly exists, does he not? Because you can see his poop.
Maybe.
Perhaps. You know, how do you know it is camel poop?
Well, I think the way to cut through all this is like just to differentiate the nature of the claim that should be verified, right? And that should be how extraordinary is it? How just outside of the realm of human experience and plausibility is it? Right? So someone says, yeah, I went to a restaurant. I don't need a freaking, I don't need 5 eyewitnesses and camera footage to know someone went to a restaurant. It's plausible, right? People go to restaurants all the time. I've been to a restaurant. I don't need a hyper amount of evidence to think that that's a true event. But when
that's exactly
says,
the hazard
I went to a freaking infinite vacuum, that's a different type of claim, right? That, you need a little bit more. It's like saying I saw a Bigfoot or a unicorn or something like that. You need extraordinary evidence, right? So I think that's what Carl Sagan said. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
My point is to highlight exactly that hazard. I want to avoid that hazard because with all this freaking conflict and disagreements, right? Some people are rigorous beyond what is justified and rational, and are skeptical beyond what is justified and rational, right? The very extreme, the both extremities is that you believe everything that is said or you believe nothing that is said, right? Both are unjustified extremes, right? So you have to find, as it were, if you permit me to use the metaphor, the Goldilocks area between the two extremes, right? How do you know what you know? And various conclusions, various knowledge claims are not proved all in the same one single way, right? So
right, but let me
again, that's why I keep emphasizing critical consideration. You can be critical, right? You don't believe anything. You can be considerate. You believe everything. Or you can be critically considerate. You believe what is sufficiently proven. Now, that flows right into that last sentence where people say extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Well, when you pause and analyze that slogan, really, that's not objective. Because to call something extraordinary is to express being impressed, right? Event A impresses person A, and the same event A does not impress person B, right?
Well,
so
I personally don't mean it in that sense. I mean it in the sense of out of the ordinary, whereas it's not in the ordinary experience of human beings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the best sense, what you said, in the sense that you said it, you're expressing a varying degree of plausibility of various claims, and you're going to be more rigorous and more skeptical of this claim over that claim.
Yeah, like someone says, I threw a football 200 yards, right? Yeah, okay, dude. Do it again. Show me.
It's well within the realm of possibility and probability. Yeah.
I mean, it's possible, but so
relative to the other things that you mentioned.
Like, what would you just throw it in a hurricane?
Football fields, right.
However, it's not very hard to fake camel poop. So you got to think if there's a reason they want to fake it, then they could probably easily do it. They wanted to do it.
So that was just a minor critique. Let's not.
No, it's important.
Be too rigorous.
Because Clovers try to use that shit against us, right? Well, you got to do everything yourself. Did you do it yourself? Blah blah blah.
Right.
Because they're just trying to make this blanket all or nothing fallacy type deal, right? To kind of like discredit us. You just don't believe anything, or we're being impractical, right? No one can do everything themselves or test everything themselves. So you're just making an unjustly high standard of evidence that's unreasonable.
Yeah, you get my point. Yeah, so we don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot with unjustifiably high, rigorous, or narrow criterion.
Gregory, I just want to know how a rocket can push off of nothing in the vacuum of outer space. I just want one. I just want one explanation that makes even a sense at all from a glober. I can't find one.
I could give you one right now. Inertial differential from the force of the explosion against the shroud.
I've heard that, or something close to that. AI. I've heard something close, not quite as distinct as you just put it, but something close.
Now, look, it sounds good in principle. To really cement it home, you'd have to provide a practical demonstration, and that would settle it once and for all.
Yeah.
But how would you construct such a demonstration? That would be, close to practically impossible with the funding and even the idea of the thing itself. Like how would you have a big enough vacuum chamber? Because once you ignite the gases, you pressurize the chamber instantaneously, and now you have the plausibility that you're using the back pressure to counteract the explosion, which would provide the counterforce to the shroud, which would then push the rocket.
Oh my god!
And then how do you get a genuine vacuum in the first place? Not a vacuum, non-vacuum.
Oh my goodness!
A vacuum with matter in it.
Well, you would need a pump that could evacuate the chamber faster than the freaking rocket gases can expand within the chamber. Good luck with that.
Hey, I remember. I'm old enough AI to remember. Hey, that's really neat. Starship Enterprise. Kirk and Spock and McCoy and Scotty can go warp 6. That's really cool, man. And I used to think that was really cool. And then you think about it, and you still think, hey, it's really cool, man. And then you find out that it's a total big lie. And now you watch it on Pluto TV. Because I got rid of my I got rid of my cable, so I watch it every once in a while. And it's like, you guys are pushing off of nothing, going warp 6. Cool story,
and making so much noise in the whole process. All that noise and all that battle.
Cool story.
It wouldn't be possible in a vacuum.
Cool story, Star Trek.
All the explosions. Oh my gosh.
That always bothered me. Like, how is this so noisy? Like, I just watched Gravity. I can't hear nothing in that movie. And now watching Star Wars, I can't hear nothing in that movie because there's so much noise.
What are you talking about? Well, think about it this way. When you're looking into a movie, do you think like you're there in the space, in like the spectator craft? Think about it. You're part of the story. You're a race of alien that's basically a watcher.
Mm-hmm.
You're a part of the canon. Like, you're the entity that's even more transcendent than the Q. That it watches all of the drama from the outside.
And depending on how they illustrate the movie.
No ability to think about it this way: no ability to affect it, but yet the ability to perceive it.
Yeah, depending on how the movie illustrates itself, because sometimes they'll illustrate the movie where the audience is a hypothetical, almost God's eye view observer. Or they'll illustrate the movie where you are in the situation and you're experiencing the situation with the characters.
I was outside. I was outside just for a few minutes today getting some sun by the pool, and it faces west, so I can get a little bit of sun. And there was two people, younger people, in the pool, and I was, you just kind of listen to them once in a while, and somebody goes, "Well, we're not in outer space." And I just kind of went, "Oh my goodness!"
Oh my goodness!
They're like 8 to 10 years old, and they're saying, "Well, we're not in outer space." We just lost that generation right there too.
Dude, I just wrote the best Star Trek episode ever.
Did you?
Yes. So the episode. Now, keep in mind, Star Trek Corporation, I own this episode. If you want to do it, you have to pay me. All right. So the episode is, they actually address the extra-dimensional entity, the Watcher, directly in a pseudo fourth wall break, because it's not technically a fourth wall break, because you are actually in their universe watching them in the story, and they have to defeat you somehow. And so you know that the way the show normally goes is you're allowed to see all the uniquely interesting and pivotal things because somehow you just magically transport there. So they actually devise a way to make even more interesting things happen so that your attention, by the force of attention or however it is that you interact with their universe, forces you to go there to observe while they do something else over there. And then when you come back over there, they then like do a phaser blast at the screen and then the episode ends.
Like
Do you have that written down?
I think
Hey,
my
guys,
secretary got it.
Hey, can I ask you guys a question? I'm new here, and I have a couple questions.
You just did.
Questions. Oh, there it is. There it is. You got me. So, I kind of came to this scene via like Soul
Is
Trap.
there a natural phenomenon of open containment here on Earth?
What?
Containment on Earth.
Yeah, but what did that have to do with the guy's question? He didn't even finish his question yet.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot, man. What a guy. Anyway, like I'm new here. I came here via kind of matrix theory, soul trap theory. Kind of really been coming to a lot of difficult conclusions about how the majority of what I had learned, at a time when I was very susceptible to any information, turned out to be bullshit. I'm currently I'm a stay-at-home father. Homeschool my kids for reasons that I'm sure you guys understand. I'm doing really good in all the other subjects, no problem. I'm like really in a pickle with science though. I don't know a lot about flat Earth, but I do know that like I have a really, really, really strong sense that everything that I have known about the heliocentric model might be complete bullshit. And I'm kind of interested in knowing like if you were in my position, and also keep in mind that I'm married to kind of a normie wife. She's a doctor. She's very scientifically, minded, pretty much like deep in indoctrination to where like any kind of alternate theories aren't really, she doesn't find like any enjoyment in like the things that I have been like kind of really reveling in lately. What would you teach like your children about like the flat Earth scenario if like you had to do it kind of underhanded? I'm sorry, guys. Like that's a lot, I know, but I'm interested to know if you have any insights.
I get it, man. I'm a flat earther, and my husband, he actually started flat earth with me, but then when we went through hard times, he started rejecting it. And he didn't really want me talking to my kids about it. But when my daughter entered school, they started lying to her about the globe, and I just wasn't cool with that. So, I don't know. He became a lot cooler with it once he started hearing me talking on here, hearing other reasonable people speak. So that helped. But I guess what I do with my daughter is I, just here and there, I'd be like, because the sun is not super far away. It's actually really close. And that's why this and that. Just give them the answers that they won't be given from the globe. Because they're asking and they're getting the same stupid answers. And it's actually a relief to find the truth.
I've got a different opinion.
Yeah, go for it, man. Go for it.
What I do, I don't really mention flat Earth. I teach them how to question things, and actually, when they come home with things, I ask them to research it and see what other people are saying about it as well, so that when they actually get something, someone tells them something, that they go and look at it for themselves. I don't want them to be isolated at school. They go to a Catholic school, so I don't want them to be the flat Earth kids at school. I'll have a different conversation with them when they're a bit older. But at the moment, I'm trying to leave it be and get them to question things instead. But in saying that, I have this. I use this as a podcast, so I have it on in the background all the time. So they
I got
hear
a
it.
question for the guy. You said that you're really in a pickle with science. Like, what do you mean?
So I don't know if I don't know if you guys are if you're purely physicalist, like where like all of this is real and we just happen to live on a flat Earth as opposed to a spinning globe. I've kind of been like really leaning heavily. I mean, not leaning, but I'm kind of the opinion that all of this is not what it seems. I really don't believe in space. I don't believe in extraterrestrials. I don't believe that we are a statistical anomaly. Like that life has happened due to dumb luck. I don't believe in evolution. And I mean, these are all like relatively new opinions of mine from my own research and my own delvings into these subjects. So I mean, the majority of science kind of like really jams.
Let me stop you right there, friend. Let me stop you because I want to answer your question in light of what you just said. So there's an established curriculum, right, in the general population, right, by the Board of Education and all these things, right, that teach kids what things are, right, with very little room for questioning it in the sense that it's presented as if it is true, right? Like this is the mainstream paradigm that's true. However, that's at school. Now, if you go out of school and you go into the fields that these things come from, there are advancements in those fields. So people in those fields have advanced beyond the standard paradigm. So, for example, if you go to school, you might learn A, but then you go into the field and you'll notice that there's 3 competing theories. Now, in school, you'll only be taught one, and it'll be generally taught under the assumption that it's generally true and this is just the way it is. But in the actual fields, there are competing ideas. So jump ship past school, past graduate, to the practical and the pioneering parts of the fields. And you will find so much diversity in thought among peers like physicists and astrophysicists, all these different scientists, that you will have enough wiggle room to be able to talk about all these topics. For example, the nature of reality. Is it concrete? Is it idealistic? For example, the Big Bang. Did we come from an infinitely dense point? Did something come from nothing? Is the Big Bang a misinterpretation? Did we actually start to exist after what the Big Bang would be? All of these things are being played out in mainstream circles, completely okay to talk about. It's just not taught in schools yet because schools hasn't caught up to it yet. But there's things like electric universe, right, versus the standard model. There's things like geocentrism versus heliocentrism. Even just teaching your kids that geocentrism is a plausible alternative to heliocentrism, some people might look at you funny, but guess what? They're behind the times because they're stuck in school, and school is behind the times. So you're actually giving your kids a greater service by giving them what's popping in the now.
Right.
So what I mean by that is some people will look at you like, oh, you're talking archaic flat earth nonsense, but in actuality, this is what's happening now in the physics fields, astrophysics, evolutionary biology, all of these types of things. These people are talking about these things, the nature of reality itself, the nature of the world we live in. Are we wrong about Einsteinian gravity? Are we wrong about the Big Bang? Did we misinterpret all of these things? Those people are talking about it, and therefore your kids talking about it is going to give them an advantage.
Can I?
So it's all positive. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean,
sorry.
I don't know if you heard me, but I said that like they're actually not in school. I'm homeschooling them. I have a 7-year-old right now that I have reading at a 11-year-old level, like doing mathematics at a 10-year-old level. Like I'm really killing it on the other fronts. It's just science. I have really been lagging because I've tried to like go through like some basic curriculums, and I get to a point where I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like this is like,
I think, if you don't mind, let me jump in just for a second here. And first of all, I commend you. I think what you're doing is awesome, and I think a lot of the advice given here is really appropriate and on point. But I think there's an elephant in the room. This is just my take, and understanding that my wife and I celebrated our 25th wedding anniversary this year. We got married when we were 18.
Congratulations.
Well, thanks. But what you said was that you kind of have a normie wife that doesn't probably see eye to eye with you. And I would argue that maybe a house divided is a recipe for disaster. And whether that be on finances, whether that's on science or whatever, if the children are getting different information from you than they might from your wife when she comes home from her 12-hour doctor shift, right? It's gonna undermine whatever message you're preaching.
No, man, no. No. You're making assumptions that aren't
go ahead.
accurate.
Go ahead, clarify.
I'm like my wife is very hands off. As far as she's concerned, she is the breadwinner. That's her only responsibility. As far as like the children's upbringing and their education, that's been primarily in my hands. It's in my hands the entire time. I've actually asked for help, but it's beyond her. There's nothing that she has really taught them, and it seems to me that she doesn't really have a desire to teach them. So these children are completely in my hands as far as their, as far as their like educational upbringing goes. So a house divided, like for sure, like I agree with everything that you said, but like that's not this situation. We're on different wavelengths. She's doing her thing. I commend her for it. And
you still need to tell her. Otherwise, you need to tell her what you're teaching the kids. Otherwise, she's going to get resentful, and then you're going to start.
You even mentioned it was an underhanded thing, right? So I'm just saying, be cautious, or at least have that conversation outright with your wife.
Yeah, that's great.
You're right. You're right. You're very right. I'm sorry for being slightly emotional.
Yeah, no problem.
It's a point.
Yeah, no problem. But this isn't couples therapy, which is why I gave you a very good way to go about doing it, which actually draws her in, because you said she's on this, she's on the cutting edge, she's into science. Well, everything that I laid out to you is the cutting edge of the sciences. And those people are talking about these things on a higher level. So you're basically giving your kids, for a lack of a better term, the AP advanced classes. Because rest assured, the really advanced guys in these fields are questioning the status quo. They're questioning the established paradigm. They're entertaining multiple ideas. And so to present that to your children, like who could naysay that? You're basically treating them like better than Chinese kids.
Imagine. No, I completely agree with your perspective. You're completely right. Like my tactic is to introduce them to the heliocentric model as well as like the flat Earth model and anything else I can find. Because that does seem to be like really good advice, like to just expose them to many different lines of thinking. For sure.
Well, no, I think it was Timbo that said it, which is, and ultimately, if you can teach kind of like the classical education system, right? And whether it be the trivium, right? And teach logic and rhetoric and get them to critically think about the topics that they're presented with, I think that's going to go a long way in their life in general, right? I understand this is a very scientific or a question about how should I present science to them. And so I get the struggle, right? For sure. Anyways, I just thought that was a good point from Timbo.
May I say something to the gentleman? So when I did university level biology, it was really a really mind-blowing experience, because the way they teach things in high school, once you go to college, like good colleges that really teach, quality science, it's very different. They will say, this is what people used to think, this is what they think now. And you, as the person, the student graduating, you may do a master's, but even if you just do an undergraduate, you need to learn how to learn, and you need to learn how to think, you need to learn how to analyze. Because if you have the high school attitude, if a student has a high school attitude going to college, they won't get very far in terms of really excelling, because they need to go through research, they need to understand how it's done, they need to do some of it themselves, and they need to be able to analyze the research. So they need to think how to think, they need to learn how to think. So yeah, I mean, maybe keeping that in mind as sort of like, because yeah, for homeschooling, probably you want them to go to college, be able to pass the entrance exams and so on. So they need to be, and yourself need to be geared towards that college mentality as well, which regular, especially public high schools, don't usually do that.
I wanted to mention
that's
in tandem with what
go ahead.
In tandem with what he just said, number one is
what science
people
is.
Are stuck in this attitude where you believe A, I don't believe A, therefore you have a bias, and I'm criticizing you for having a bias, quote unquote, with derision. Instead of realizing that logically, this is getting philosophical, both metaphysical and epistemological. Any given person has a position, right? And I'm going to get down to the bottom. This is how basic this is. Everyone has a position inevitably and necessarily. Why am I mentioning this? Because when the person, in principle, denies that they have a position, that is an affirmation of a position. One out of two positions. That I do have a position and I don't have a position. So even the very denial of a position is an affirmation of a position. So therefore, you cannot avoid having a position. You cannot be without a position. So if you want your children to learn, then they must accept that inevitability, that logically inevitable fact and metaphysical fact, how they're in this world where people have a position and they have contrary positions. And given that this conflict is very evident and very heartbreaking at worst, they must have an adequate approach to discriminate between truth and falsehood, between good and evil. So I just want to say that just to terminate the stigma of teaching this or that. Now, what you're going to teach is going to be true or false. Hopefully and preferably it will be true. But whatever you're teaching, it's going to be a position, and you cannot avoid having a position. There's no one that is neutral, especially those at the cutting edge of these fields, and especially in the area of philosophy, which is also an inevitable area of knowledge.
I think I understand what you're saying. But like they're very young. Like my oldest is 7. And I think that another gentleman really hit the nail on the head when he kind of was like kind of saying that I think that the most that he thinks the most important thing is raising a child capable of critical thinking and in a way like being free from just taking things at face value. I would like to teach them many different theories. Like I don't want them to be. I don't want to raise them in like a strictly flat Earth, heliocentric, evolutionary, non-evolutionary. From like a that.
Yeah, make them aware of these other doctrines out there. Yeah.
It sounds like you want to get classical education. That's good, man.
I'm trying, man. I mean, I'm really trying. This is a really, really scary time, not only to be alive, but I mean, especially with children. I made a decision to homeschool my child.
I got one.
Yeah, go for it.
I got one for you. This is what I did with my son. Okay, when he was similar age. So, just a primer. I'm of the Judeo-Christian persuasion, right? That's the worldview that I ascribe to. Okay? That worldview already posits the idea that the world, quote unquote, is a deception in some sense. right? Now, just put that aside for now. We know just from our geopolitical and socio-political culture that there are deceptions at play all the time that are being perpetrated on us. It's not the case that everyone else is in for our interests and that they're presenting everything in the most truthful way for our benefit. That just doesn't exist. Right? So your kids grow up with pie in the sky, apple in their eye attitude until you start to teach them the harsh realities that no, all strangers aren't going to be nice to you. Some are going to kill you. Some are going to rape you. Some are going to steal your candy. Some are going to take a video of you and post it on YouTube and make fun of you and bully you. Whatever. You teach them these falsehoods and these dangers. But another danger is thinking, right? False thinking being taught to them.
Right.
So here's what I taught my son. This is apropos to what we just talked about this argument that the globe always makes. Sorry, globers always make. If the Earth was a globe, things would disappear from the bottom up in the distance. I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the Earth's a globe. They then go even further and say the only way something can disappear from the bottom up in the distance is if there's Earth curve in the way, right? And this is so proliferated in the mainstream that it's almost dogma. That the bottoms of things disappearing is the quintessential experiential proof that the Earth is a globe. Right? They'll tell you, go out to the ocean, watch a boat disappear, you see it go down, you see the bottom disappear, therefore the Earth's a globe. In fact, Bill Nye, the science guy, had a kids show where he said the same thing. Ad infinitum, you've heard this happen. Now, all as I did is I took my child to a small lake where it's absolutely no Earth curve present according to their model projections and according to reality. But the point is that the curve of the Earth was excluded as a factor based on the scale in the local area. I then demonstrated to him that if he lowers himself down to a low enough angle, that the things in the distance will disappear from the bottom up. And I had him do it in a fun way where he would bob up and down, and he would tell me when he could see the boat and when he couldn't. And he would just sing this little diddly song. I can see the boat. Now I can't. I can see the boat. Now I can't. Right? And it was a little experience for me and him just to teach him, not necessarily that the Earth is flat, but that it's not true that just because many, many people make an assertion that this, therefore that, means that what they're saying is true. Because rest assured, regardless of the shape of the Earth, the necessary consequences of optics that if something's too shallow of an angle, you're not going to see it. So I implanted in his mind that the rhetoric coming from the mainstream isn't always true and can be disproven by yourself in practical reality. And that will sit with him for the rest of his life.
I would like to add something, unless somebody needs to.
So I can see the boat. Now I can't. Pretty cool.
So my approach to teaching my son, and I've already started, and he's younger than your youngest. He's 4. My very first thing that I want to teach him, which I've already done a pretty good job, because kids, there's something else. Teaching pattern recognition. And from there, my plan is to teach him logic and logical fallacies, scientific method, and natural laws. Entropy being the main one. So I'm having to educate myself on all this just so that I can very thoroughly teach him all these things. But pattern recognition being the very first thing.
They'll be well equipped, Flatsy. Keep doing that.
Well, he's already able to do amazing things, and teaching himself how to do it with just pattern recognition alone. So I don't want to. I have to stress this. That is a big part of it. Pattern recognition.
I also want to mention this, as displeasant as this may be, it's better to be prepared rather than sorry and unprepared. just as a number of us in here and millions of persons around the world have, at the very least, disappointed their close kin, including their parents, or even infuriated their close kin, even their parents, and their local community in their vicinity, in their proximity around them, by unsubscribing from, disbelieving, and even challenging and or refuting the common beliefs that they share in that community. I really don't like beating this cliche over the head, but you know, those of us who are in the circles, we are well familiar with this phenomenon in human civilization by now, right? All of this conflict and disagreements. There's a majority, there's a minority. Who is telling the truth? Now, even with your effort being in the minority, parents like you being in the minority, trying to teach them truth at best, as you should, that is contradicting the doctrines that are believed by the vast majority, be it hundreds, thousands, or more, they may believe it for a time and then go subscribe to the majority with that they believe. Or they may continue, or they may never receive what you teach. I just wanted to mention that fact, that possibility, because that happens. Just as the minority has unsubscribed from what the majority believed, the same has happened and can happen in reverse, where people grow up in this minority, you know, like the very classic and rather heartbreaking example, you know, you grow up in some kind of cult, quote unquote cult, right? You grow up in the Scientology community. You grow up in some witch, magician, occultist, esoteric community. And
or just almost
things happen and you're repulsed from that community, right? And then you go into the mainstream. So just keep it in your heart that is a possibility. I don't want it to happen, of course. Just keep it in your heart that that's a possibility.
Yeah, that is true. That's the reason why I don't necessarily want to tell my son what to think or like. I mean, I do want to tell him the truth, and I will, but I want to primarily teach him how to correctly process information that's given to him, so he can take it through the rigorous methods, whatever the information may be, to find for himself if it's true or false, or if he just can't know and he doesn't need to believe it or not, you know?
That sentence she just said, every time I give a comment like this, I can just hear someone, I guess I'm traumatized by now, but I can just hear someone shouting some cavil back in me, you know, I'm doing too much. When people say, I don't want to teach, I don't want to tell them what to think, well, if you're going to instruct anyone, including a child, you are inevitably going to tell them what to think. The content, the specific content of what you're saying to them will differ, right? In scenario A, I can just tell them, believe this. I can just command, instruct them, believe such and such, and never give an argument, never give any further evidence, or never give them any substance, right? Any substantiation to the notion I am trying to influence them to believe, right? In scenario A, I'm just trying to cause them to believe, right? But in scenario B, which is more preferable, I'm instructing them, giving them information, giving them substantiation, giving them argumentation, right? Including teaching them how to think, and even encouraging them to scrutinize even what I'm saying. Whoever I'm talking to, including children, including my own children. I don't have children.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what I was getting at. Yes, of course, I'm going to tell him that the Earth is clearly not a spinning space ball, you know, in the whatever. I'm not going to put him in that religion. I'll gladly, you know, I'll have to tell him about it, and I'll gladly be able to tell him the truth, that there is deception out there, and that if I can't provide the answers, I want him to be able to, you know, come to the conclusion on his own. So,
and just a sub point to this.
I'm not perfect.
Go ahead.
still always learning. I'm always
Right.
trying to learn more and research more, and I'm always confused. I'm always confused about some things, like I don't want to get into that. Anyways, yeah, I'm still always trying to learn more, so I can't just tell him what to think on every aspect. I have to just equip him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
well,
just try to force their mind to go believe it. Like, that's not education. A sub point to this,
yeah.
and just to let you talk after I finish this, the sub point to this is the inverse can happen. Someone who is detrimentally someone who has this attitude that says, I don't want to tell them what to think, I don't want to tell them what to think, I don't want to tell them what to think. Well, that's going to be counterintuitive, because you do that too long and you're going to refrain from telling them some truth that they should know, and then will come to know, maybe not, and then realize mom and dad could have told me and should have told me and they didn't. Now I resent them for that. So no, you also want to avoid that. Go ahead.
Right. Like my whole thing is, like my whole mode of educating my child has changed dramatically in the last 2 years or so. In the last year, mostly, because there are so many subjects that I want to teach him about, but like I cannot. Like history. Like I do not feel comfortable teaching them history, because like I can't put any faith in the majority of things that are mainstream narrative, because I in my adult life have come to find out that it's complete bullshit. As with a lot of things. So I mean, like I said before, a gentleman a little bit earlier kind of struck it on the head. Really, really good, insight about it. I don't want them to take everything I say as dogma. I'm not a god. I don't know everything. I don't know anything. The only thing that I have to offer them is skepticism. And an openness to all types of information, no matter like how outlandish they may seem. So yeah, I mean, it's just
On that
really,
point,
really hard thing
I
to
could say
navigate.
this. Yeah. On that point, I could say this. Number one, of course, honesty is the best policy, especially in the instance of trying to educate your children into the truth. All right. And secondly, you and I can both grasp the concept that, in principle, the logically best possible teacher is an omniscient, omnipotent, omnibenevolent person, right? You have all the knowledge, you have the best kind of knowledge, you are absolutely able to teach it, to convey it successfully, and you have a goodness of character to do it well with love, right? So that it is maximally beneficial to the recipient of the lesson. You see, in principle. Now, with that being said, some humans are in the habit of seeking that. Some humans are not. Some humans are in the habit of not seeking the best and locking themselves, ensnaring, imprisoning themselves in some situation that is less than the best. Right? Not having the best, not being optimal, but even being pessimistic or cynical. Right? So, if you're not the best possible teacher, don't pretend that you are. And not just for your children's sake, but even for yours, especially if you wish to take up the mantle of being an instructor of children, or an instructor of anyone, an educator, an enlightener of anyone. The more you know and the better you know, the more you can teach. You see? Because children, they're just smaller and younger, underdeveloped versions of us. We all used to be children. And around the later single digits, early double digits is when the profound questions start to kick in, right? So your 7-year-old and whatever other children you have, older or younger, I want you to be prepared when they catch, well, daddy's a skeptic. He doubts everything. So how does he know what he's teaching us? I mean, he just told us to doubt everything, which everything would include daddy. So then how does daddy know? Why is daddy a skeptic? Why should we believe what daddy's saying?
Your skepticism has to have context. And yeah, I agree with what you're saying, Gregory. I think that you don't need to be the only teacher. Your children can go through that kind of. Don't keep the false history, away from them. Let them learn it with you with the skepticism and context. I mean, 2 heads are better than 1. 3, even better. You don't have to take it all upon yourself. You don't have to take it all upon yourself to learn it, to convey it. If you can teach them the right tools to be able to take apart information and critically think, you can maybe learn a thing or 2 from them and going through the information with them.
Now, of course, easier said than done, but nevertheless, it's worthy to be said.
Yeah, for sure. Like as far as the skepticism goes, if they reach a point where they want to become skeptical of what I'm teaching them, I'm completely open to that, and I feel like that's kind of par for the course, right? But anyway, I really, really, really appreciate all the insight and everything that you guys have shared with me. I don't want to take up too much more of you guys' time. And thank you so much for all of your insights. It's been very beneficial. I have a lot to chew on. And thank you. I'm going to take a back seat and listen to what you guys have to say, because from the little bit I was listening to, very interesting dialogue. And thank you guys for letting me be part of the community.
No worries. Take care, man.
Thank you for saying what you had to say. By the way, my name is Gregory, as you see right there, my username, and you are welcome to speak to me further about these things and whatever else in my DMs.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah, I like hanging around here just for the dialogue and the information being passed around here. It's invaluable. I enjoy just being able to tell people these things because it sets it in my own mind even better, because I don't know if I would have thought about a lot of these topics prior to being on the server. So being able to talk about it just sets it more in my own mind, not just yours or whatever. You know what I mean? Something like that.
Yeah. And to be honest, like I'm not well versed in the flat Earth, like the science behind it, or like any of the proofs behind it. It's just it might be silly, but like a couple months ago, I had this kind of like what the hell moment when I looked at the moon and like had this like realization that like why do we always see the same face? Like why is it never changing? Like we're supposedly in this like chaotic spinning universe, yet like we always see the same moon face, and that kind of set me off on this whole path of like, what the hell is this? Like, this doesn't seem to make sense. Then I started looking at celestial bodies and the way that they move. The fact that like the North Star is always a constant static point, like it just doesn't make like a lick of sense to me. So like I'm excited to kind of delve like deeper and deeper into this. But yeah, I just have this like strong sense that I've been had, and it's a really hard thing to kind of navigate through, because it kind of brings up a lot of anger, to be honest. The fact that the heliocentric model is just given to me as a child, like such a young child at such an impressionable age. And the indoctrination was so deep that like I never even questioned it. Like I never even thought to question it for so long. I've heard about flat Earth peripherally, and laughed it off because it just seemed like such an insane concept to me. So yeah, like I'm really excited to kind of hear more of what you guys have to say, and yeah, thanks again for having me.
I wanted to mention these things. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, while you're in the server, make sure you scroll down and look at all the topics. So if you go down to additional information, there's alphabetical order topics. So just go in there, and there's videos and all types of information on different subjects about this topic.
Now on the subject, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was just saying, will do. Thank you.
On the subject, I wanted to mention these again. I've talked about this before, but I think I'm talking to you for the first time. So, the resentment, the anger, the appreciation for the profoundly extreme, severe conflict that is the true pandemic that has wreaked havoc through us humans for millennia. Not many people think in the following way, but of course I argue that we should, for the sake of everyone's well-being, to finally resolve the conflict. Should you intend to resolve the conflict. So I have clipboarded in my keyboard various bodies of text, and I've defined these 3 points, and what you can see here in the voice text chat is the trichotomy of the consequences of conflict. Now, the reason I'm talking about this is because we all have had, in so many more or less words, where we realize, I believe what I believe. I'm either certain or I'm not certain. Now look at all these other people saying all these other things contrary to what I'm saying and contradicting me, and even with intense emotion, emphatically defending their position and trying to attack and destroy mine. And look at all this conflict between people's beliefs and ways of life. What do we do with all this conflict? What do we do? In the effort to get to the truth, right? Which is the instinctual question that we all ask. And then as we grow older, we, make our opinions more sophisticated, or we devalue the truth, or, we progress out of the common naive childlike state of wide-eyed curiosity, and then, at worst become callous and forsake the pursuit of the truth and all the rest. But what do we do with all this conflict? As I'm sure you've already read as I was talking, or maybe not, but number one, right? Complete, not just attempt, but in principle, complete a dialectical dialogue, which is a mutual exchange of arguments with at least one or more specific objective premises to justify the conclusion. Then accept and acknowledge and adhere to nothing but the whole truth. I like that option. I choose option number one. Number two, all parties are annihilated, or one party left standing without anyone else left alive to exist or contend against. Now, the reason I define number two this way is because, think with me. You have person A and person B, or group A and group B, however many ones, right? They are agreeing or disagreeing. So as long as they are alive and or exist, they can agree or disagree, even if they're absolutely motionless. Even if they're absolutely motionless. And of course, anything greater than being motionless, they're doing something in conflict with you. But the contrary ways of life that we're doing is caused by contrary patterns of thought, right? Contrary beliefs, right? The disagreements, the conflict. So as long as two or more parties are alive and existing to agree or disagree with one another, the conflict will remain. Right? So either they will talk it out, use their words, and then agree, or they will cease existing, not be alive, be unable to agree or disagree with anything. Therefore, the enemies are eliminated. Or lastly, the conflict doesn't end rather than end, and it just perpetuates forevermore. Now, of course, that's perilous and miserable, and I despise and abhor that logical possibility. So I choose number 1. Now, the next thing is this. The conflict goes so fundamental down to worldviews, right? Your basic beliefs about the world, right? AKA philosophy, right? And with all the basic subcategories of philosophy, metaphysics, what is real, right? Your theory of reality, epistemology, how do you know what you know? Your theory of knowing, logic, what is the sound way to think, the proper way to think, right? Ethics, what is the proper way to live? What is the proper way to behave? Etc., etc. Everyone has a philosophy to whatever greater or lesser degree of sophistication and whatever greater or lesser degree of justification. Right? Some know more, some know less, some know better, some know worse. Some do know, some don't know, some just merely believe, etc., etc. So, number 1, what is the argument? Right? You have all these various people in the world, they disagree, they conflict. We then naturally ask the question, okay, what's the truth? Why do you believe what you believe? Why do you believe what you believe? And then they'll give a reason or an argument. That argument will be sound or not sound. If it is not sound, then it's insufficient to prove the conclusion. If it's sound, then they successfully prove the conclusion. There you go. Number 2, what makes knowledge possible? Because either knowledge is possible or not. Now, of course, if it's not, the conflict is worthless. There's no point in caring about anything. You can't know anything if knowledge is impossible. But if knowledge is possible, then the justification for that belief, the belief being knowledge is possible. What makes knowledge possible, aka what is the justification for believing that knowledge is possible? And of course, whatever that entity is that makes knowledge possible, it is the source of all knowledge. And everything else other than that entity that knows, that is the source of all knowledge, they have knowledge derivative from that entity. Right? All knowledge derives from that entity, whatever makes knowledge possible. Okay? Number 3, what invincibly guarantees complete euphoric blessedness? Again, all these words I chose in these questions are deliberate. Why did you phrase it that way? Invincibly, you can see it, but you can't touch it. Right? It cannot be damaged in any way. It cannot be harmed in any sense. Right? It just is what it is, and it can't be changed.
Yeah.
Guarantee, I don't need to explain that. Complete euphoric blessedness. The reason I say complete is because we have plenty of blessings now. We just don't have only blessings and every blessing we possibly could. You see? And I say blessedness simply in the sense of whatsoever is beneficial to our well-being. Right? I say euphoric because there are some blessings that are blessings, but in the present condition, in the present human condition, they're not always pleasant to express. Right? For instance, being beautiful is blessed. But sometimes people then resent being beautiful because they attract hateful, malevolent people that offend and sin against them. I don't need to fill in the blanks. You can fill in the blanks yourself. Okay. Now, why does this question matter? Well, if we're being honest with ourselves, we seek truth because we value the truth for some given end. Now, some people want to pretend that they only seek the truth just for the sake of knowing the truth. Why do you care about truth? Well, because it's true. Really? So you value the empirical fact that your fecal matter in the toilet has a stench the same as you value how the president should behave and exercise his power, his political authority? They're both the same. You value them the same. Like the price of eggs at the corner store is just as equally valuable as what your wife is doing, whether she's being faithful to you or not. No. We don't value every fact the same. Some facts, some truths are more important than others, more significant, more consequential, more profound than others. You see, the truth in answer to the questions, how should we live? How can we be completely blessed? Why do I exist? What is my purpose? How do I know anything whatsoever, etc., etc.? These are profound questions, and they impact every area of life, literally making the difference between those who continue to endure living in the present human condition, whatever their condition is, greater or lesser, better or worse, versus those who say, forget this, I don't want to live anymore. Well, I don't want to continue doing good anymore. I don't want to continue this path or that path of life. I don't want to continue any path of life. These questions that I just said, they make the difference with that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
And
Thinking,
truth is,
you still there, right?
truth is such a hard thing to wrangle. I mean, at this point in my journey, I'm just trying to be open to as much information as possible. True or false? It's a really hard thing to wrestle with. I mean, like this Earth might be flat, it might be heliocentric, but I mean, what would it matter if we're like in a matrix? Like I just want to be open to as much information as possible, and I really don't put a lot of I don't put a lot of stake in like absolute truth. I really don't believe that there may be absolute truth. There may be, but I just really want to be open to all possible theories, and I want to understand all the perspectives of all of the in particular all of the things that I've been indoctrinated into believing as a child that like I'm now coming to realize might not be the whole story. Philosophy is great. Ultimate truth, beautiful, ideal. Attainable. Who the hell knows? But where I'm standing right now, I'm just really interested in hearing what you find people have to say about this very, very interesting topic.
What do you mean by ultimate truth? So we can confirm things we can confirm. So if you want to talk about some flat Earth confirmations to put you at ease, then
yeah, I would absolutely
you're saying
love that.
You're not, yeah. So we measure the Earth as flat. We don't measure it rotating. We don't measure movement. So therefore, it's flat and it's not moving, unless anyone's got any information that says it's curved by measurement, by direct measurement, and that it's moving.
The last question in this, just to complete this, and then the cosmos. Why should I make haste to believe your position, not you? Generically asking the question rhetorically, right? That's the question. And of course, I don't think I need to explain to you, you demand or you would like a reason, right? For people's various philosophical doctrines that they believe.
Not really.
You don't want a reason?
No, not for anybody others. Not for anybody else's philosophical doctrine. I'm very live and let live. If somebody doesn't jive with my philosophical positions, I'm not really one to argue. I'm not in this to recruit. I'm not in this to find a group of people that think similar to me. I'm in this to find information that vibes with me, that makes sense to me, that can help me get at least like maybe not a better grip, but like at least a grip that I can believe in and that I can actually say that that I stand behind because I believe it from my own inquiries rather than just being spoon-fed information to be taken as dogma for no other reason than that. I'm really not concerned with what anybody else thinks or what anybody else feels or what culture is doing at large. I really have no concerns for that. I feel everybody's doing their own thing. Everybody's trying to find their own truth. That's their jam. I don't want to argue with anybody. I just want to find information that feels right and resonates with me. Yeah. I mean, the world can think whatever the hell they want, man. It means nothing to me. I just want to be.
When you come into an ethical conflict with someone, how do you resolve it?
When I come into an ethical conflict with someone, how do I resolve it?
Yes.
I rarely come into ethical conflicts with people. I refuse to engage to that depth with normies or like people that I meet on the street. I mean, like worst case scenario, an ethical conflict. I would resolve it with extreme prejudice, like if need be. But yeah, like I'm really not one for arguing my positions or explaining myself to try to be understood. I care not about being understood. I don't give a shit about what people think about my positions. I just want to get a grip. I just want to get as good of a grip on this as I can while I'm alive, because I just want to know for myself, and hopefully pass some of this on to my children. Like, I don't give a shit what the world is doing. It's on fire as it is. It's not my business. I don't really care. Yeah.
Well, that's interesting you say that, because I'm sure you've come into ethical conflicts, right? You've come into conflict with someone about some course of action. You believe what they did was wrong and they should not do that and they're worthy of punishment, or someone thought that about you, right?
Nope. I mean, I've had bad interactions with people that I thought that they should have handled it differently, but my course of action is to just not fuck with them from then on. Like, I'm just done. I don't have time. I don't have time to be teaching people lessons. I don't have time to be arguing my positions about what I believe. I'm interested in hearing alternate views, but as soon as somebody gets aggressive and tries to strong arm in that regard, I'm done. I just don't. That's not what I'm about. Like,
sounds like Ruhif. Sounds like something Ruhif would do.
What do you mean what do you mean the world's on fire? What do you mean by that? You said the world's on fire as it is.
Yeah.
Could that just be maybe the way you're looking at the world?
Yeah, it absolutely may be the way that I'm looking at the world, but I mean, it's mostly based upon my experience in my everyday interactions. The way that I see most people going about their days, I feel is, I mean, this is just my take. I don't know anything. This is just my perspective. But I feel like we live in a state. We live in a domain of sedation. I feel like most people don't really give two shits about trying to figure anything relevant out about their predicament in this reality. They're just only concerned with filling their societally imposed roles and numbing themselves out to not have to engage in anything other than they've been societally expected to engage in. we are not a community. There is no cohesion. The masses flip from one extreme to another as far as what is righteous and what is depraved. There's no real culture anymore. There doesn't seem, for me at least, to be any redeemable quality at this point in our evolution as a humanity. It's just, the term humanity. It seems as though humanity has been stripped from us. I don't really feel like I meet very many people. I feel like I meet a lot of carbon copies of, the culturally prescribed, acceptable personalities. Most people want to talk about football, or like what's going on with their favorite shows, or do you know Carl's Jr. has a new double cheeseburger? It's just it's just hard to kind of.
Do you think that's
Carl's
irreparable?
What?
Do you think that's irreparable, or do you think it's just a product of the times?
I think it's irreparable.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would really love to think that it's repairable. I would. But I think what it would take.
I used to have an outlook like that on the world, and I changed it, and it's a lot better now. It's amazing.
Earlier, you just said to us.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, wait. To be honest, my outlook isn't. It might be paradoxical, but the outlook that I have about the world at large doesn't necessarily mean that I am pessimistic. I'm just trying to make an assessment as best I can with the information that I have from my day-to-day interactions and my personal experience. And I mean, anything can happen. Anything can happen for sure. But I mean, in my assessment, the things that would need to happen for us to all become unified on the same page to really work towards something better than what we have now, I feel like it's a very, very slim odd, because it's not.
It would only take one thing. May only take one thing.
What's the one thing?
Well, maybe everyone should maybe believe in God or something. Maybe that would work. That might work, yeah.
Yeah, it might.
Which is why I wanted to say this. Earlier, you told me that you don't care what people think. And then after that, you began to give a critical description of society overall. And it sounded like that bothered you that people thought and behaved according to that pattern of thinking. Right?
Right.
So evidently, given that critical description you gave about society overall, in general, you do care about what people think. It bothers you that people think in all these various ways, which you evaluate to be at least displeasant, at worst immoral, and extremely detrimental, to the point that it's provoked you to throw up your hands in defeat and forsake trying to engage the world and do whatever you can to improve the world and influence others to follow suit.
That's a good assessment. That's actually, yeah. Right. I can agree with that. Yeah. I could agree with that. It's just a very, very, very difficult time to navigate through. It's a very difficult time to navigate through. I mean, the majority of experiences that I've had with people, when it's a one-on-one thing, it's kind of it's left a very bad taste in my mouth. And I'm not a shut-in. I'm out in the world very regularly. I take my kids out in the world very regularly. It's just like every interaction that I've had that was like a one-on-one, it just seems to be, it's really hard to engage with people because the things that there's so much mystery, and there's so much like deception that has gone on like through the ages to get us to the point that we're at now. It's hard to talk to a lot of people because to have like a real conversation, I feel it has to be with somebody that kind of is at least open to the potential that everything that we know and have taken for granted, might not be true. And I would love to think that people aren't this closed-minded or susceptible to indoctrination, but it's wild, man. Like, it's really wild. It just seems. I mean, it also seems like it also seems that like people don't care. What's that?
We all were.
We all were what?
We all were
to the indoctrination. Like, that gives hope for the rest of people. Yeah.
That's very true. That's very true. But unfortunately, I mean, don't get me wrong. Discord has really provided me with a lot of like really, really beautiful communities of people that are open-minded and free thinking, and are at least open to new potentials. But my real world experience like doesn't show that. This is kind of a bubble of people that are from all around the world. There are no like group meetups like around me like discussing these types of things, these types of niche topics. It's not prevalent. I have to like go scouring the internet to find people that are willing to engage in this way.
Yeah, we're familiar.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you, well, number one, I completely concur with that sentiment that you were expressing. I've come to call it critical consideration and self-scrutiny. And the reason I phrase it critical consideration, I think I mentioned this earlier, but you can be critical without being considerate. Just doubt everything and refuse to believe anything. Right? Or you can be considerate and not discriminate and use any method of discrimination to discern truth from falsehood, good from evil. Right? Value from vanity. Right? But then you can be both, where you are considerate whilst also being critical, so that you're not bigoted against anything, but you're not credulous and naive towards anything either. You're considering everything and discriminating everything, testing, scrutinizing everything. And of course, self-scrutiny, including yourself, because you can be critical and scrutinizing others, but fail to do that to yourself, which I'm sure you and I also, disapprove of when people do that, including ourselves. And
yeah,
so,
man. I mean, it might seem like I'm critical. I'm really not. I'm very, 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 very live and let live. I'm not trying to challenge anybody. I'm not trying to, I'm not trying to wake anybody up. That's not my game. I meet people where they're at, and like I'm fully competent and like willing to have conversations within like the realm where people are, and and I'm not in like a I'm better than you. I'm like humoring you by like meeting you by by your dumb standards, like nothing like that.
Yeah, I just said critical in the basic sense of giving a critique, but not in the sense of trying to aggressively resist anything. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's just very difficult because a lot of conversations and like interactions that I have, like there's no room for critique because like the level of superficiality is like wildly it's just very, very high, so there's a lot of, like, most interactions, like, I just won't even go there because there's no point, like I'm done with, like, trying to, there was a patch of time in my history where I would try to engage these things because they were wildly fascinating to me, and, like, I needed to talk to somebody about them, but, like, it just got me nowhere. Like, there's no conversation really to be had. Like, the best case scenario is like, oh, that's what you think. That's very interesting anyway.
Now,
so, like, yeah.
You repeated that that sentiment multiple times, so obviously you value it. I'm going to ask you the question: why do you value critical consideration and self-scrutiny?
Why do I value that? Self-scrutiny is easy. Like, I don't want to fall into pockets of I don't want to fall into pockets of like, thought patterns where I just, like, fall down any rabbit hole without any kind of like fail safe there, and self-scrutiny, like, I want to be aware of, like, like to a certain point, like, I think what I think and I'm interested in what I'm interested in, but, like, I also need to be aware of, like, how I move in the world and how I'm perceived in the world because because I'm of the world, like, I'm in the world, like, I can't just be, like, an island somewhere where I think what I think and am interested in what I'm interested in, and, like, to hell with the rest of it. Like, I need to engage to some point because, like, this is the world I'm in.
So it sounds like,
yeah. Go ahead.
It sounds like critical consideration and self-scrutiny is at least worthwhile doing for the sake of maximizing the likelihood of living a course of action that is best for you, for your well-being. Am I right?
Yeah, I guess it's important. Self-scrutiny is absolutely important because, like, I'm not a dogmatist. I don't like dogma, even if it's from, like, I don't want to be dogmatic even towards myself. There's a lot of information. There's a lot of different potentials for what this reality might be. I don't ever want to be closed off to any new information that might be relevant. So, at my best, I try to remain somewhat agnostic. Like, open to all possibilities. Even if just to hear other perspectives and not just self information that might be contrary to what I might be feeling or thinking about at the time. It's just, yeah.
So with that being said, I want to say this. It is, of course, I concur with the value of critical consideration and self-scrutiny. Nevertheless, that cannot exist in a vacuum. What do you mean by that? It cannot exist in a vacuum in the sense that you have this value system, at least with one value in principle, or more. And that value system exists within a view of the world, right? And that view of the world is basically concerned with four questions, basically: origin, purpose, morality, and destiny. Origin, how did this all begin? What is the origin of everything? Purpose, why does it exist? Morality, how should we live? And destiny, where is it all going? What is the line of history progressing toward? What is the end of all this? You see, what is the purpose of it existing first? And then after it exists, what's the purpose of the whole history of everything? What is the ultimate end that all history is progressing toward? You look around you and you see everyone moving about busily, just busily being busybodies, doing all this other stuff. Now, what if the ultimate end of all that busyness is just die and that's it? You just cease existing and that's the end. In principle, logically, that implies that no matter what you do, even the most busiest person, all their work amounts to nothing. Everyone's work amounts to nothing. So if that's true, and people have followed their worldviews to that conclusion, to that implication, they say, why even be bothered with all of this trouble, especially all this pain and suffering in what seems to be evil, which seems to never be punished and extinguished? They say to themselves, well, why even bother continuing existing in that state of affairs, in that state of being? So they just hasten the conclusion. They hasten themselves to their purposeless, hopeless, meaningless, worthless obliteration. Is that the world you live in? Is that the world you live in? Is that true? Is that doctrine true? The technical academic term for that is eschatology.
Yeah, I honestly have no idea what kind of world I'm living in right now. I'm trying to figure that the fuck out. I have a question for everybody else real quick. What do you think the reason is that they would present a heliocentric model if this is potentially a flat Earth model? This is the main thing that's really, really bothering me. Because if it's a flat Earth, if it's flat, if it's heliocentric, I don't care. And honestly, I don't think it would have even made a difference if they taught either or in school. But why? Why would they tell us that this shit is just a ball floating in space if that's not the truth? What is to gain from all that? Why?
Consider this answer. Look at the bottom of the voice chat. I have this paragraph clipboarded in my keyboard. Make the general public of all nations upon the whole face of the earth believe they live on a rotating pear-shaped spheroid flying through a godless vacuum with no purpose and no hope and no justice, all of which began to exist from a chaotic, random, unintentional explosion or expansion, which is a destructive phenomenon in the midst of nothing, or a quantum vacuum, quote-unquote, that somehow created the unfathomable, finely tuned, sophisticated structure of the whole cosmos and the law-like function of the whole cosmos and everything in it without people posting things, without a person with adequate power and knowledge and benevolence to deliberately legislate the laws, that is to say, make the laws the creatures function according to, annihilate any hope of salvation from this perilous situation, inculcate and indoctrinate them into an entirely different worldview contrary to the word of Yahweh, the Lord, who I worship, a different view of reality, a different view of knowledge, a different view of logic, a different view of ethics, a different view of beauty, a different view of humans, a different view of the future, a different value system, etc. Influence the public to behave in courses of action that satisfy the wicked, insatiable lusts of the tyrants. How about that for a motive?
That's a great
motive. That's a pretty good motive. Yeah, that's a pretty good motive. I'm interested to hear what anybody else has to say on the matter.
I'm more of a just. Sorry. I was just going to be quick. I'm more of a. It's that also, but why do people lie? They lie to gain control, to deceive, so that they have the upper hand on you. So they know the truth and you don't. So therefore you can't work anything out because you don't know the truth. So therefore they have you floating on a spinning space ball, meaningless. And that's the way that you even were speaking about it yourself, the way that society is directed this way at the moment, immoral, because no one's held accountable for anything. So therefore they've got more control. So.
And the worst part about it is it's not I know we bring this point up, but it's not that everyone is lying or everyone knows it's a lie. Only a very small handful of people know about the lie. the rest have been compartmentalized in their jobs and their knowledge of what they're allowed to know. So they don't need to know any information that would lead to any conclusions or any understanding of that. So they're not being lied to. They just are not being told anything. It's just people are ignorant.
Here's what, Paul Harvey in 1965, I think, said, what if I was the devil? Well, what would I do if I was the devil?
Good old Paul Harvey.
If I was the devil and I wanted to invert and pervert God's creation of a stationary plane, which is clearly talked about in the Bible. There is no spinning ball. It is all foundations, four corners, ends of the earth, pillars, and then you also have footstools talked about in 5:35, Matthew 5:35, and Isaiah 66:1. And footstool cannot be round. If I was the devil, I would want to invert and pervert the stationary plane into what shape? A ball. And so that is what the devil did. The devil inverted the stationary plane, flat earth, whatever you want to call it, that God created in Genesis 1 and mentioned throughout the Bible, and he inverted it and perverted it into a ball. And now we have a spiritual battle.
I want to direct your attention to this.
Guys like Ruhif.
See, somebody's similar. Someone has a similar thought pattern to me right now. Thinking thing. Direct your attention to voice text chat and look at what no Ruhif posted when he tagged Timbo Slice. He said, "Can we have a new topic? This is pretty monotonous." Now, what does that indicate about the man?
This is boring. I find this boring.
This subject, which is entirely profound concerning ultimate concerns, he values it as monotonous, contrary to other persons on the face of the earth who have more sense than him, knowing full and well and fully appreciating the profundity
what's with
and
the insult,
irrelevance
Gregory?
of
You don't need to insult me,
this
Chef.
subject matter, as he has to keep talking through me when I say this.
Don't insult
You see,
me.
all of this is indicative of the kind of person he is. Now,
It's another insult, Gregory. Come on with the insults, Gregory.
Hey,
Interrupt him.
listen. This is like, I'm so glad for you guys humoring me. And Gregory, thank you so much for all your input, bro. Like for real, I would love to talk to you one-on-one sometime. But I would love to hear what other people have to say, and I kind of want to give it back over to the group chat, because I feel kind of kind of shitty for taking up so much time.
No,
So
You're fine. You're making an issue out of a non-issue. There's no issue. You're fine.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for your time. I'm still gonna hang back here, and if anybody wants to talk, that's fine. But I would love to hear what everybody else has to say, because what I was listening to before I was able to actually enter in was really fascinating. And I'm sorry to have interrupted that.
No, don't apologize, dude. That's what this whole server is for, right? So, thanks for sharing your story, and now you can sit back and listen to Ruhif, one of these Globers, put his ideas forward.
And listen, I'm going to finish my sentence, right? Right. I'm going to finish my sentence. He said what he said in the text chat. I'm going to finish this sentence, because if he has the freedom to critique the subject itself and say that discussing this subject, which is ultimately profound, is monotonous, quote unquote, then I have the right to critique that critique. And so this critique that he gave with this eye-rolling, condescending, smug attitude, as though what we're talking about is vain and not worthwhile discussing, as he continues to interrupt me while saying that, as he continues, all of this is indicative of the kind of person he is. All of this.
Just insult me again.
All of this is indicative of the kind of person he is. Instead of just letting me finish what I had to say, he has to interrupt me.
Say it without insults, right? And then we can.
See, you still got to do it.
Yeah,
instead of closing his mouth and letting me finish my critique after he finished his with his thumbs in the text chat, he has to interrupt me. Because he can critique other people. That's fine when he does it. But it's not okay when people critique his critiques. What does that say about a man? So.
He's a critiquer.
I'm a critiquer.
You're a critiquer.
Have you finished, Gregory?
Go ahead, Ruhif.
He asked me, am I finished?
while he heard me be completely silent for at least 15 seconds.
Okay, so you finished.
What have you got to critique today, Rudy?
I'm bored. Let's look at an observation. Let's do something flat Earth related.
Now, you know full and well this is not actually, the subject that I just discussed is not actually boring. He has to deny the profundity of these things because they are so heavy, because they're so heart-wrenching, because some worldview that many persons subscribe to, he abhors.
Is it acceptable to you that I found it boring? Is that okay with you?
No. No, it's not acceptable. It's not okay. It's not justified. It's not good in any way. No.
Okay.
It's okay with me.
It's not okay that I find it boring. Okay.
Hey, Ruhif, can we teach you about your outer space fairy tale religion and your relativity that you consider irrelevant? Can we teach you for the next few minutes about things that you don't care about because you're a two-trick pony when it comes to angles and refraction, and the thing that has governed much of physics for the last 104 years since November 6, 1919, is the bane and warping of space-time, which is general relativity, which you consider irrelevant. So can we spend a few minutes and teach you about what's really important and not your little theodolite, which can be easily manipulated for your little old ball? Because I don't see any place. I don't see any place where the theodolite has on its instruction manual only to be used to prove a ball. I don't see that anywhere. Do you see that somewhere?
No, the pronounce, is it your accent where you say theodolite, or are you saying theodolite or theodolite?
Theodolite.
But that's an accent, not an A, right?
Whatever.
Crikey. Who knows?
I'd rather call it a total station, but what the heck?
But it's not. So I don't have a total station.
I think you should invest in a total station. That way you can take the shot, put it in the computer, and it can do all the work for you. What do you think?
Good. I don't need to.
Oh, come on.
There's on this point is relevant. There's two categories of philosophy. It's called the critical task and the constructive task. You see, Ruhif, people the likes of Ruhif, no Pruhif, emphasize the critical task and never take up the constructive task. Mind you, if you were here earlier last night, you should have heard him. And he also typed it in the text chat. Right? Science, I asked him very clearly in no uncertain terms, what is science? He told me an explanation of really. Sounds very synonymous to philosophy, but okay. And then proceeds to tell us both in Word, in the voice chat, and in the text chat, science can't prove things. Really? Science is a method of inquiry to find an explanation for reality. And this method of inquiry to ascertain the truth cannot be sufficient to prove any explanation to be true. Can't even prove that a given explanation is false.
Gregory, I'm new here, man. I'm new here, and I already feel embarrassed that I've taken so much time up. You know, I don't know any of these people. I don't think it's fair to paint them in, a light that's not potentially not true to.
No. You don't understand. You don't understand. No.
No, I think I do understand, man. I want to hear what everybody else has to say, man. Thank you so much for your illumination. But I
wasn't talking to you only. There's no reason for you to say this. I wasn't talking to you only. What are you doing?
All right, man. I'm trying to hear what everybody else has to say.
I'm listening very intently myself. Thank you, Gregory.
What was the critical task and something else, Gregory?
The critical task and the constructive task. Okay, so what I was saying was, before that unnecessary interruption, people like of him only want to do the critical task. They just negate and deny, at best, giving some specific objective premise, at least one or more, to justify the critique. Most of the time, it's just unjustified negation retorts. Never did they take up the task of constructive philosophy, doing the very thing that he said is the definition of science. You see? So that's my question to him. And then I want him to tell us what he wants to talk about tonight in light of his epistemology and his worldview.
Right.
So tell us the facts about the cosmos by your so-called science, which cannot prove anything.
Okay. The way to interpret the critical task and the constructive task is one just going. The critical task is just not eyeing everyone else's observations or models or whatever, right? That's what you mean. Critical task, just critiquing someone else. Yeah.
Critique at best, giving an argument with one or more specific objective premises to justify the conclusion, which is in critique of the contrary position.
Right. But attacking
at worst,
someone else's,
you're just negating it.
Okay, attacking someone else's position is what I understand of the critical task. Constructive task is doing something and having other people critique it. Is that what you mean by constructive task?
Not necessarily have other people critique it, but the constructive task is to give a defense for a position that is affirming the conclusion.
Yes. So I've done my own observations, which measured drop due to curvature. So I've done the constructive task. Yes.
Show us.
Okay, I'll post the video in the chat. We've been through this. Well,
I'm not going to refrain from acknowledging that condescending chuckling in his voice.
Oh,
that is
sorry,
indicative
Pumpkin.
about who he is.
Sorry, Pumpkin. Snookums.
Because you can hear it in his voice. You can hear in his voice that he thinks he has such an exorbitantly high intellectual higher ground than us who don't believe his worldview. So he can't help, or he just refuses to refrain from expressing his condescending attitude.
Oh, don't you know he made 8 figures or whatever?
100%.
Yeah. Anyway, I will not respond to that. Anyway,
like, so as long as people keep expressing themselves like that, I'm going to critique it. I'm not going to stay silent about that.
Okay. But you can, and then I'll critique you, and that's just a personal attack. So, we can avoid that, all right? And discuss the evidence. That'd be great.
Still doing it.
What?
See, he's one of these type of persons that I mentioned earlier. They think they only care about truth just for the sake of truth. Why do you care about cosmological truth, Ruhiv? Please tell us. Why do you care?
Cosmological truth? What? I care about truth. I don't know what you mean by cosmological truth.
Truth about the cosmos. It's not that hard. Why do you care?
Well, the shape of the Earth I don't consider like a cosmological truth.
My God. The Earth is a part of the cosmos, isn't it?
Right. Everything's a part of the cosmos,
okay.
Right?
There you go.
I care about truth.
Okay, so what I said wasn't wrong. You see how you unnecessarily nitpicking at what I'm saying? I said cosmological truth, the Earth is a part of the cosmos, therefore the facts about the Earth is a cosmological truth.
Okay, it's a redundant adjective. Okay, I care about truth.
It's redundant. It's specifically truth about the cosmos. You see how he's critiquing that for no reason? How is that redundant to specifically identify the category in which the truth is concerned?
I don't consider the shape of the Earth a cosmological truth. It's just truth, right? Just truth. It's not about.
So you don't categorize things?
Jeez, let's move on.
No, you mentioned the point. So now you mentioned the point. Now you want to move on. You want to critique me, but it's not okay for the other person to critique you. That's abhorrent and contempt to it.
Whatever concession you would like me to make about the word cosmological, just imagine that I've given you that concession, and let's move on.
Just imagine that you've given that concession.
Jesus, okay. Gregory. You're a hard person to talk to, Gregory.
Oh, Jesus. You made it hard. I said a very plain and simple phrase, 2-word phrase that everyone else in here understood and did not want to critique except you.
Okay. Anyway, let's move on. I have measured drop due to curvature. I've posted the video in the chat. And Donato, what's Donato's point? Does he want to make a point there? He's just put a question mark, and I'm like, okay. Anyway, my video's in the chat. You can watch it or not watch it. Depends how much you value truth, I guess.
Notice you also didn't answer my question. Why do you value the truth? Any truth, including truth about the cosmos.
It's important to me. It's how I live. I cannot.
Why is it important to you?
I cannot handle mentally knowing false things and knowing they're false and still believing them. I can't do that.
Oh, you're unable to believe falsehood, huh?
Yeah. I know something.
You're unable to believe falsehood. Everything you believe is true, right?
No.
Everything you believe is true, right?
I didn't say that. If you're unable to handle false beliefs, then you cannot believe anything false. Therefore, you only believe things that are true. If I know something is false, it hurts me to act as if it is true.
Really?
Yes.
Like?
Describe that hurt. Yeah, I want to hear this.
It's what people call cognitive dissonance. It's actual mental pain.
Cognitive dissonance is a phenomenon when people are being critiqued and they refuse to critically consider the critique. Are you conceding that you're unable to critically consider a sound argument critiquing your position?
I love being critiqued. That's partially why I'm here. I love it. I love it.
So if someone says to you that the Earth is flat, you said that hurts your head. That hurts you. So what are you saying?
No. If I know something to be false, or if I believe it to be false, and I act as if it's true,
that's a better word.
Yeah, if I act as if it's true, that hurts. It's like when you lie. It's the same as lying, basically.
You've got one observation which shows you that you used a theodolite at 32 kilometers.
Yes.
And you came up with a 62 meter difference on where the top of the mountain should be.
It was 30. Was it 62 meters drop? Was it over 32 k's or something?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. Yep. Maybe just double check
now. Maybe 62 or 68. Not sure. Now you're in here, Godrockin. Would you use a theodolite over 32 kilometers?
No, not that I'm aware of. You cannot make a small, little tiny telescope like that. You can't level it out and have it be very accurate for any more than maybe a couple hundred yards. After that, you're going to have to shoot very short, maybe 500 feet.
Yeah,
I've used
and
it
then you got to.
I built
and then you got to
laid out complete subdivisions, footings, property lines. That's what they're for. They're not for shooting off miles and miles off into the distance, because the apparatus is not accurate enough for that. It is not. You cannot level a 2 foot or a 1 foot or 10-inch telescope level enough to be accurate past 500 feet. You just can't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can't do it. I agree. The line, even the line on the telescope, actually, where do you actually point that line? Do you point the top of the mountain at the bottom of the line or the top of the line?
Well,
it's a pretty thick line, but for you to be away 32 kilometers, like that line in the screen is pretty thick and does cover a lot of meters on the mountain. Yeah,
we'll get to that in a second. Right, but first of all, Godrockin, I posted in the chat. Your country was surveyed with these instruments over vast distances. I posted a big triangle in the chat, in the VC chat. 192 kilometer size. Well, they surveyed your country
at a time
accurately. Godrockin.
At a time, 192 kilometers at a time.
Yes.
This was done back in the 1800s? Is that when they had this stuff?
This is 1927.
Come on, man.
Lost your
mind. They were more accurate then than they are now.
They used massive theodolites in these things. I'll show you a photo of the theodolites. They're huge.
Doesn't matter how big it is.
What they did
was that's exactly what gives you the accuracy.
So when are you picking refraction? So you want to pick refraction now or later or
refraction for horizontal angles is not an issue.
Yeah. So why do you say the black swan has refraction issues then?
Right, because that's a vertical movement, a vertical shift. Right?
How is
horizontal angles.
It's taken 1 foot off the surface. You're up in the
looking
mountains.
through a vertical gradient, not a horizontal gradient.
Through a vertical gradient on the black swan as well.
You're not looking through a horizontal angle, right, is measuring left to right. Right? Refraction happens up to down.
That be terrestrial?
Are you serious?
Yes.
So you're saying there's a difference between your shot, mountain peak to mountain peak, and the black swan?
Yeah, the black swan objects are displaced vertically. Right, they're displaced vertically. If you're measuring a horizontal
How do you know
angle,
they're displaced? How do you know they're displaced?
Because the gradient is vertical.
Oh, Jesus, right.
How do you know they're displaced?
Jesus Christ.
From what measurement? From what measurement?
This guy is a moron.
The vertical gradient.
Which makes a vertical.
Say that again.
Water is contained, which makes the vertical, the top. It's
I don't know what that means. That the gradient that causes refraction is a vertical gradient. It's more dense lower down, less dense higher up. Right? That the gradient isn't more dense to the left.
Yeah, but you're only
to the right.
through one medium though. You're shooting through one medium, so
light refracts through a medium of varying density. Do we need to get up definitions?
Air and air.
Yes. And air? Yes, the density changes.
Air is a different medium than air.
No, it has a varying density through the air.
Define refraction.
Okay, I'll bring up the meme I made 2 days ago.
Now, define refraction. What is it?
We're getting there. Hold on.
Is it light refracting from one medium to the other?
Let me read from Encyclopedia Britannica. Reflection and refraction. Light rays change direction when they reflect off a surface, move from one transparent medium into another, or travel through a medium whose composition is continuously changing.
Okay, so the air is getting thicker and thicker, is it?
Yes. Thicker at the bottom.
Getting thicker and thinner.
Thinner up top.
So as the light travels through the air is getting thicker and thicker.
No.
Is that correct?
More dense at the surface, less dense higher up. As you
traveling,
gain elevation,
we're going in a horizontal line. Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
So is the air getting thicker? Because if it's just going into a medium, which is air, then it's just going to be going at the same speed. So in order for it to refract at the rate that you want it to, but it's traveling in a straight line at the same level.
Yeah, through a density gradient. Right,
density
more
gradient
dense
is
below.
vertical.
Yes, more dense below you, less
not
dense
horizontal, Ruhiv.
Right, the gradient is vertical.
You are so annoying. The gradient is not decreasing horizontally. Like you just said, it's decreasing vertically. The light is traveling horizontally, not vertically. So the air is not getting less dense the further away horizontally.
Right.
So
I agree with
that's the refutation, Ruhiv.
That's not a refutation. Holy shit.
You see, there's no point in talking to people the likes of Ruhiv because he is so thoroughly devout to his intellectual superiority.
Right. Look at the
such exorbitant pride that he can't even realize he's being refuted by his own premises.
Look at the screen, Gregory. Okay, we've got light.
Absolutely
Let's say it's
correct.
traveling.
This guy is a complete joke. He's nothing but a liar.
He is so religiously devout to his pride and anti-flat earth superiority complex. He doesn't even realize people are appealing to his own premises he just said less than 2 minutes ago to refute his notion.
Okay, look at the screen, Gregory. Can you see that Snell's law diagram?
You've already been refuted. Every time someone refutes him, he wants to direct attention immediately away from what was just said to him. He doesn't ever directly engage what was said to him.
I agree with everything you said. Now look at the screen.
So then you agree you've been refuted by your own premises then?
No, look at the screen.
So now you're contradicting yourself.
No, I'm not. Look at
You just said you agree with everything I just said. What I just said was a refutation. So then you agree with the refutation against you. Then you say, no, I don't agree with what you just said. So you simultaneously agree with my refutation of you and don't agree with it?
It's not a refutation, Gregory. The gradient is vertical. We are traveling approximately horizontal through it. I agree with you. Now look at the screen. Can you see the screen?
No, not condescendingly talk to me. You've been refuted. So your line of reasoning has been refuted by your own premises. As the light is traveling horizontally through the air, which is not getting less dense the further away horizontally, your point fails.
Incorrect. Up until that point, Gregory, I agreed with everything.
Correct.
Now look at the screen.
Correct, Ruhiv. You're nothing but a professional liar, and you know it. I know
Fuck off, God dropping. You are such a fuckwit.
Now, with all this being said, why are you in here? If you think you are so intellectually superior to us, why are you in here?
Yes or no?
No, answer my question. No, answer my question. I'm not continuing with you. Why are you in here?
You're done. Now, anyone else who wants to understand
Why
how
are you
light
in here?
behaves in the atmosphere, anyone else that wants to understand.
That's a waste of time. No. By his own premises.
I just can't stand to listen to him. He's so condescending. He's so rude. He always takes the higher ground. He tries to make everybody believe he's got the higher knowledge and we're the stupid ones. It's one time after another. It's over and over and over and over. He's just rude. He's ignorant and he's a liar. And I'm sorry, I can't tolerate it.
Same thing.
I'm sorry, I just can't tolerate it from him. That's why I muted him.
My question is worthwhile asking to him.
You can mute him anytime you want, but I can't stand to listen to the guy. He's a straight up ignorant, condescending liar. We all know that.
Earlier I asked him, this is a worthy point to be made. Earlier I asked him, why do you care about truth at all?
100%.
Right? Because supposedly he has this internal pain as though like a headache or something. Well, I can't believe this falsehood that I know to be false. And I can't live according to it. Yeah, right. Okay. Let's go with that for the sake of argument. Then I'm trying to ask him a follow-up question. Why are you in here? Especially given that you have demonstrated every time when you engage with us in here that you think you are so intellectually superior with your anti-flat earth pride and your religious devotion to that intellectual superiority you believe you have over us. If we're so down here and you're so up there, why are you even talking to us? Why are you in here?
Just so he can be condescending and rude. Somehow it's something he loves
He was
to
in
do.
here the other night doing the same thing. The exact same thing. Over and over.
It's what makes him tick, I guess. And I just can't stand it. Sorry.
Yeah, his premise of his conversation last time he was in here was, well, I believe what they believe. And I asked him, well, who's they and what do they believe? So his premise is just falls on its face.
He also said he believes government officials, and yet he claims to be a proponent of wanting to believe and find the truth. Those two things don't go hand in hand.
And this is all within a worldview. I'm not going to stop emphasizing this either. This is also within a worldview that has an epistemology that is so-called science, and supposedly the science is the explanation of reality, and science cannot prove anything. Why are you in here?
Yeah, exactly.
The comprehensive, all-encompassing epistemology for how you know anything at all is insufficient to prove any belief you have, any supposed explanation. Why do you care about truth if that's the case, and why are you in here?
He's in here for the reaction he gets, to be honest.
Yep, no kidding. I'd like to know the same thing, Gregory. You're right on target, my friend.
Which is why it's very worthwhile for AI to say to his children, not everyone in this world is a good person. Not everyone in this world loves you. Not everyone in this world is going to look out for your well-being. Some people want to rape you. Some people want to murder you. Some people want to lie to you. Some people want to manipulate you. Some people want to humiliate you.
What about the people that they don't want to do that to?
I'm sorry, what?
What about the people that they don't want to do that to?
The people who
they don't want to rape, they don't want to touch, they don't want to take. What about those people?
What about them?
It's irrelevant.
What about them? What does that have to do with my point that I'm affirming with AI that he said several minutes ago?
What about them?
What about them? What is your point in mentioning them? You see, this question that he said in retort against me that went nowhere.
Do you think those people are missing out on something or something? I would disagree with that. They're not missing out on anything because he's not rude to them and doesn't lie to them or try to take advantage or make them feel stupid or all those things that he does. If there's someone he doesn't do that to, they're not missing anything. Trust me.
What about who don't want to do those sins, those offenses, those crimes that I just listed? What about them? Why did you mention them to me when I made my point? You say there's a problem with people. Why did he mention something to me and it went nowhere?
I think he was saying some people are bad. Well, there's other people that are good. It was a poor point with no premise, and no conclusion.
Yeah.
I agree. In defense of Ruhif, and I hate Ruhif as much as everybody else. Okay. In defense, his eristic arguments I mean, Gregory was brilliant then. He absolutely battered him. Absolutely brilliant. And he battered him. But, like, without that opposition, you don't get to hear that. Right? It's annoying having baddies. And I completely agree. Like, if he got him drunk enough, he'd probably be like, yeah, I'm just fucking with them flat earthers. It's like, he knows the arguments both ways. He knows a thelododite, sorry, if he's used one. I used one yesterday. It's not accurate. Okay, from about 100 meters away, I can't read between 10 mil. Okay, right, so I have to guess roughly between 10 millimeters when I'm laying out a large foundation. But it doesn't matter. Over 100 meters, you can have an inaccuracy of 10 mil. So over 32 kilometers or whatever, you could be miles out. Even if he was 100 meters out, I'd be surprised. It's bullshit. It doesn't matter, but it keeps you on your toes. It's an heuristic argument, and keep.
Can you spell that word for me?
Brilliant.
What is that word you're saying?
Eristic, I think. I'm dyslexic, so I'm not great with spelling. But the heuristic. It's arguing for the sake of it. It's a bit sophistic. Heuristic. It's a great word. We should use it more in this. It's like, you heuristic fool. You know, it's almost like an aristocrat, but it's not heuristic. Anyway.
Keep in mind when he joined in, he did say he was bored, and the only reason why he was here was because he was bored. But he was just being.
He did say that earlier. You're right.
Yeah, he was only here because he was bored to begin with. He had no intention of listening to anything anyway.
He wants the attention of being proved wrong, because if someone went up that same mountain, showed how inaccurate the theodolite is, then he's getting all the attention of, and he is. He's got a pawn in the game because he's done an experiment. That's all he's got. Nothing. He's got nothing. But it's still an opposition.
He's actually done it. I just don't believe that. I think he just made it all up, because that's a lot of effort to carry a theodolite up on the mountain and then set it up. I don't even think he knows how to set one up properly, dude. I don't believe that he did that. I think it's all just a big game he's playing. And I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
It is just an optical trick that children do with their fingers when they're smashing people's head.
Yep.
That's all that is.
Yep. I don't believe for 1 second he's done that experiment. No way. If he did, he doesn't. No. I've used a theodolite my whole life, and I would never even consider trying to do something like that with one. That's ridiculous.
Oh, the horizon is below below the line of the liquid within the theodolite. Are you freaking ridiculous? If you just move it down far enough in your field of view, it will appear below the horizon. Now the Earth is concave, curving up.
That's right. A very, very, very tiny amount of movement on it will cause that effect. Yep.
Ridiculous idiot.
Yep.
That's ridiculous idiocy. I try to use those words sparingly, but I used it that time. That is what children do when they're playing with their eyesight, with their field of view. Angular size.
Tau is near and is tiny. This Tau is real and far away. I think it would be good to get proof whether he actually did the experiment himself, whether he got out of his bedroom and actually did it. I would be interested. If he climbed a mountain with the theodolite.
That damn word, right?
Yeah, man. It's early in the morning here. Theodolite. I've not had coffee. Theodolite. If he actually did that and he took a picture of himself whilst doing it, with some friends around him, that'd be even more amazing. Then all power to him. But it's for us to prove him wrong.
I'd like to see how they level it too. I'd like to sit there and witness the leveling of this device, because it would have to be done very, very critically. I'm telling you that right now. You can't just throw it up and think, it's level. No. You've got to spend some serious time spinning it around, checking it, double checking it, triple checking it, making adjustments. I don't believe that he did all that. Not for 1 minute.
He's got a major flaw with his argument.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Godrock, and it's worth watching his video. Actually, you'll get a kick out of it. Sorry, Batman.
And
I might get a kick out of it.
That's okay, mate. You know what the problem is with his argument? If you climb a mountain and use a theodolite, apart from the inaccuracies of the distance that he's using, let's say you're 400 metres above sea level. Well, your theodolite is not going to, the crosshairs are not going to show the horizon. The horizon will be lower because you're 400 metres above sea level. Do you understand what I'm saying? The higher you go, your horizon has to drop on both a globe and a flat surface. It'll just drop more on a globe than a flat surface, but it will still drop. Now, if he's viewing 16 kilometres away or 30 kilometres away or whatever it may be, can you imagine how minuscule the horizon will be to the crosshairs of the theodolite? It'd be like less than a millimetre.
Yeah, it would be very hard to distinguish from, and that's not what you use it for, dude. You don't use the theodolite to do that. Theodolite, you do not use them for that.
No, look, Godrockin, I've got two surveyors, one senior surveyor and one normal surveyor that plays at my club, and I grilled them on this one. They said to me that a very expensive total station, this is a really, really good one, with a huge magnifying lens on it. The maximum,
right.
the maximum it can do is 3,200 kilometres. 3,200 metres.
That's right. That's right.
And there's
very expensive. Those were the ones you just talked about. The total station. They are very expensive. I doubt Ruhef has even had one in his presence, let alone owned one or used one. They're very expensive.
50,000 Australian dollars.
Yeah, that's what I said. Very expensive.
There's a 6 mil error over 3,200 metres. 6 mil.
Whether you're standing on the surface of a sphere or the surface of a flat, or whether you're standing on a convex curving surface or a flat surface, the curvature of the sphere or the perimeter or of the flat surface are both finite. So, of course, if you go high enough, the extremities, right, of the sphere within your field of view, or the extremities of the perimeter or circumference of the flat surface, of course, if you go high enough, will begin to descend below eye level in your field of view.
Yeah, on a flat or a globe, it will descend, period. Does both ways. Of course, it would more on a globe, but does descend on a flat plane, period. The higher you go, it's going to descend below eye level. It's all there is to it. It's going to do that.
And eventually. We've got one person to blame for this. We know who it is. That's the guy that's been sprouting that, the horizon rises to eye level no matter how high you go.
Yeah,
Eric Debate.
that's a illogical, problematic premise, because that logically implies, number one, that the surface extends infinitely, which is ontologically absurd, and two, it's contrary to what we empirically detect.
I don't even know why we play Eric Debate videos on our live stream.
I heard he's trying to make some kind of a comeback or something. He's starting to become more active again or something. Now he lives in Maine. He doesn't live in Thailand anymore. He moved back to the mainland, and now he's getting... Guess we're going to start hearing more from Eric Debate again, which I don't find intriguing at all. So
the state of Maine, M-A-I-N-E.
Yes. That's what I was told.
The problem with him is he's never adapted any of his arguments, and some of them that he's said in the past are wrong. And he's never changed them. Like, he's incapable of admitting that he was wrong. That's his problem.
Yeah, I mean, I can't have no evidence for what I just said, but I was just told by somebody that claimed they knew that he had moved back to Maine, and above New York, there, however far it is, and he's back in the United States and is starting to become active in the flat Earth argument again. So I don't know. Maybe it was just a bullshit story, but the guy seemed to act like he knew what he was talking about. But who knows? I don't look forward to it in any way, shape, or form, though, to have to hear from Eric DeBay again. I mean, he said what he said. He did some, okay work in the beginning, got people going, got people thinking about it and whatnot. But yeah, I just don't, not intrigued.
Well, everyone, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and good night. God bless you. All
right, Gregory. Have a good night. I'm going to go to bed too, guys. I'm just sorry I did Ruhef so soon, but I just can't deal with it, man. I just don't like listening to people that are so condescending, rude, ignorant, and they just continually lie. I mean, we all know the earth is flat. We know. So he sits in all these arguments he's coming up with. They're just straight lies, guys. They are all just lies. So, just remember that, because we know, I know, that the water is level, and that's all there is to it. So you don't need to listen to all this horse shit from these people like Bruyef. He's got measurements. He's proved this. Theodolite, this, theodolite, this. No. It's all wrong. It's a lie. I'm done with it. I just can't. I'm done with it, man. We got no reason to listen to people like him. We know where we live. So just remember that, guys.
Hey, Batman, if you could, tell us more about the Seattleite, this drop. Well, I guess it's Speculation Sunday. I'm going to speculate that the constellations tell the story of the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ. Hey! You got Virgo, the virgin with the seed, right? You got Hercules conquering the serpent. Man. It's good stuff. We all got the same stars. We all got the same stories. Find them stories.
Hey Timbo, can we get Rohef unmuted again so we can have another laugh? Sorry, I'm enjoying this.
Yep, no worries. Done.
Mate. Anyway, Godrocket and Gregory have gone. So I did agree with Gregory. The gradient is vertical. It's not getting more or less dense as you go from point A to point B. So I've posted Snell's law in the chat to explain that the light will bend down because of the density gradient. And if we follow the diagram, yeah, you'll see just an application of Snell's law. That's it. I can talk to fill the space, fill the dead air. Anyway, One Deck's here. Hello, One Deck.
Hiya, mate. You all right? Just driving at the moment. So I'm just driving, but I'm just listening.
Yeah, cool.
Hope your child's okay.
Oh yeah, fine. Oh, we actually also had a dog have a anaphylactic response the other day. Like literally died on the operating table and then had CPR, come back, and now she's home. Fantastic. Pretty cool. What I was going to say was, yeah, so One Deck, my old account got nuked because of Shane St. Pierre. So this is my new account. I think I sent you a DM, didn't I? I think. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I did. There you go.
Not sure. I can't check it.
Yeah, it's good. I'll send one anyway. Oh. Am I just filling dead air? I can address Donato. Is Donato still around? I'll just talk. Cool. Anyway, to address Donato at 30 minutes past, so half an hour ago, I'll post the image again. Boom. And boom. All right. I have reposted Donato's image in the chat. That is not how the atmosphere is structured. So refraction doesn't happen because the air from point A to point B is going from less dense to more dense. The light bends downwards because below the path is more dense and less dense higher up. Yeah, so that our atmosphere is structured. More dense at the surface, less dense higher up. And with reference to my Snell's law diagram, you will understand why. Why it bends downwards. Who am I talking to? Like, is there anyone watching the live chat? Let me have a look. There are 29 people. There we go. 29 people in the live chat. Very good.
You've muted it again. This is hilarious. Well, I'd like you to have a look at the second video that I posted a little bit a while ago, and really have a look at that, because that was taken about 3 feet off the water surface, and clearly no refraction is evident on that one. So. Look, guys, if we can't have a laugh about this, I don't know what's going on. Like, these guys are clowns. You can clearly see that they're all clowns. If you think you live on a spinning globe in 2023, you got a mental issue. You really do. If you have to go to Snell's law or whatever law to prove your point, man, it's just bamboozles me. But anyway, I'll just try and shut up.
All right. So the second one where you're seeing the boat. Fishing boat?
Yeah, right, yeah. That's quite a nice one, don't you think?
Yeah, but there's clearly an inferior mirage. You can't ever ignore refraction unless there's no atmosphere.
Okay, so the inferior mirage is no more than what one would gather around about 1 to 2 meters below the boat. So you can clearly see that the trees are evident. The road is virtually there, literally there. So I'm not sure where this dip that you talk about, like, you've got 2 images like jumping out in front of me here. None of that is evident over 64 kilometers. So can you please just explain it all? Like, I have to be the dumbest flat earther on earth, man, because I cannot fathom that we live on a ball.
So to analyze these videos, I need the observer location and kind of the direction we're looking at. So do you want to do the city one or the boat one?
On the second one, honestly, I like the second one a little bit more. The first one, I can't actually remember exactly where I was with that. I do believe I was only about 10 meters up off the water, but still at water level, still at water edge, but a little bit higher. So, yeah, it's a little bit confusing, but the second one's quite clear and evident, mate. Like, honestly, 3 feet, 4 feet, if that. So
yeah, the boat one, you're about 3 or 4 feet. The one across to the city, you see a guy go across in the boat, and his head is at the horizon level. So you're probably, I don't know, 7 or 8 feet, something like that. In the one looking at the city. Yeah, I don't know where you are. I don't know how far the horizon. I don't know how far the background is. And that sort of thing. So, yeah.
Quite simply, most of the videos that I posted from Point Henry to Melbourne across the Port Phillip Bay there. So if you want to get that up on your Port Phillip Bay, you've already done that quite a few times in other servers that I've been a witness to. So I know you know where it is. I know what you're talking. I know you know that where I'm talking about. So it's quite there's clearly no fault in the ball. So I just don't understand why we're still arguing about this.
The one where you're up on the walkway across to the city. What do you say it was? Port Henry?
Yeah, that one's just around the corner from Point Henry, but yeah, it's not too far away. But yeah, it's pretty much Geelong to Melbourne. So that first one that I put. So that's quite a simple one to try and diffuse, if you like. But like I just look, I'm honestly, man, I just can't believe we're arguing about it. That's all. This Friday talk has just dumbfounded me.
Point Henry. Okay, all right. All right, so we'll put you somewhere near the pier, somewhere there.
Okay. For over 12 months, I went to exactly the same location for this exact reason. So I can't get anyone confused. Every day was different. There was refraction some days. There was that much haze that I could barely see halfway across the bay some days. So I got a couple of clear days and I managed to get a couple of decent little short videos. I tried to make them short so I can upload them, because anything long, I've got heaps of really good videos that are like a minute long, 2 minutes long, but I just can't upload them. The server doesn't allow me to do that.
Yeah. There's a navigation marker. Just trying to figure out where you are exactly.
That's right. Do you want the red one, the blue one, the green one? There's quite a few there.
Where's the channel? I think I can see one. I'll call that a buoy, I think. Or is that a boat? That's a boat. I'll stick you at Point Henry. Doesn't matter. Just get a distance. All right. So CBD in Melbourne. Oops. So yeah, 58 Ks thereabouts.
Yeah, I generally go about 64, but 58 is, if you want to be precise with if you've got Google Maps open and that's what they're telling you. I'm happy with that. What is that meant to be on the 39, 59? Fall on the ball.
How much drop or how much hidden?
Yeah, how much is meant to be hidden? Yeah.
All right, one sec. And I reckon you're about 8 feet ish. 58 kilometers. So refracted hidden 182 meters.
So around about 300 feet.
More than that, I think. Yeah.
Well, that's pretty clear and evident that we don't live on a ball. Then, yeah, it only takes one proof, doesn't it? How many proofs do you want?
Are you saying these buildings should be hidden? I've just found the A&P building, 220 meters. It should be visible.
So it should be visible?
Should see some buildings, yes.
My camera sees around curves and sees the actual trees and the ground and the road with cars travelling along the pier over there and St Kilda and whatever. So I've got heaps of videos. Like, I don't want to spam the whole server, but it is, mate. I did virtually 2 years there. I missed maybe 2 months, over 2 years from exactly the same.
Where's the trees though? Where are these trees? They're not 60 kilometres away.
In the first video, they are, yes.
I don't think so.
No, they don't look at, because that's what the camera does. It's a P1000 that I film with that. Most of the time lapses I do with the P900, and they come in quite a little bit fuzzier. And I went there every morning, not every night. Not. I did go there a few times through the day when it was nice and clear, and got beautiful long videos of wind service and doing that, and balloon rises and so yeah, it's quite interesting across the day. It's a beautiful place to visit, actually. Geelong might be a little bit of a dive, but if they ever pull their head out and make that place a beautiful place, it will be an attraction well worth visiting.
Yeah, if we can identify where you were, we can figure out where the trees are, because I guarantee you they're not 58 kilometres away.
You guarantee that we're not in the middle of the bay, mate. There's no island there. It's either St Kilda Boulevard or very close to Melbourne. Honestly, there's around about a 10k distance across the vision. So it's only about a 1 or 2 degree turn of the camera. So this isn't rocket science to figure out there, buddy. Like, there's no curve there, man.
We've got to do a proper analysis, right?
You can decipher as much as you like, man, but you're not going to confuse me with your Snell's law.
Oh, but yeah, don't worry about Snell's law. We'll talk about refraction later. Let's identify where you are and what these buildings are, and then we'll identify what the trees are. Because I'm pretty sure they're not 58 kilometers away. Just trying to find that building.
You can be pretty sure if you like, mate. I'm not going to argue with you all night over the same point. You can clearly see Melbourne. You can clearly see the trees. There is a road there where the trees are. So we're just going in circles otherwise. So I can see why people mute if we can't get off this point.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll try and identify the buildings. Then we can do a bit of analysis. See if there's anything hidden. Anyway, Tim will be here shortly. Where are we? Today. Do a bit of geometry later.
If you need more videos, I'm happy to send them through DMs or whatever, so you can decipher all you like. If you like, just give me your hypothesis on the entire observation that you see there, and I'll send you through other ones that you can decipher.
Yeah, I was thinking it was the back of Williamstown, but it's too far to the tree line goes too far to the right for it to be Williamstown. So it's definitely the Esplanade in along from Port Melbourne to St Kilda. Definitely,
for sure, Timbo. Thank you very much.
It can't be anything else. Yeah,
it's only Ruth that's questioning it at the moment, but thank you, Timbo.
Yeah. And one of those buildings in the foreground is called the HMAS building in Port Melbourne. So you can have a look at the height of that.
Yeah, I'll do it. I love analysing photos of shit.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool image, man. Do you know how many years I've been trying to get that shot?
I went there every day, Timbo, so I could imagine if you only went there half a dozen times, it would be quite tricky. And you really do need to be there in a nice crisp morning with the sun clearly. It's beside it there, but I have actually got it behind it, but they're not very good pictures.
Was that like midwinter?
Yeah, most of the good stuff. I do need to highlight the new moon. You get a lot clearer shots. Like when we've got a new moon, the refraction isn't as strong. So if you're going into like a full moon setting, you're going to get a little bit more moisture in the air. The moon clearly brings more moisture. Everybody knows we plant by the moon, and that's where the water comes in, and it drags it along with it. So look, I've been doing this for 7 or 8 years now. 2015 is about when I started, so there's no denying it. I do it every day, guys, so I don't know what the confusion is. It's across the bay and it's beautiful, man. It's quite simple. This is why I laugh so much. I just like guys. So
cool, man. That man got a shot like that from Port Arlington, but that's another 20 k's closer, you know. But to get that shot from Point Henry is that's amazing.
Okay, Tim, thank you.
Look at that boat. How far away was that boat?
I think he's just come off the pier over on the other side of the bay there, and he's just sort of hovering around. I can't exactly know where that boat is, but I've got some awesome pictures of. I got this family leaving from Point Henry once, and there was low tide, and they all got on the boat, and they went out. They got stuck on the sand, and they're bouncing up and down. It's so funny. I posted it on Facebook. Gravity took hold. It was hilarious, man.
That's the other side of the bay to the left towards Avalon Airport.
Yeah, like I when I'm going to Gemso and I get the likes of a couple of the Aussies over there, and they just like, "Where's Williamstown?" and whatever. I'm like, I'm not filming Williamstown, mate. It's only like 20 k's away. Why would I? Like, it's a lot better to decipher this globe than Williamstown, you know. So it's just the way it is.
Yeah, I was down that way this on the weekend. So, I went down. I was in Ocean Grove. And we were going to go down. We were going to go down further, but it was blowing a gale, so we had to stay away from the forest. So
my sister lives in Ocean Grove. It's a beautiful place. She's got quite a nice place just off the water there. If I knew what
my two boys live there with their mum. So.
Oh, really? No, it's a good place, and the people are open and honest and smiling all the time. It's quite a beautiful place. It's not tainted like Geelong City and a few other places that I know of.
No, it's very different. It's a bit more country.
Yeah, and surfy sort of.
Yeah, laid back. It's not as commercialised Torquay.
Yeah. Torquay, I do like Torquay, but only for the glitz and glamour, I suppose. But yeah, I generally just drive through there. Oh, the only reason I'm not filming on the water at the moment now, I lost my car the other couple of months ago and can't afford to get another one at the moment. But yeah, we're getting there. And once I get that, I'll get my own location and do some more better filming now that I know a little bit more. I'll get this. I might get a Salinalian. Yeah, sorry, I might get the. Sorry, mate, I'll shut up.
Right, that's. I can't believe that shot. The amount of times I've seen the city from there, but not had the equipment with me, but never seen that land in front.
It is true when they talk about a hill of water. It does actually rise and fall all the time. And if you stay there all day, look, honestly, I could have got this shot quite a few times on many days if I stayed there all day. But I just like to go there, get the sunrise, get the location. It was just sort of more about how far the sun moved, and it actually travels around about 90 degrees from right to left at our summer point to our winter point now. It's actually got like a 90 degree turn, and it's quite interesting, and it really did open my eyes. There's no diffusing my mind that everything moves around us and we don't move around anything else.
Yeah. Have you been down to Queenscliff to see how much Queenscliff Point Lonsdale to see how much water rushes in through the heads?
Oh, mate, it's magic out there. And I was a painter for very young, and I don't mean to talk too much, guys, but I was a painter for most of my life, and I painted all the piers along the peninsula there, so I got to see heaps and stuff, man. And it's just awesome. Yeah, Queenscliff is a gorgeous place, and if you don't mind waiting an hour to get some fish and chips, the fish and chips down there are quite.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful. That Bellarine Peninsula is absolutely beautiful. I like it. It's better than the other side. I like it much better than the Mornington Peninsula.
Yeah, look, I've got a lot of friends over in Mornington, so I do like that area as well, but only for the afternoon. If I lived on that side of town, I'd film the afternoon, but on this side, the morning view is definitely the way to go. And yeah, I've got some awesome stuff. I've got some better stuff than what you presented there, but that's quite a nice shot.
I got a picture of the city from Dramana. No, not Dramana, further around. It was Rye.
Yeah, I've never filmed from Rye. I've only ever driven through
it. It wasn't clear, but I saw it. I think it's about 80 k's.
Oh, from Rye to Melbourne, really?
Oh, no, it's not. It's 50. Sorry.
Yeah, 60 sounds fair. And like that whole bay is sort of as you if you look at the bay, it's one of the ones in the level the whole bay. So. But generally, most points are about the 6 kilometre. So it's I wonder what roofs claimed so far. Have you found anything interesting there, Rove?
I'm still trying to line up the buildings. I can't. Like, they're not. It's not looking.
Line them up with what?
With Google Earth.
With what?
The buildings in Google Earth. Yeah, they have 3D buildings in Melbourne. So I'm trying to line up the photo with the buildings, and I'm struggling.
How far away is the photo taken from?
60 k's thereabouts.
No, the photo on Google Earth.
No, there are 3D modelled buildings in Google Earth. So I've set my observer 60 k's away, where Big Ponces is. Yeah.
You're trying to match up a model with a real photo.
Yes, and generally it's quite easy to do that, but this is not working for some reason. Can't find the right buildings.
It's a model.
Match the.
Hey, you got to trust the CGI first, man.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll
let you go on Google Earth and see what you're talking about. I've never used that function.
Yeah, so I'll post a thing in the chat.
No, yeah.
There you go. So that's me sitting 60 kilometers away, trying to line up his photo to figure out which buildings we're looking at.
To me, that doesn't even look like any image I've ever seen of Melbourne in my real life.
Okay.
Where's the gap for Where's the gap for the docklands? I can see it in One Big Pond's photo, but I can't see it in your image.
Yeah, I'll figure that out when I figure out what buildings we're looking at and what's what.
Well, the big. Alright, what's that?
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Melbourne.
Yeah, it's funny because they're not even the right colour, so you can't.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll keep going.
Because that see that photo you've got. See the big the building with the big gold top on it.
Yeah, like that sort of gold rectangle at the top. Yeah.
Yeah, to the right of that is the gap between the city and South Melbourne.
So where the three buildings on the right are South Melbourne?
Yeah, that's South Melbourne and Port Melbourne.
Oh.
And then to the left there's a gap, and that's where Docklands is.
Okay. All right, I'll try and get those then. All right.
Yeah, so that tower to the far left that looks like an orange shine, I'll tell you what building that is.
The vertical orange shine or the orange rectangle?
Yeah, the vertical orange shine, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's building at Docklands.
Okay.
I'm just trying to find the name of it.
So the vertical orange shine on the left, Docklands, and the ones on the right, South Melbourne.
Well, Docklands or South Wharf? I'm just trying to work out which one it is.
Yeah, the only building I know is Crown. that's all I go to Melbourne for. Oh, shit. When was this footage taken?
I would say 21.
Okay, all right. I'm looking at one of the big buildings there, and it's got construction around it on Google Earth. And I'm like thinking, oh shit. So the time may not match up. That's what might be screwing things up.
I'll just go and find something a little bit more clearer and see if I can post it if it's not too big.
Oh, but yeah, like I'll send I'll tag Timbo in a video where I do some analysis of Ranty's Blackpool photo.
Oh no, not that one.
Yeah,
actually, I've never gone over it, but we had a guy come in and say, "Oh, but there's this much of the mountain missing." How do you know that?
From geometry, yeah, and lining stuff up. Yeah, that video I just posted.
You can't line stuff up in photos. Like,
yes, you can.
You got compression on the back end.
Do it in.
You can't get triangulation from a 2D image.
Just watch the video. Google Earth is incredibly accurate. Incredibly accurate. Particularly with the 3D buildings added as well. Yeah, like I pinpointed. I had a big fight with Sleeping Warrior Anthony, and he tried to pinpoint one of the wind turbines in the background, and I showed him, no, I'll tell you exactly what wind turbine that is, based on just the angle to it. It was incredibly accurate. Yeah, Google Earth is awesome. The end. Oh, why? Yeah, if there's a clearer image, be cool. Let me just watch the video a bit more. That does help. Hold on. That helps. I'm going to use a different image. Here we go. Here we go.
I'll be back. I'm at one of the kids' tennis practice. So I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, Rolf, I just posted a time lapse, and what's in front of me, or what's in front of you there, is actually Point Henry. This is taken from. It's a golf course, just in Geelong. But if you look across the bay, you can clearly see Melbourne and Williamstown coming around the corner to the left there. Around about 20 meters up though. So this is why I don't try and claim too much, because I'm not at water level, but you can clearly see there is no curve there.
We'll get to that. I'm still trying to line up this bloody shot.
I found a couple of really good ones, but they're over a minute long and it just won't let me upload them. As I film, like I went to the same place. I was filming sun, moon, a little bit of a time lapse with the stars while I was there. Some days I get there at 2 o'clock in the morning just to film the stars movement and whatever. So I've got a heap of stuff, but a lot of it's too large to upload. So I'm trying to find something that's clear. Good question. I haven't uploaded. Like, honestly, guys, I've got a mountain of stuff. I've got a computer full of like 5 years of editing, and yeah, I've got a lot of work to do ahead of me. That's for sure. If I'm going to put it all together and make sense to you guys, without debunking me too much.
All right, so all this building in Melbourne looks to be. Hang on. $270. All right. On to Melbourne. Oh, it's that one. That one. The Wyndham Hotel, is that enormous?
Wyndham, yeah. Sorry, it's way.
It's really nice. 251. There you go. Oh, incorrect. Wrong one. Stella. Might not load. All right. How about I just Google, check on Wikipedia, one of the tallest buildings in Melbourne?
That'd be the Rialto Tower, wouldn't it?
That's the one. That's the one. All right.
No, I think that's third now. So the one with the gold on it, I think is the tallest.
I think I can identify that in the photo.
I think it's called the Eureka Tower.
Oh yes, of course. I'm old school. Sorry.
I think one might have just overtaken it. I'm not sure.
All right. Now, okay, that's probably the one with the orange rectangle on it. 396.
Yeah, that's the Eureka with the gold at the top.
That makes more sense. Ah, yes, right. That's where I stayed opposite. Where was I? The Langham? Was that the Langham? Yes. There we go.
Staying at the Langham.
La-di-da.
Yes, nice place. The South Bank's a beautiful place.
Yeah. 319. Right.
Okay.
So this feedback. This Australia 108 building is being constructed during the Google Earth imagery, which makes things difficult.
Okay, I just posted a short time lapse of Melbourne from Bacchus Marsh, but I am around about 200 metres above sea level here, but you can clearly see that I'm looking onto, or levelly onto Melbourne, and you can see quite far beyond. If you guys were there, you'd be amazed. I used to watch planes come in for like 10 minutes, a little dot in the sky coming towards me, and I just watch it. And I filmed a few, but they're way too long to upload from here. But planes coming in from afar. So if you're talking about a concave Earth, wow, it's quite amazing to watch these planes come in and then come into the level that we consistently see planes fly at and come across the plane. Amazing stuff. Like I'm bamboozled that we actually argue about this, and I know I've already said that, but it's quite clear and evident. You can see for miles, guys. Miles. There's no fall to a ball. It is that simple.
That Melbourne 108 building is the one to the left of the Eureka Tower, the really tall one.
Right. Okay. All right.
You should know it's near the Crown, mate.
I've been in Melbourne for a while. I haven't been anywhere for since pre-pandemic. Hang on then. Then I don't think you're at what's it called? Point Henry then.
That's correct.
Or
you don't
identification. Which way around? The building 108 should be on the right of Eureka Tower if he's at Point Henry.
No. Can you see the... Oh, sorry.
Maybe you weren't where you said you were, Big Pond. Possible.
Can you see the little... Yeah. I recognise that wall anywhere, that one that goes around Point Henry.
I find it amazing that you doubt actually what I'm saying. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah.
I'm yet to lie in my life. Anyway, go ahead.
I don't believe anyone that has never lied in their life. I don't believe that.
I have no need to like, oh, this one's quite nice. It's quite a nice song, so I'll upload this.
So which way around, Timbo? The where are we? The rectangular gold shine on the right. Are we saying that is? Are we saying that's Australia 108 with the curvy? Yeah, that makes more sense. Yes. Okay, and the one to the left of that is then Eureka Tower, really tall. Okay. Let's see if we can do that then. All right. Let's try that one. All right. Photo. No, by the way. All right, that makes a bit more sense, I think.
If those last two time lapse don't turn you on, I don't know what else I've got to show you guys. That is clear and evident. Like you can see the cranes on the last one across the bay. I'm in Point Henry, guys, and if you don't believe me, I don't know what else to say. But good night.
Oh, I may have identified the vertical thing. I think. Let me sort it back again. Oops. I think I got it. No.
Okay, there is something uploading at the moment with the sun pretty much right behind Melbourne. And if you don't like that one, I'm done, guys. You'll never hear from me again. It's halfway loaded. Just give it a minute. It's 46 seconds long and it's fucking awesome. We got honest.
Where's that second one up taken from? With the tower, there's like a communications tower. Is that Point Cook? In the Air Force Base? Or?
What's that? Bloody hell. Take bins out. See me? Oh, come on. But then there's buildings to the right that I can't identify.
It's so stuck. That last shot's pretty cool. Big pond.
The last video, it's not playing for me. It's sort of frozen at the moment. Maybe my computer's just playing up. I'm trying to upload way too much. But
the whole sky's red, and then you zoom out, and it's blue. And you go, what? And then you can see the lights and stuff reflecting on the water underneath the clouds.
Oh, dude, imagine being there, guys. Like, I would be overwhelmed for the entire day after taking, like you do. You honestly, you take this resonance in this vibration, this everything, man. It just opens up your eyes to the whole world, the entire world. You see through everybody's life. It's just unbelievable how you create clarity by watching the world turn around you. And that's not the same. That's not the earth turning. That's the sky moving, guys.
People don't look around. Too busy.
Is that last video playing for you there, Timbo? Because it's not playing for me.
It did eventually. It was.
Cool, man. Thank you.
Before.
I'm going to jump out and see whether it makes a difference.
The third one up, where's that taken from?
Honestly, no, I haven't gone. I haven't gone yet. Look, they're all from Point Henry, from exactly the same location. Like, I may have been further to the left of the point, but it's still Point Henry. It's only it would only be around about a 200-meter difference from where exactly I filmed every day to some days I'll go out to the point just to be different. I'm like, oh, wow, this is a different day, so I'll get over here and I got my XR8U bogged in the sand one
day. That's a beacon. That's a beacon, so it's either a port or I'm thinking it's like Point Cook Air Force Base.
I haven't uploaded any of the dark ones, but I used to do them at night and get it through the day. I've got heaps of little red, green, blue lights flashing in the ocean, and all the ports and the channels and whatever where the ships come through the channels. Yeah, it's quite awesome. I was actually told by an old bloke who used to come down and see me quite often that you could actually walk across the bay to Williamstown at one point before they dug the channel out to go over to the refinery there in John.
It's just mud coming out of the Werribee River, and they still dredge the mouth of because that's two rivers coming out there. Like there's the Yarra and the Maribyrnong joined together, and all the silt and dirt that comes down from, especially from the Yarra, but when they join, it clogs up the mouth of the port, so they dredge it. They just constantly dredge it. All that Melbourne down there all used to be swampland anyway.
A big pond. Are you sure you weren't over at Mornington for that footage? Oh, it's gone. He's gone. All right, I'll go and start some dinner for the kids. Definitely to be continued. Big pond? Yes.
Sorry, man.
Definitely to be continued.
Am I sure I'm not in Mornington? I can guarantee you. I've actually.
Yes. And turn off the stream so I can hear.
Am I sure? Sorry, man.
There we go. To be continued. I'll go and I'll go and make some dinner for the kids and I'll be back.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't think you knew where you were, Big Pond.
Well, to be continued.
There's no way I've ever been in Mornington. I've never filmed for Mornington, even though I do appreciate Mornington. I've never filmed across the bay from Mornington.
To be continued. I'll go make some dinner and get back.
Yeah. I do appreciate the time spent with us tonight there, Timo. I'm going to listen to a little bit of music and try and sing along as I do. So enjoy, and I hope what I presented is worthy of questioning the globe, as we call it. But
fantastic footage, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I can definitely tell you all of what I've posted, apart from what I told you in up on the hill there in Bacchus Marsh, they're all from Point Area, mate. Clearly across the bay and Popfiller Bay there. So I've got no reason to deceive or try and play games with anybody, mate. This is my life. You know, I dedicated and gave up a very good job, a very good paying job to pursue this outcome. So there is no mucking around, guys. If I'm found out to be a lie, I'll take my own fucking life, and I'm not fucking kidding.
Yeah, that's right, mate. Yeah, all good. Yeah, thanks for that. Good to speak to you.
the moon, but we can't talk between three buildings.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Guys are just chilling.
Well, here, Godric come in a minute ago. Oops. Fuck. Hey, James, you're unmuted now. You can say what you're going to say. A couple of hours ago. Oh. Busted custard. You there, Timbo? I have slid into your DMs. Oh, he's got it. Go on. Go on. Newborn's Jim Jelly. All right. What do you want to talk about? Your angle? Got any proofsies?
Hello? Someone call me? Say my name?
Any flat Earth proof?
Do I?
Yeah.
Uh, no, but you do.
Shit, by the way.
You do, right?
Second?
You have flat Earth proof, right?
Sure. Apparently, angles, taking elevation angles, are proof of flat Earth these days.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Good conversation.
Yes. Oops, fuck. Oh, I have a DM. No, there's not, apparently. Oh, there we are. Big busted custard. Oh, come on, Timbo, come back, champ. This is getting awesome.
What are we talking about?
One big pond was in here a bit over an hour ago, and he threw a video at me as some sort of flat earth proof, and he said he was in a particular location. And I tried to line up the city skyline of Melbourne to his footage, and I couldn't do it. And I was like, why isn't this lining up? And I said, oh, are you sure you weren't over on the other side of the bay? And he goes, no, definitely from this point over on the west. I said, all right, to be continued. Now I've actually lined it up properly, and he is over on the east side. And he said, you probably should rewind. I won't say what he said. He said he's never been over that side to take footage, and if he is exposed as a liar, he will forever sleep. So,
maybe he wasn't over there. Maybe he got it from.
He's definitely over there. He said it was his. Like it's, yeah. So I'm waiting for Timbo to come back. Oops, not you. Hang on. Yum.
Sorry.
Haven't disproved gravity. Oh, that's fantastic.
We're doing that.
Waiting for one big pond to come back.
He's in another server. Do you want him? We're going to get him.
Yeah. Yes, please. Sorry. Yes, please.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Iteration square. My goodness.
No proof. No proof. No proof.
Proof. It's actually one of the better nicknames I've had. Quite
Proof. Proof.
No proof. I think it's really good.
No proof of what?
Oh, no proof of the globe, obviously.
Oh, gotcha.
Oops. Shit.
Is there attainment on Earth that's a natural phenomenon?
Again, is there attainment? What?
Attainment.
Attain? Can I attain a natural phenomenon?
Containment.
Containment. Oh.
Yes. It's containment.
Yeah.
All right. It'll be here soon.
All right, awesome. Oh, shit.
I got one.
Your audio is crap, by the way.
What's up?
Your audio is pretty bad.
Okay, hold on. Here, let me try to fix them.
Oh, that's better.
How about that?
Yeah, he's better. Yeah.
Okay. I was asking if you know of a natural phenomenon of containment on Earth.
Air is contained in my lungs, maybe, if I hold my breath.
No.
Do you have a natural phenomenon of containment?
I do. Yeah. There's oceans and lakes.
Okay. That's an interesting question, though. Are oceans contained? Like, lakes are obviously contained. They have land all around. But it's kind of a, do you say that the oceans are contained by the land? Or the land is posted above the oceans?
Water. It would have to be. You don't have water without containment.
Well, that's an assertion, right?
No.
I would just say the land is high enough above the water.
Well, I mean, to have water itself, you have to pour it in a glass. Drink it. You don't have to pour it, but it has to be in a container.
Okay. So the ocean floor is a container?
Fundamentally, it has to be in a container.
Yeah. I want Big Pond. I've been waiting for this. Pew, 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 pew. Pew, 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 pew.
Oh, they do make dams.
What?
They do make dams, yeah. Kind of, to control the water flow. So. It's interesting to think about because the gradient would be where what's containing it, and the deeper you go, the more dense it is, and the more heavy it is, and the more you're stacking the water molecules on top of each other, becoming denser. And it's just interesting to think about.
It's more of a pressure gradient in the water than there is a density gradient. So the water doesn't compress very much.
Well, it does.
Water doesn't compress, like you can compress gases. Orders of magnitude more than you can compress liquids.
It would. Say that again?
You can compress gases orders of magnitude more than you can compress liquids. Water doesn't compress very much.
Well, why is it when you send an empty vessel down, the deeper you go, you are fighting gradient pressure against the vehicle or vessel that you're in? Yeah,
pressure, right?
Okay.
Pressure is different to density.
Where do you get buoyancy from then?
Yeah, from the volume that you take up, which is density related. Yeah.
Okay.
Pressure and density are different. You have enormous pressure under the ocean, but the density of the water doesn't change very much. It's not compressible.
It is too, because that's how you make a gas, right?
What?
That's how you change the element of it. Thermodynamics.
By compressing it?
Well, yeah. Well, you can compress air and get liquid.
Right. What if you compress liquid? You get a solid then, right? Which way are we going here?
I don't know. I was just talking.
Yeah.
I would say water gets. I don't know. I would say water gets denser for sure the deeper you go, because light can't penetrate through it. So obviously there's something there.
How do you think hydraulics works?
It can't penetrate through it, is what I'm saying, because there's the medium there and the density of it. So
you know that hydraulics works because the incompressibility of the liquid.
I don't know, but that's a controlled environment.
Okay. Yeah.
Correct.
It works by the incompressibility of liquids.
That's a controlled environment. It's a enclosed environment. It's like it's not even. Yeah. It's a little bit different. Obviously, water it stacks onto each other, or it wouldn't be what it is. The pressure gradient is not. There's no density to pressure.
Density and pressure are different things. They're related, but they are different. So the density of water doesn't really change very much with depth. Density doesn't change very much. The pressure changes enormously with depth in the oceans. They're different things.
So what differentiates? Is there any density to water then?
Yeah. About a kilo per litre.
So if you travel the depths in something that's hollow versus something that's solid, that's when density becomes a factor?
Not following. As you go deeper in the ocean, yes, water doesn't compress very much. Right? So the same mass of water continues to take up approximately the same volume. It doesn't compress very much. But
gotcha.
When you're down deep, you have tons and tons and tons of water above you. The pressure is enormous.
So that's when density and you're displacing it, is what I'm saying, right? So when you bring just an empty vessel down in there, or with something displacing the water, you're creating.
Timbo's here, finally. Do you like my DMs, Timbo?
So density obviously would matter too within temperature.
So how comes you're hanging out here, Bruce? How comes you're hanging out here, this server?
You know, loving to be in the trenches. Enjoy the fight, you know.
Oh.
The density would change because it would get colder the deeper you go, so the density would change.
Do you know what's the formula for density? Like, what is density?
Structure?
Mass per unit volume.
Yeah, it's structure.
Okay. Density is mass per unit volume.
Right, so
1 kilogram of water taking up.
Did you change the structure of water? Thermodynamics. You can't deny that. That's the way it is.
Right. But yeah.
Well, the deeper you get,
mass.
Colder you get.
Mass and objects' resistance to acceleration.
I went over with this the other night. You can't mass and once you get onto mass, then you're getting into the other elements which you can't explain, and you can't. It's just not there.
Mm.
But what I was saying is when you get deeper, it obviously gets colder.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I don't know in certain parts, I would think, but if not, anyways, it's pretty cold. But it would be denser. Well, yeah, the deeper you go, the denser it gets.
Minutely, probably.
Just interesting thought. It's contained. And that's I guess how you would figure out it's pretty much it is an open containment.
The ocean, sure.
Oh, it's an open container within an enclosed container. Interesting. It's interesting to think if we are enclosed, how perfect the pressure would be. How, you know what I'm saying? Like the way, I mean, obviously you can't, well, I mean, you can measure the pressure in front of you, but it's just kind of interesting how it would have to be a perfectly well-tuned Atmo. You know, it's like, you know, you would run an air compressor for your tools and other tools that, you know, require certain pressure or whatnot. It's interesting to think about the dynamics of Earth.
If Timbo's still listening, I find it amusing how people criticize me for doing all this sort of armchair investigating and accuse me of not getting out in the real world, right? But how good is Google Earth? Fantastic. I could have figured out where he was within, I don't know, 5 or 6 meters.
G'day, guys. I'm back to Ruhiv, have you disproved where I am, have you?
Yes, I have.
Clearly, have you?
Your audio shit. Say that again. Anyway, you were at Oliver's Hill boat ramp in the car park at Oliver's Hill boat ramp.
Oh, that's on the first video on the left that I posted. Oliver's. Yeah, I think we call it wine burners down in Geelong, but if you want to call it Oliver's. What about every other video that I've sent you? Have you debunked that one yet?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just waiting for my apology. Like when I said, "Are you sure that you're at point wherever you were?"
No, Oliver's is in Frankston.
Yeah.
Oliver's is in Frankston. Frankston.
The footage you sent was in Frankston. Yeah.
I believe I've only filmed there once, and I don't believe that was the video that I sent you, but it may have been. But not that matters. It's pretty awesome. Hey, thank you for highlighting that. That would be the only time I filmed at Frankston. But how many other posts do you want of no curve? If that's your only claim, that you've debunked one of my videos that I misrepresented, I'm happy being wrong if that one. Yeah, I probably did film once at over that location, but over Mornington Way, that would be the only time. I've got other videos from there which is much more better, but you know, they're 2 to 3 minute longs and there's music to them, and we're jamming and we're screaming and we're carrying on, and it's just an awesome time. And so I'm not sure what else to say. If you could focus on the ones that are from Point Henry, that would be much better than trying to defame me from any religious sect that you're trying to give us.
Anyway, I did bring it up before. Say, are you sure you're at Point Henry? You said yes. And you said you'd never been over to Mornington. So I did say Mornington, right?
No, I said I've got friends over there.
Yeah. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, no, that's cool. But is it not an awesome video? And what is that, about 40 kilometres? So still no fall on the ball. You know, whether you think you've got a gotcha or not, you know, there's still no fall on the ball, dude.
All right, let's analyse it from Frankston then. Let's do that.
Okay, so you've got one video that you want to debunk, which is a little bit closer than the Point Henry. Can we focus on the Point Henry? Because that, to me, is where I spent most of my time, and Frankston is, you know, just a little stepping stone, which is quite a nice one because it was quite clear over there, and there should be a shitload more videos from Frankston because it's a beautiful place to film from.
What I find, I went through this over on GeoServe the other day, and I said I pushed Geo to put forward an observation that he's willing to defend. And he finally did, and it was from Oahu to Kauai. And I showed, yep, this is exactly what you would expect on a globe. And all he did was go, oh, here's my other observation. So can I hold you to the same challenge, put forward an observation that you think disproves the globe, that you will defend?
Every video I posted disproves the globe. What's your point there?
Okay. Well,
the last video that is 49 minutes or 48 seconds long, is that not a feasible one? Because that's fucking beautiful fucking video there, man. I don't know what else you want from me. Like, if you can't, if you want to dismiss that and carry on with the one with the bricks in the foreground, once I zoom back in, fair enough. But I can't really. I'm not going to dispute the fact that I posted a video, which I rarely do, over from that side of the bay. So all of my videos are from Point Henry, and you know, I've got, as I said, I've got 2 terabyte worth of videos and evidence of no ball, no fall.
I'm going to analyse the first one you sent me because that's, you know, otherwise we're just going to defeat video after video. So I'm going to do this one first. Give me 10 minutes or so, and I'll come back.
Okay, so I got text, I got DM'd come and all I get is you guys going, "Oh, it was in Frankston."
You were adamant. You were adamant that it was Point Henry, and I checked with you, and you were still adamant. Could it be from the other side? You said no, and I listened in on the live stream afterwards. What did you say on the live stream afterwards?
Okay, I was mistaken on one of the videos I shared. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
If you don't mind, I'll send you 1 terabyte worth of stuff, and you can decipher the whole lot if you like.
It's all good. All good. Anyway, I'm going to analyze this one, and I'll be back.
Which one are you analyzing?
The one you gave me, the one I've been analysing since before I had dinner, like 2 hours ago.
Like seriously, the last video is, I don't know what more proof you want. It's close to Melbourne. It is a perfect vision of flat level water at low tide and quite a calm day. Clear as crystal. You can see cranes along the foreshore. You can actually see the pier if you look close enough. And it's a beautiful video. I'm not sure what else you want. To me, it seems like we're looking for an argument now there, Ruth.
I love an argument. A civil argument, right? I love an argument.
No.
I don't argue with anyone. I just laugh at them. Or I go silent, or I go and spew some other information out, which generally means nothing because, the ball is nothing. The level observation is what we all experience every day, so that's where I'm at.
Okay.
Do you have infrared? An infrared video would be quite...
infrared is cool.
See what it does, but taking away the refraction.
It doesn't take away refraction.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. It cuts down on scattering. Cuts down on Rayleigh scattering. It does not reduce refraction.
Dude, how fucking clear do you want, I'm sorry to swear, guys, but how clear do you want the vision? Dude, that's 60 kilometres, even by your judgment. A clear plane across, zoom in, zoom out. How many times do you want me to do it? There was so much stuff in that video. It's awesome, man. And I don't praise myself very often, man. And that's an awesome video.
Talking about the one right here where you zoom into and then zoom out. 46 seconds.
Yeah, that's quite nice, don't you think?
That thing's awesome. Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, thank you, man.
It's really amazing. That's pretty cool.
Oops. But is there measurement markers on that sun one? Yeah. So everyone just come back.
The only thing I'm disappointed I didn't do in that video is pan left to show you Melbourne, but I was actually waiting for the sun to come around a little bit further, but I got sidetracked and I had to leave and, go film elsewhere or help someone else. I think I actually went and painted someone's house for a couple of months and live with them for a little while because that's what I do. I like to give my time away. I like to give my energy away. I like to give my freedom away because that's what life's about. I am who I am. Whatever.
But what distances are on that sun video then? How far are you actually seeing there? Is something physical?
Yeah, look, that's across the bay. That's actually a little bit further than what Melbourne is, but look, I'm happy with 60 kilometres or 300 feet or thereabouts. Look, you cannot tell me that there's a hump in the middle there and we're looking around a curve. It is that simple. I don't know what else I have to say to convince anyone this is a flat earth server. I've produced flat earth proof. I'm still waiting on anyone to produce any sort of curve, any sort of fall to a ball. So please, prove me wrong.
It's not going to happen. That's amazing footage, dude. The color and it's neat.
As I've stated, I've got a few others that I could post, but they're just a little bit larger. It won't let me upload it, but that's one of the better ones that I've got. I've got heaps of time lapse where I've just got it straight across the bay, but I don't think people really get it all that much. So I just post images and let people try and diffuse it, and I just laugh at them and just go, okay, this is the way life is, and that's the way you perceive the land. So I don't know what else to say.
It's weird. It's when you get close. It's weird how when you get real close, the way it's interesting. It almost reminds me of like a closed pearl or something cracking open, and you get really close into it or something. It's kind of interesting. It's really neat. That's all.
As I've stated, when we have a new moon, we're more likely to see the green pop or the green flash that people call it. It doesn't seem to happen very often with the full moon. So, but I do know that it happens all the time. So it depends on your location and which way you're filming. But I don't know how simplistic I can make reality for people.
I got an interesting video that you might enjoy then, if that's it posted there of the moon. But and I've got another of the sun as well. But nothing like that. That's really cool, man. It's pretty neat. This one's interesting. It's like something that is on the moon that I'm filming. It's something in of the background or something of where it's at is refracting and off of something, reflection, or I don't know what it is, but another moon or another refraction of the moon comes out. There's like two of them or something. It's just really weird.
I've completed my analysis. It's in the chat.
This is cool, man.
Yeah. So they're the two known points, 297 meters and 221. Scale that down to find where sea level is, and you got to be looking through the water. Uh-oh, spaghetti-o. We can do this a whole bunch of different ways as well if you want. But that's a very quick one.
Can I ask, Angel, that video you posted, are you claiming it was two moons?
No, I'm not claiming that. I don't know what I'm looking at. I don't know what's going on. It's just something that I was recording, and it just happened to happen as I was recording it, and I thought it was interesting. That's all.
Okay, because I can actually get that reflection and refraction or hazing of double moons through mine. I generally clean the lens and it disappears. So
that's not what it was. I seen it with my own eyes too. That's definitely not what was going on. You can see because my camera moves around and it doesn't move. The refraction doesn't move differently, and it literally comes out from behind something else and whatever's in the sky there, and you can clearly see that it doesn't move separate. They're literally as a unit, and it's definitely not a refraction thing. I'm filming that at night. How much refraction do you think I'm going to get? Like, dude, it's crazy.
Honestly, I'm not having to go at you. I've got double vision of the moon, and I'll happily get it at about 12 o'clock tonight if you want me to upload something.
But that's not what was happening, because it's not. Because I was watching it. So yeah.
It's an awesome video, and I don't mind the music after a minute or so, and it's quite.
Because I started freaking out. Like what I did is I started like, "What the fuck is this?" I started to sound like a fool, right? So I like covered it up with music. That was like,
well, look, it's pretty cool. No matter what you like, it's pretty cool, man. So thank you for posting it anyway. Ruif.
Yes.
Sorry, I laugh like this all the time, man. It's so funny. 297 and 221 meters. What are you trying to prove here, man? Like, honestly, we are looking across the bay at around about 40 kilometers across, yeah? Well, what are you trying to decipher here with these numbers, this information you're presenting?
Right. If that 297, that's the top of Eureka, and the 221 is the top of that star-shaped ring thing around Australia 108, and I've just scaled that down to where sea level is.
Okay. So you do admit that it's a level plane across there then, and that's the actual height of the buildings. The
fact that says, see where it says 0 meters above sea level, that red line, the fact that I'm looking through the water to get to that 0 meters above sea level. I don't mean to be simplistic, but what isn't water that we're looking through? Everything, the whole atmosphere, the ether, everything that we know is water, is it not? I'm looking through Port Phillip Bay, the water of Port Phillip Bay.
Okay, so what are you looking for? Because you're not proving anything at the moment. All you're doing is showing me the vision that I can clearly see myself.
Right. The fact that we are looking through a hump of water to see sea levels over in Melbourne is why the Earth is a globe. Do you understand?
No, I don't, man. Honestly.
You're a lunatic, dude. Come on, man.
Let me get this right. This is globe proof, this picture. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still laughing. Sorry, I forgot.
You gotta be kidding me, man.
Well, I'm convinced, guys. I'm going back to globe, mate. That has done it for me. I mean, if you can't see that's a globe, you're fucking stupid.
And the funny thing about it is, this is upside down because we're in Australia, which makes it even funnier.
There's your hump of water anyway, above that 0 meters above sea level line. That's your hump of water.
Gravity pulled upside down in the pool, right?
Yeah.
Oh, there is no up or down in space, right? Like, I'm trying to decipher here because I've heard so much. I don't know what to call it, but. Sorry, guys. This is sad. Ruif, where are you going with this, man? Like, this is a level plane that we all experience throughout the entire Earth. You can call it a ball or sphere, whatever you want to call it. There's no way that we are living upside down, dude. And that's been humped onto a fucking globe. And I don't mean to swear once again, guys.
The hump is in the photo. So you can deny it. That's okay. I mean, you wouldn't be a flat earther if you didn't deny evidence.
Where's the hump?
Is in the photo. That red line at the bottom, 0 meters above sea level.
You just said line.
Yeah.
You know what a line is? From point A to point B, there's no hump in a line. There's a hump in a line.
Sorry, I've only just started this first thing in the morning. This picture, is that physical Earth curve?
Yeah, is it?
Is it physical Earth curve?
Yes, it is. Yep.
So that's the physical curvature of the Earth. How much atmosphere we're looking through?
40 Ks.
So that's 40 Ks worth of atmosphere and there's no refraction.
I didn't say there's no refraction. There is always refraction.
Hold on, sunshine.
So, being as we're looking through the atmosphere, that is what, an apparent horizon, or is that the physical one? You understand
those two
going,
words.
right? Is
Those
that?
two
Can
words
I,
are not.
Hold on, sunshine. Can I go up to it and put my finger on it and hide behind it? Is it physical?
Okay, that is the physical horizon. It is in its apparent position. You can go out to where that point is and touch it, but it is not where it appears to be because of refraction.
Shut up. So like the black swan. That's not the actual horizon where it should be. It's a refracted horizon. It's apparent. It's a projection of a horizon, right?
The horizon is where it is. It is physical. It appears in a refracted
that's physical
position.
then, but not refracted. Well, I don't understand, Mr. Double Talker. Double speak.
Okay. It's because
what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
Because you can. Okay. It is because you think that apparent and physical are mutually exclusive terms. They are not.
Fucking think. Sorry, don't tell me what I fucking think. Tell me what that is. Is that the physical horizon or is it a refracted horizon? Which one is it?
You said, is it apparent or is it physical? Are apparent and physical mutually exclusive to you?
Right, dumbass. I'm going to ask you again. Is that the physical horizon or is it in a refracted position? Which one is it?
It's both. It's physical and it appears in its refracted position.
Speaking. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Okay.
It's both now, is it? Both.
Yes. It's physical. That water we are looking at. That water we are looking at is physical water. It exists in a location.
I agree water's physical. But because of your refraction, that's a projection of water, isn't it? I can't shoot that water.
It's refracted position.
Listen, I can't shoot that water with a gun because it's not its actual physical location now, is it?
It's in its refracted position. Yes, you can't shoot it.
Yeah, so it's not in its physical location, is it?
Right, but it is
so not physical then. So
it's not in its location. It is physical
it's not in its
water.
Physical location, is it, dumb fuck?
Right. It's in its apparent location.
Stop with your double speaking words. That is not the horizon now, is it? You're just arbitrarily deciding. Shut up. You're just arbitrarily deciding that because you can see the horizon, it is always physical, even though it's not in its geometric location. Has it ever been in its geometric location when you've observed it?
Probably not.
So have you got a direct measurement to it in the first place then, you idiot?
Because we see it in its refracted position. We see physical water.
But if you've never seen it in its actual physical position, how do you know it's there? You just see it in its refracted position.
Water.
Always. Why? Why do you have to talk? You always
because you asked me a question. You asked me a question.
Making a statement, you pussy.
And don't ask questions.
You say that is a refracted position. You also say that no one has ever seen the physical curvature of the Earth because, like I pointed out, which is why I asked you earlier, 40 kilometres of atmosphere that you are looking through. So not the physical curvature of the Earth. It's a refracted position, right? Don't sit here with your double speak. Try to confuse these nice gentlemen. Fucking idiot,
didn't say no one. I didn't say no one has seen the physical curvature of the Earth. That's you substituting the phrase geometric horizon. I was speaking, Jedi. No, I was speaking. You're interrupting me.
Yes, because I don't want to speak your bullshit and lie to people and put words into my mouth. You disingenuous cunt. I thought you had to go and put your dogs and your children
I'm going to feed the dogs.
Fuck off. Go on, fuck off, you liar.
I wanted to ask. It's so funny. Sorry, Jedi. I wanted to ask you. So that red line, if that's a horizon, does it rise up from there? Are we living in a sphere, in a sphere, or on a sphere?
It's not even. It's not even a horizon. It's not even a curve. We can see that the water's flat. He's just chosen a place to draw a red line where the water appears to change its colour due to the atmospheric conditions. It's still flat beyond that red line.
It's horizon. First of all, out of water. Water finds its level, so it's just absolutely just a fallacy altogether. It's just ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Sorry, guys. I wasn't going to put up with that longer. That's the horizon, the physical curve of the Earth. He said, "Fucking liar."
You were awesome, man. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow.
Hey, look, I'm just excited that you're using my videos for these arguments because it's been years since I've been able to get this much authority to have some sort of a say. So thank you very much, Jedi and Yao and everyone. You guys are all awesome, and thank you for every thought.
No, you're more than welcome, mate. I just don't put up with liars. I've only been awake for half an hour and I come into Ruhif declaring that that's the curvature of the Earth that he can see. Kilometers.
Dude,
Through the fucking atmosphere.
You're a total lunatic, man. I mean, seriously, that's crazy.
You just got to got me because I posted something that I actually like. I class myself as the laziest photographer in the world because I do so many time lapse and I like because it's so clear and obvious. there's no need to argue over the facts that. You can zoom in, there's the fucking land. You can zoom out, there's the fucking ocean. There's no lump in the middle on the right day, on the right perspective. So it's quite comical. Everything that I say, everything that I do, I'm generally having a laugh at everybody because it's just, it's nonsensical in so many ways. But thank you guys. It's been a laugh, and it always is. And I appreciate everything that you guys do. We make awesome music, and hopefully one day I can contribute.
Can I just obviously I understand what you've been on about with the physical, their claim of a physical horizon. And he's showing a refracted horizon, so it's not physical and you can't measure to it. What is actually Ruhif's point? What is he? Is he actually trying to come up with a serious point, or is he just being a nuisance? What do you think? Is he trying?
Honestly, that line that he's got there, I could get that a kilometre out from where I used to, like in every other film that I've got, the refraction of the water that shimmers in the light. Is that what he's claiming is a curve? Like honestly, guys, it changes every day. It's just comical that they argue over it, and they're trying to make us look like fools, but they sadly are mistaken that we are not.
Did he just go, or did he get booted out?
No, he left. He didn't like my timbre and my cadence. I swore at him too much. His feelings got hurt, so he went to go and hide behind his children.
You have to feed the dogs. He'll be back.
Slimy little Ruhif, who's been assigned to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, so the heliocentric model has got a voice. Basically, his job right.
Hey, without him, who else are we going to laugh at?
That's true. That is true.
If you look at those two on the boat, right, you got the line right at their eye level, too. It's like both of them on the boat. They're both standing on the boat, right? And so you look at the line there. They're literally from left to the right of the person. They're literally both at eye level, which is interesting.
Well, basically, he's just got that photograph up and drew some lines on it. That's what you can actually see. Whatever distance it might be, you can see it. There's nothing blocking that. And he's just drawn some lines on a building and on the ocean. That's the way I would sort of say it. I mean, am I missing something? I don't know.
No, that's what I came into. He came back into the conversation, goes, "Okay, gentlemen, I've done my analysis," puts up a photograph and draws a line on it and goes, "There's the horizon, there's the curvature of the Earth." After his analysis, because he's special. What a fucking idiot.
He's beyond an idiot.
Always refracted. Right? How far away is that horizon? Well, that's 40 kilometres away. So is that the actual physical horizon without the atmosphere in a way now? Is it curvature of the Earth? Is that what it is? No. Oh, well, fuck off then. If it's refracted, then no one cares, mate. It's been refracted forever. We've been pointing out since 2015. The horizon is an apparent location. It's optical, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use. Your eyeballs, binoculars or a telescope, the horizon's going to move around. I don't care what photograph you have analysed, you fucking idiot. Drawing a line across it and making declarations isn't going to hold fast here. The horizon is optical. It's always been optical. I refer you to the black swan.
He must enjoy being abused, eh? He just must be a bit of a sadist. He must like it.
Yeah, I reckon he does like it. He does like it because he's got a little smirk on his face every time I beat him up.
This is probably
Ask him what a triangle is. Sorry.
They just like repeating, don't they? I think he knows we're just going to get a little, not wound up, but we know that, about this refraction and physical. He knows exactly what we're going to say, and that it's been debunked, but they still come in here saying it just to cause a little bit of trouble, don't they?
It's called denial, mate. Is what it is. It's called denial. I don't care what you said to me yesterday. I'm going to come back in and I'm going to respawn my point because everything you said yesterday hasn't gone into my thick fucking head, and I'm still going to make the declarations that I made yesterday. That's what Ruth Hiff's game is. It's fucking repeat the same story every day. So out there on YouTube or on Rumble, where everybody is listening, right? There's a globe earther who's repeating the same narrative and story, and it doesn't matter what flat earthers say to him because he's got confidence in his story. He's just going to keep fucking repeating it. Thanks, mate. Well done.
I just don't understand that, because I'd feel like an absolute idiot and wouldn't show my face again if I was made a fool of like that on YouTube and in front of the world. It just boggles my mind. I'd be going, fuck, I'm an idiot.
This is part of his coping strategy, isn't it?
I got an observation on your clouds that you were filming there. And it's interesting to watch the clouds go by, because it's like it's got a parallel axiom. Like, it's flat towards the ground itself too. Like it moves in a parallel sequence. It's kind of interesting how I see a lot of that actually in filming of the clouds as they go by. And not only that, when you see them move, they're actually moving in 3 different directions at some height, the parallel axiom, and it seems like that's how they're moving, which I find interesting. But there's like 3 different directions there, and in that 3 different levels too. It's kind of interesting. But it's like it matches the flat horizon and also the flat land, and just kind of interesting. Really interesting.
Nice one, anyway, Jedi, for chopping his head off.
No, you're welcome, mate. It's kind of what I like to do first thing in the morning when I get out of bed, is talk to fucking idiots and make them look stupid. It's a lovely way to wake up in the morning. No stress. Oh, dear. I should really have a cup of coffee and chill out before I jump in this Discord server and know that I'm going to be faced by Ruhiff, who's going to be lying to everyone. Can't stand liars, can't stand Ruhiff. But I enjoyed chopping his head off. That's fine. Sorry if I jumped into your conversation. But he'll be back later. Don't worry. He will be back. He will respawn on this point with the same photograph. So if you want to have another conversation with him about exactly the same fucking thing, tune in the same time tomorrow. He'll be back again.
Sorry.
So it's just basically you drew a line at the sea level, say he's saying it's 0, say, and the fact that you can see the buildings past that means they're not actually, that they're being refracted up, and they're not really there. That's his point, is it?
I've noticed you have something in the water here that zigzags, not like a boat would, and it's like a white dot, and you can clearly see that it has a wake behind it, and it doesn't change size when it comes closer or even further apart. It's kind of interesting. It's really weird, actually. The fuck is that? Anyways. Huh. And then at times it doesn't have a wake either. Like, it's one that's 10 seconds long. Anyways.
Were you referring to my videos? Because most of them are time lapse, so I do like a 10-minute or 25-minute or 50-minute.
One that's 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I mean, not 10 minutes, 10 seconds.
Yeah,
He posted it at 12:28.
Sorry, I missed that.
Ooh. What kind of video camera do you have?
I have a P900 for time-lapse videos, and I have a P1000 for a little bit of still photography and filming. So that's what I generally use.
You got something zipping around there on the water. It's pretty wild.
I've got a heap of other stuff that I just can't upload because it's too large. But look, I don't know what to say, guys. Like, what proof do you want? I've got a crap load of stuff. I'm happy to upload it to whoever wants it. To be quite honest,
It is a trip. The clouds are like segregated at different levels, and they're flat. They move in a flat parallel. That's trip.
Oh, to be honest, man, like I've questioned myself, and I'm looking at it going, "Fuck, there's a hump of water there, and there seems to be a curve, but you know, you get it on the right day, and it's nice and flat and nice and level, and you just go, well, clearly it's a level plane, so there's no disputing it."
That's why I keep referring to the clouds, because they're not curving over around it. They're staying flat all the way down as a parallel axiom. Like when you're watching the clouds move, there's no curve.
The reason I don't come in and argue too often is I've been filming like 5G towers and many things, to be quite honest. I'm not just subject to flat Earth sort of stuff. I film an awful lot of stuff, guys, and trying to put it all together and make it simplify it for people. Like this is why I if you look at my page, I put light rise or moon rise or whatever. You know, I keep it as simple as possible because there's so much information in the stuff that I got. If you know what you're talking about or know what you're looking for, there's heaps of information in the stuff that I put through. So I'm not trying to be anybody important or anything that deciphers anybody. It is clear and evident. We don't live on a spinning ball. Anyone who claims that they do is either overeducated. Sorry, I've always wanted to say that. Overeducated.
Well,
I'm sorry, I way too much, guys. Sorry, man. Yeah, but it is quite simple. The world turns around us, above us, and a stationary plane, like it's clear and evident. All right. I'm going to leave you guys. Thank you for putting up with me. As everybody shows me in my life, I'm way too much for most people. So I'm going to stay silent for a little while and come back and laugh at everyone else for when appropriate.
Is this a river or a lake? Looks like a river. That's weird. Wow. Okay, that's really interesting. Because that's fucking weird. I'll download this. There's an actual hot spot from the sun, though. Oh, weird. And the sun's actually refracting itself up into the sky, showing 3 different balls, red ones. It's weird. Oh. Wait, is that? Oh, that's it? Oh, that's the sky. Weird. Oh. Wait. What happened there? This one looks like the sun's local here. Yeah, dude, it literally went through the fucking clouds. What the fuck? Wow. It's a trip. What the fuck? Wow, that's cool. Fucking amazing. Excellent work. That's fucking cool. Oh shit, my mic's on.